Hello everyone and welcome to round 3 at the European Club Cup here in Albania. My name is Fiona Steil-Antoni. I'm delighted to be joined by Grandmaster David Howell. And David, today all the big names have joined the fray.
That's right. Yesterday we saw Magnus Carlsen in action for the first time during this tournament. Now it's the turn of Vishy, Anand, another former world champion, Richard Rapport, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. You name them, they're here, they're ready. And we have more action. In round 3, things are getting hotter, Fiona.
Absolutely. We'll jump into Magnus's game in a second because there is a bit of a surprise going on there. But first, let's take a quick look at what happened during yesterday's round 2, where the favorites, for the very vast majority, David, continued on their winning ways.
That's right. Here we do see the top 10 matches from round 2 yesterday in the open section, and no team surprises. Some individual upsets, some lower rated players taking down higher rated opponents, but overall the favourites still cruising, and we see actually things getting even closer today on paper as we see more teams take on some of those higher seeds.
Absolutely. We'll bring up the pairings now for round 3, where Superchess, the top seed, are taking on Team Gashimov from Azerbaijan. On board 2, we have SK Smash taking on Offerspiel, and then Beersheva against Novi Bor, and Yech against Göktürk. We'll get to those when we cross that bridge. But yeah, the top teams making their way, well, staying on those top boards, and I think from tomorrow is really when we'll start seeing some big clashes. But even today, there is no easy matches. Everyone will need to be on their guard, and as promised, let's start with taking a look at what Magnus has done to start the game today.
That's right, a big shock, as we're used to at this point, from the world number 1. After pawn to e4, Magnus starting this game as black, he played a6 on move 1, and we see both players with heads on in hands there on the camera. Magnus trying to go for the surprise, of course. White reacts very classically with d4, and Magnus says, okay, I've had enough of the fun, it's time to try to transpose into the French defense. And unsurprisingly, his opponent here, Bojan Maksimovic, an IM, I believe, here, he's surprising. He's been surprised.
Yes.
It is surprising, Black's opening. He's been surprised, and therefore he's spending a lot of time just coming to terms with what to do with White.
Do you think he's just surprised, or he feels maybe a little bit disrespected?
Oh, Fiona, I would feel a bit disturbed, at least. I would flinch. I would be a bit triggered by what Magnus is doing here. a6, he's played it before, of course, in lots of rapid and blitz games, but I don't remember the last time he tried this in classical chess. It's been a while.
If ever.
If ever. Yeah.
And a6, funnily enough, yesterday Magnus was white on the playing against Vachier, and that was a French, and a6 was one of the moves that you weren't so sure about in that game.
That's right, and I did ask Magnus about his French defense game yesterday, and he said his opponent Ravi's a6 move wasn't the best. He said actually he preferred other moves. He had something in his notes which I cannot reveal, but he said a6 a bit of a waste of time, and here we go. He's doing the same himself as black. This is crazy stuff. White, of course, has lots of options. You can step forward, going to the advanced French. You can just defend this pawn with your knight in the center. You can even go for the exchange variation. And Black's a6 move isn't that useful, but it doesn't ruin anything. So Magnus clearly trying to avoid any opening preparation.
And it is working, as we see his opponent there deep in thought. Let's move on from here. Let's check in with board 2, where Raunek Sadwani is playing against Milos Stankovic.
Yeah, and I will mention that Magnus was on the beach until quite late today, so now I understand why. 1a6. This game, however, between Sadwani and Stankovic is more mainline. It's the Dragon Sicilian. If we just quickly go from move 1, we see the Sicilian defense by black, the open variation, and just this last move, g6, shows a lot of ambition. The Dragon variation is kind of fallen out of fashion at the top levels, but it still seems to be holding up theoretically, and Sadwani is the first to pause. I'm expecting White to just play the move pawn to f3. We all know these ideas, queen to d2, and White castles queenside, and it's kind of mutual attacks. Are you surprised here, the lower rated player playing such a risky variation?
Not really. I've always fault that players from this part of Europe have a very aggressive style, a very attacking style. So from that point of view, I'm not too surprised. I'm happy to see it. I hope we'll see a sharp game here on Batu. Maybe Stankovic also saw Raunek was on the back foot on day one. So yeah, he's playing a very direct approach, and let's see what the rest of the team are getting up to. On board 3, Merab Gagunashvili against Arian Tarian. Actually, David, there is one player on the Offerspiel team we haven't seen yet. Where is Mr. Eric Hansen?
Yeah, that's the big question. We know he's here. We've seen Eric. He's staying actually at the same hotel as us, but yet to join the action. I think he's giving the younger players a chance. We've mentioned this before, Magnus Carlsen and Eric Hansen, the two old men of the team, the two elder residents. And yeah, at the moment, I think they're enjoying watching the young players who have been racking up the victories so far. Arian Tari is now sitting on board 3, and this one is very symmetrical. He is playing the only Grandmaster, I believe, of the opposing team, SK Zamaj. And just a quick run through, quick action replay of what happened here. It was actually an attempt at the Grunfeld defense by Arian Tari, not playing d5 though, just going for this solid structure against White's Fianchetto. And I think Gagunashvili here just wants to play really solid, just taking this pawn off. Maybe not the most ambitious move, and we do see, if we catch up with the current position, okay, White has jumped into the center and does slightly imbalance the pawn structure. The last move was a capture, so Black has a backward pawn, but this is still well-known theory, and I'm expecting Arian Tari, a theoretician, to know his stuff.
Yeah, Merab Gagunashvili, very experienced Georgian Grandmaster. As you said, he's keeping it solid here today. I am less excited about this game than I am about some of the others, so let's move on for now to board 4, where Pranav is playing with the white pieces against Alex Kostilovic.
Yeah, and talking about excitement, Fiona, you're going to love this position because no more symmetry, no more slow maneuvering. This is crazy. It's another French defense.
Wow, it's a French defense, but those pawns on the queen side have stormed up the board like there is no tomorrow. This is actually a piece sacrifice. I'm just realizing, let's rewind and see how we got here.
Yeah, so after e4, no a6 in this game. We instead see the mainline French defense, the classical variation with White bringing a knight to c3, gaining a lot of space here, White. This is all very standard stuff. Black's trying to chip away at the white center, trying to erode the d4 square. And this move, queen to b6, is Black's most direct attempt to, I was going to say equalize, but clearly maybe even more than that. If Black is feeling ambitious, attacking the b2 pawn. White has various ways to answer this. Knight to a4 is one of those. A check, hitting the king, hitting the knight as well. White blocks, defending the knight with the queen. And after b6, we see a bit of a dance. The white bishop dropping back. There's actually threats to trap this queen using the move pawn to c4 next. So Black understandably locks that structure down, and after b4, wow.
Here it comes.
Takes the pawn with the whole piece here, and now starts pushing.
Do you know if this is well-known theory?
Yeah, this knight takes b4 idea. It's actually common. Let's just go back slightly. In this position after c3, Black can already play the move c4, and after b4 here, knight takes is an idea. So it's kind of very similar to something that I do know, but I'm going to trust the players more than myself here. Clearly an expert on the French defense here, the player with the black pieces. And yeah, I mean, in the current position, Fiona, these pawns look so impressive, you've got to say. And it's going to be hard to break them down. This compensation is long-term. Black plays a really flashy move actually here, knight back to b8. It's going to try and support these pawns maybe with a knight on c6, putting some pressure on the base of White's pawn chain, the d4 square. And as we saw in pretty much every game yesterday, h4. The idea is that White might even try to develop with a rook on h3 where it covers a lot of squares. This one is guaranteed to be just a street fight, basically.
Yeah, I'm still wrapping my head around everything that you just explained. You talked about the compensation for Black being more long-term. I wasn't thinking long-term, I have to admit. I'm not familiar with these lines at all. Is white also planning to just push the pawns on the king side, or?
Yeah, it's definitely possible, especially if the black king commits too early. Black's king in the French defense can sit in the middle for a long time. I think he'll be reluctant to castle because black has no defenders on the king side. I mean, if black, for example, does castle right now, then yeah, I mean, ideas such as rook h3 to g3, ideas such as pushing the pawn forward to h6 makes a lot of sense. So I think we will see black continue with the plan, maybe knight to c6 hitting this pawn, or just dropping back the queen, freeing the a pawn to join its friends over there. Crazy position.
Absolutely. It looks like black has started thinking after this h4 move by Pranav. I'm really excited for this game. We'll come back here for sure. But for now, let's move on to board 5, Novak Pezelj against Johann Sebastian Christiansen.
Yeah, and board 5 of this clash started with the English opening and almost a reverse Sicilian here. White plays the move knight to c3. The bishop comes out, and here black actually has two very popular moves, dropping the bishop back to c5. The bishop is hit, of course. Bishop to e7 is the trendy move that a lot of grandmasters have been employing recently, but a5, slightly more rare. It feels like both players have kind of surprised each other here. a5 defending the bishop, met by a3 attacking the bishop, forcing it back. And both players spent around 5-6 minutes. The bishop will most likely retreat now, and the game will go on, but really, really early days here.
Yeah, if you drop the bishop back to e7, is black not concerned about giving the bishop pair up so early?
Yeah, definitely concerned. I used to play this myself when I was young, just because one of my coaches taught me to, but I was always like, I don't really understand why I'm being taught to play this. You're giving up the bishop pair. For example, white often plays pawn to d4 here. We'll see a trade of pawns in the center, and white can take the bishop pair, but if you compare the piece activity, black is very quick to hit the white queen. Black is very quick to strike in the center. So bishop pair, long-term downside, but you're very active. That's the upside.
Okay, so black still thinking about where to drop, or he did play bishop c5?
Just this very moment has played bishop c5, and makes a lot of sense. This bishop is very safe right now, and black will gain a bit of time kicking back the white knight. Next move.
Okay, and e3, and we'll come back to this one a bit later. For now, let's check in with the last board before we move to the top one. I mean, the top match where Vishy, Anand and Richard Report are in action today. So let's have a quick look first. Board 6 in the Offerspiel smash match, Benjamin Haldorsen against Andrei Sukovic.
Yeah, and Fiona, I'm already losing count of the number of French defenses we've seen in this match alone.
Too many.
Too many. The Magnus Carlsen game has transposed into actually a mainline French defense. We saw a French defense on board 4 as well, and now board 6. Just to backtrack, I don't even need to run through the French defense move order anymore at this point. The classical variation, black here plays the most ambitious move, bishop to b4. And after c5, not the main line with pawn to a3. This position is really historic and has been battled out by kind of every top player in the world at some point in their career. But bishop d2 instead, a bit of a tricky variation. So pawn takes pawn is a pawn sacrifice for white, but white's knight comes forward to b5. If these bishops ever get traded, then it's actually disastrous for black already with a nasty check incoming. This one, of course, still well-known theory, and black instead goes for knight to e7. So Benjamin Haldorsen with white, the young Norwegian, yeah, just mulling over what to do next. I believe that a3 is one of the main moves, and yeah, various options for white.
Yeah, the players also taking their time here to move through the openings. I think that means it's time for us to move to the top match. Superchess, the Romanian top seeds, playing against the Azeri team Gashimov, which of course the name is named in memory of Vogar, who left us far too soon. On board 1, Richard Report is taking on one of the Azeri household names, Rauf Mamedov. He's been around forever, it feels like, and he's always a force to be reckoned with.
Yeah, Rauf Mamedov, yeah, so dangerous on his day, can beat anyone in the world. But then again, so can Richard Rapport, and it's nice to see him make his debut in this year's event. This game looks pretty slow at the moment. I'll just backtrack to the beginning. Richard, he can play any opening under the sun. Pretty much he's famous for kind of freestyling, often whipping up attacking positions quite early on. And his creative approach, not an open Sicilian that we saw a bit earlier in one of the games. White plays the move bishop to c4. And after a few very natural developing moves here, white just plays c3. So I've always thought of this as a kind of an approach similar to the Italian game, which starts with 1e4, e5. White just slows things down, slowly develops, moves his rook, drops his bishop back, starts maneuvering pieces into the center, and it's just a way of getting a position with minimal theory. Makes a lot of sense against a renowned theoretician like Mamedov.
Yeah, it is a little bit, I think you hinted at it also, Richard's bread and butter. Of course, he knows a lot of theory, but he likes to mix it up a lot, I think, especially in the earlier days of his career, really unpredictable, really creative. So this one, yet to come to life, we'll come back here in a short while. For now, let's move to board 2, a clash of generations, the very young Aydin Suleymanli playing against former world champion Vishy Anand.
Yeah, and there we see Suleymanli on the camera. Vishy is away from the board right now. Is that his back? Is that Vishy's back? We have seen a lot of moves in this game, 14 moves in already, but it's a very recognizable position. Let's go from the start. Vishy with the black pieces. Here he met e4 with e5, and the Spanish opening, the Roy Lopez, soon transposes into the open Spanish with black making this big decision to take a pawn. This leads to a lot of forcing lines, Fiona, Anand maybe testing his young rivals' opening preparation here.
Yeah, very interesting stuff. Vishy, who recently showed that he is still a force to be reckoned with. What's the tournament that's escaping my... He did so well very recently.
He played in the Levitov Chess Week. He played in one of the Grand Chess Tour Rapid and Blitz events.
Yeah, and I think he did quite well throughout all of those. He doesn't really play much classical chess any longer, so it's really a treat to see him in action here at the Club Cup. So let's return to the game. We've had a fair few moves. It looks like his opponent was maybe a little surprised, but at least he didn't show it. He's rattling down the moves here. All of this is mainline theory. It
is mainline theory. Of course, Vishy has got some form in the open Spanish. I was quite young at the time, but I do remember reading a bit later about this World Championship match between Garry Kasparov and Vishy Anand in 1995, where Vishy went for the open Spanish and was actually well, in the first game against Kasparov did very well and was later punished by an incredible novelty, a rook sacrifice, actually in this exact line. But here, white, rather than go for maybe more ambitious moves like bishop to c2, exchanges pieces. And after another trade of pawns in the center, the pawn to a4 is trying to take advantage of the fact that black is slightly vulnerable on the queen side, especially with development incomplete. And knight to c6 from Anand. I must say I'm not familiar with this one, knight back to c6. Myself, I've played moves like bishop to b4 as black, and white is supposed to be slightly better, even though black's position, of course, holdable. Knight back to c6, maybe a bit of a surprise. Queen to e2, kind of putting some pressure on this pawn, maybe hinting at queen to e4, attacking a loose piece. And this was actually played, queen to e4, and this is the current position. And you're right, Suleymanli here, either he predicted this and has just been spending a few minutes remembering his preparation, or he's freestyling and he's done it very quickly, very well.
Very interesting approach. The knight right now on c6 is under attack. The knight just dropped back there a couple of moves. I'm not even seeing where the knight should really move. So if you're black, do you want to defend the knight, or do you think the knight is going to move again? Yeah,
but how to defend it? There's the issue as well of the A file. If you, for example, play the move queen to d7, then just pawn takes pawn, and suddenly this pin just wins for white. There's a pin here, there's a pin here. Black is powerless. The knight will be lost next move. So how does black defend? It's a bit odd to start thinking now. We see Vishy staring off to the left there in the camera, maybe again just in recall mode. He has to move the knight, it feels like, but where?
The knight doesn't have that many squares, so maybe we can work our way through this by process of elimination.
That's right. I mean, you kind of want to block the A file, but there's the problem that your knight might just get hit. Your knight might just get trapped on the edge of the board. Here you would be obliged to play the move knight to c4 and lose a pawn. he actually does decide, saving us from going through all the knight moves, Fiona. Just in time, he plays the move knight to b4. And this is a temporary pawn sacrifice because pawn takes pawn, black cannot recapture due to the rook on a8 hanging. Pawn takes pawn, of course, would lose material now. So what is the intention, in this position, if white takes, if white captures, and played instantly by Suleymanli? I'm not seeing it instantly.
I have to say I'm a little confused. I'm curious. Vishy has been playing into this, has played into this quite quickly. So are we going to see what he has up his sleeve, or do you think it's a possibility that he might have mixed up the lines?
Yeah, I mean, Vishy, despite not playing as much classical chess as he used to, he's still world top 10. He's still super well prepared. His opening theory is kind of opening knowledge. The depth of it is incredible, and he instantly castles. Okay, he knows what he's doing. I'm just wondering what the plan is. Pawn takes pawn, for example, confirms that white will be a pawn up for at least the near future. And what next? Does he simply want to kind of push a pawn, kind of cement his knight on a nice square on b4? If he ever takes back on a6, he's just a pawn down. Maybe some compensation, but I don't really understand. Does he want to maybe trade off queens and play a move like queen to d3, but you're going to grovel for a draw in the endgame? No winning chances for black there.
I am very surprised. You know my chess style quite well. I'm not someone who likes giving up material unless it's for a clear attack, but these long-term compensation positions, I've always struggled to understand them a bit. Of course, I trust Vishy that he knows what he's doing, but I can't believe that his goal would be to go for a position where he thinks, okay, black has enough compensation to make a draw, but nothing more.
Yeah,
it would seem very strange.
It's very surprising. I guess it's the first game for Vishy in this tournament, thrown in with black against a really promising young player. So a draw isn't the worst result in the world, but to get a position where it's just fighting for a draw and nothing more, yeah, that is a bit strange. And okay, knight takes a6 played on the board. I guess the knight wants to maybe come to c5 to attack white's queen, but not a threat yet. If, for example, white makes a random move, then knight to c5 can be met by queen takes rook and just a bunch of exchanges in the corner here. White's still a pawn up. Black has activity. Black's knight will come into d3, probably enough to hold the draw here, but yeah, we keep saying it, Fiona, just a draw maximum for black. And we see for the first time in the game, Suleymanli has really kind of slowed down. I wonder what he's got up his sleeve. It feels like maybe he was prepared or aware of this line, but just didn't expect it to stay.
I mean, of course, we never know what the team strategy is. Maybe Team Superchess have identified Aydin Suleymanli with the white pieces as being one of the dangerous players. And I don't, of course, mean no disrespect to any of the other players from his team, but sometimes it can be a team strategy to say, okay, with black here, we're just going to try and neutralize them, and then we'll push with, of course, with white on all boards, and with black on boards where they might feel they have better chances. Yeah,
that's a good point, Fiona. There's a match strategy, often team captains. We have mentioned that our good friend Ivan Sokolov is the team captain for Superchess. He'll do his research. He's aware of a lot of these young talents, and maybe you're right. He should be playing for the other team, though, Suleymanli. Then he'd be called Supermanly.
Oh my. David, it's too early.
Sorry, just thought of it.
We don't even have an audience. We have only you here, and he doesn't seem impressed by your joke.
Yeah, I'm not great with the puns, but that one had to be said, no?
It was. We'll let it pass. We'll let it slide.
Thank you. Just one pass per day for a terrible pun. But Suleymanli not playing for Superchess, unfortunately.
Maybe in a few years he's certainly a very bright talent. We'll leave Vishy to this, and we'll move on for now to board 3, where Bogdan Deák is playing against Rugar Asatli.
Yeah, okay, and this one far less developed than the previous game. We're still only at move 6 here. Daniel Deák actually saved a really difficult game. We were watching him yesterday, Fiona, against Erik Blomqvist. Yes. He was in trouble, actually on the brink of defeat, but he held a draw, so maybe riding high on confidence.
And I think what I'm seeing here is something you know a thing or two about, the C3 Sicilian. Let's rewind it back to the start.
Yeah, and I thought you were going to say time trouble, spending a lot of time in the opening. I know a lot about that too. Bogdan Daniel Dejic has spent about 20 minutes at this early stage, so a standard
actually,
Sicilian.
it wasn't an Alepin. I saw the pawn on C3, but it started out as this bishop B5.
Gets their next move, the pawn on c3. Black just plays e6, c3, aiming to build a pawn center, and black is the one to strike first. This is still well-known stuff, and after a trade of pawns, white castles. And firstly, I'm wondering what white was spending so much time on, maybe just not expecting this branch of the Sicilian. White's made very, very natural moves here, and I'm also wondering what black wants to do next. White often will push a pawn to d4, in the next few moves, so black wants to be ready. Standard would be developing the knight, bring the bishop out, castling black's king as quickly as possible, and just a standard middle game ahead. It's not the best c3 Sicilian I've ever seen, just because white's pawn not yet on d4, and when it gets there it will simply be captured, but early days in this game.
Let me ask you a more general question. You talked about Bogdan Dejic being a notorious time travel addict despite his relative young age. Do you feel this is something that a player like him needs to work on more consciously, or can you make it to the very top with this kind of time management?
Yeah, I mean, you certainly can. There are examples throughout chess history. Alexander Grishuk comes to mind. There are players, if you go further back, who spend a lot of time on their clocks. But yeah, I think in order to make the next jump, he's made it to 2700, Bogdan Daniel Dejic here. So he's doing all the right things. He's extremely good at blitz chess, bullet chess, all those things that the youngsters do so well these days. But we'll see. I mean, the acid test will be when he faces kind of similar caliber players and the real elite. I notice he's been playing in these Superchess classics, and he's done pretty well recently. So everyone has their own quirks, their own bad habits, their own things, their way of approaching chess, and it seems to work for him.
We'll see how this one goes today. Let's talk very briefly just about the white plans here. That pawn on d2, is that going to go one step forward or two steps forward?
Yeah, I think it wanted to go two steps forward until black has played this move, bishop g7. Now the question is, if white plays d4, what if black just simply captures? And the issue is that the bishop hangs on b5. I was going to say, if the bishop wasn't on d7, then white could happily recapture with the knight. There would have been a pin, but right now black can just trade everything off, and if pieces fly off the board, an isolated pawn is not going to be great for white here, because it can be easily blockaded. So this would actually start to favor black, if anyone. So yeah, I think he wants to play this move, Fiona, but how, and how he's going to prepare it, that's the big question. Another typical theme is to actually develop the knight via a3 in this type of position, and maybe later via c4, or you can drop the bishop back, gaining some time against black's queen. Sometimes the knight goes back to c2 to support the d4 pawn push. But yeah, he's going to be thinking for a long time, I have that feeling. So we'll come back a bit later.
Absolutely. The next player on Team Superchess, Jordan van Vries, who won a nice game yesterday. Was it yesterday or 2 days ago?
Yeah, he's been winning 2 nice games, yes. I believe.
Today he is black against Ahmed Zada.
Okay, and a big surprise here in terms of the position we have. It's the early middle game. This one, if we do a quick rewind, started as the Caro-Kann defense. And every time we see the Caro-Kann this tournament, it seems to be the 2 knights variation. Black playing bishop to g4, giving up the bishop pair, passing with the bishop pair just to set up this, what did you call it yesterday? The pyramid?
The pyramid.
The pyramid pawn structure with this rock solid foundation. But the downside is that white has the bishop pair, and after what happened in this game, pawn takes pawn, really clever idea, just trying to attack this pawn. White just reacts with queen to e3 defending, and the position we're left with, if we catch up, white has 2 bishops, white has a bit more space. I won't say that it's a big advantage, but it's certainly something, and it's not Jordan's type of position. He wants some more active play usually. I
was going to say, it seems to right now indicate that maybe that theory we discussed, that Superchess, sorry, I keep, they used to be called Superbet, they're now called Superchess. They seem to just be taking a very solid approach with the black pieces. Too solid, maybe?
Yeah, I think we need the benefit of hindsight for that one, but it is risky just shutting games down with black. A draw with black is usually great in team events, but yeah, when you have such strong players like Vishy, Anand, Jordan van Forest, you just want to unleash them, tell them to do their thing. They're playing young players here, but experience, it only counts if you can get out of the opening with a playable position. Here, it's not looking too active for black right now.
Also, it doesn't seem to be, as you mentioned, Jordan style. We'll see what happens here for now. Let's move on to the next game where Superchess have the white pieces. That is Vladimir Fedoseev taking on Riyad Samadov.
Okay, and looking very balanced out of this opening. We won't go back the whole way to the start, but it's just a symmetrical pawn structure. Both sides have fianchettoed their bishops. And the only real imbalance is that black's knight on b6, slightly misplaced usually in these types of setups, and white is going to try and dislodge that knight maybe in the next few turns. But first there's a pressure on the white d4 pawn. Bishop takes knight is a threat, followed by capture on d4. And how is Fedoseev going to deal with this? I mean, a move like pawn to e3 just feels awkward, walking into a pin. Black maybe even willing to strike out in the center if given the opportunity. I think just a big success for black, this opening in general. I
really like what I'm seeing so far from team Gashimov. Let's see how they're getting on board 6, where Ulvi Sadikov is playing against Kirill Shevchenko.
Okay, and very locked pawn structure here. This one I will do a quick refresh just to see how we got here.
Yet another, oh no, sorry. I thought, don't mind me, moving on.
Nearly a French defense.
Yeah. I saw 6 and I was like, oh, again.
And this time white goes for an early fianchetto. Black takes all the space in the center. This really resembles a 1d4 opening, just with colors reversed now. And Benoni's, Benko's, all of those kind of sister openings, just with colors reversed and one tempo up for white. But tempi don't matter so much when the center is blocked. And this piece development, knight to h6, knight to f5, really creative by Shevchenko. He's really locking down this d4 square. If white ever trades in the center, black is going to be left with a glorious piece on a nice outpost that can never be evicted by pawns. For example, after a trade, this black knight is the most valuable piece right now. So, okay, locking up the center at the cost of a tempo. And black is the one to drop back. So this knight has gone right round in a, in a loop, but he has cost white a bit of time as well with e3 to e4 losing time. And the knight makes a 4th move. We're only 8 moves down, 4 moves from this black knight, but the center's blocked, Fiona, and it looks like a King's Indian defense just with colors reversed.
I was going to ask you, I'm slightly surprised to see the evaluation bar that ever so slightly seems to indicate an ever so slight advantage for black. How can you explain that?
Yeah, just that the King's Indian, well, it won't be too harsh, but computers don't always approve of the King's Indian structure, and that is when white brings a knight to f3, or usually it's actually black kind of fianchettos like this and then locks up the center. Here, in this exact specific position, I would argue that white struggles for pawn breaks, struggles for activity. a3, trying to push forward with b4, will always be locked down by black controlling this square. There's no active play on the queen side. The only active play is maybe on the king side, and a usual idea in the King's Indian would be to retreat a knight, maybe start throwing the f-pawn forward. But here black isn't castled, and I would not be surprised if engines approve of throwing the h-pawn down the board, going towards the white king, and actually maybe even black has some initiative on that flank. In general, I think it's just, in practical terms, level, but kind of very playable for both sides. But interesting that Shevchenko's willing to invest so many tempi just to get this pawn structure.
Very interesting indeed. So this match shaping up, I think, like a very interesting one. I always feel that team Gashimov, they have such great team spirit, and their ratings don't tell the whole story. So they're certainly a team to be very wary about. I suggest, David, that we move on for now to the women's section and also check out the top 2 clashes there. And I think we should start with board 1. They are assigned board 1, so they've been playing there throughout the tournament, but they also won the first 2 matches. That is the local team, the local Albanian team from Teuta. They're taking on Garuda Aika from Hungary.
Yeah, let's jump in. That was one of the matches we focused on yesterday, the Teuta players, and they are headed by Antoaneta Stefanova, former women's world champion. She had a solid draw yesterday, but her team managed to win in the end. And Okay, we see a really nice shot there, all the players lined up, and Antoinette starts with white. This position stemmed from a Caro-Kann defense, slightly surprising. The center has really exploded though. White has an isolated pawn in the middle, the IQP we call it, isolated queen's pawn, and it is actually ready to step forward at will. So whenever Stefanova wants, she can remove this pawn. Black's structure though, a bit odd. Black's bishop locked in by a pawn on f6. Black's knight sidelined, at least for now. Maybe it will come into the game via f5. To me, it looks roughly balanced, but I quite like these positions for white just because black's pieces just not quite active yet. The knight on h6, the king on h8. It all just feels a bit odd. How about you, Fiona?
Yeah, well, I was going to say you played a Caro-Kann, of course, as black. So if you don't like it, that's a bad sign. Where do you think things might have gone wrong here for black?
I think it's just a risky choice by Kotelashvili. Just to show the branch of the Caro-Kann, it started with knight f3, d5, and d3, a very trendy move, kind of asking for this endgame, pawn takes pawn here, would lead to a position that's fine for black, but a bit sterile and not to everyone's taste. And instead, g6 does allow white to step forward with e5, and although white's lost a move, lost a tempo, kind of playing d4 in 2 moves, black is a bit cramped, and that's why she developed her knight to h6, Bella here, and played the move f6. And yeah, I'm not sure how it's gone wrong or whether it's even gone wrong, but the move I don't approve of is actually taking this pawn. I think maybe black should keep the tension, just develop, start trading off pieces, and it's roughly level. But yeah, the game position, I think Stefanova, reason to be happy.
Absolutely. Black will have some work to do to reorganize the pieces. It's not clear what's the knight on h6 doing. The 2 pieces on the queen side still need to get out. So for now, let's move on to board 2, where Tang Trang Rang is playing against Monika Sochko.
Okay, and this one we won't trace the whole way back, but it started as a King's Indian type of setup from black. And okay, this position, Fiona, really tense. White has a bit more space, pawn on e4, but black is compact. Black is really solid here. Who would you take? Tough question, sorry.
No, I just think I would take white because I have a little bit more central control, a little bit more space, but these are not my kind of positions.
Yeah, I've had these types of positions multiple times myself as white, and actually I feel a bit uncomfortable. I said it the other day, with great space comes great responsibility, and here it's always hard to know what to do next with white, even if black just sits still. If you ever push pawns forward on the king side, a move like f4, your e4 pawn might become a bit weak. And yeah, often black actually plays moves like h5, h4 just to tickle on the king side. And yeah, it's very much in the balance at this early stage. 2 really strong players here, of course.
So far, it looks like the opening stage is going great for the players from Team Teuta. Let's check in with board 3, Karina Zivka against Nurgul Salimova.
Yeah, and Salimova, the start of the World Cup, she chose the Queen's Gambit declined. And the Carlsbad pawn structure that we've seen a few times already this tournament will be set up if black plays the move pawn to c6 next. I just want to mention, in this structure, black's knight on d6 is pretty much at its optimal square. The knight on d6 is ready to leap forward later if given the opportunity. It controls all sorts of pawn breaks. If white ever tries the queenside minority attack, then black will be ready with the knight on d6. That's a favourite plan of our good friend Keith Arkle. He wins all of his games in this pawn structure, seemingly. But yeah, this is still kind of relatively well-known stuff, still well-known theory. And I think black has done a good job of just getting out of the opening.
Yeah, I'm surprised. Again, I think I shouldn't be too misled by the bar, but it's swinging quite a bit in white's favor. And I was trying to understand if there is a reason for that. Can white ever try and chase around the black bishop? Is knight f4 an idea, or?
Yeah, knight f4 would be a very natural move hitting this pawn. I guess black would defend it. And yeah, it's really mysterious actually why the engine likes white so much. Black's bishop is a bit passive. That's maybe the worst piece, the worst minor piece on the board. But it doesn't feel that significant right now. Maybe it's to do with white castling queenside, throwing some pawns towards the black king.
I would love to see that.
I think we'd all love to see that. Maybe Salimova would love to see that, being a very active player. She wants that type of chaos, but I'm not sure Karina Zivka here is ready to commit to such a committal plan.
She's been spending a lot of time. We'll see what she comes up with. For now, let's go to the last board, where with the black pieces, Eileen is back. We saw her game on day one. Very nice win she scored. She's only 11 years old, and she is taking on Joca. She's the rating underdog by over 1,000 points.
Yeah, this is a battle between two young players. Joca only 16 herself, and 16-year-old versus 11-year-old. Big clash here. I will say I like the outcome of the opening for white. It feels like white is ready now with this Catalan type of setup to push a pawn to e4, gain all this space. And IL needs to strike back somehow. Black has ideas of pawn breaks herself, c5 or maybe e5 if you set it up correctly. But I think for all Catalan players, this is the ideal setup for white. You've got every piece activated. You're ready to strike forward in the center next move. And yeah, for example, if black is a bit slow, white gets a bit of space, and I think black will forever be suffering. Just hard to break down these pawns.
I have a feeling, of course, I'm not too familiar with Eileen. I'd never heard of her before this tournament, but in game one we saw her with the white pieces play the Scotch Gambit, so I have a feeling this might not be her preferred style of position.
Yeah, Scotch Gambit favoured by attackers, hackers, cavemen, but yeah.
And cave women alike.
Cave women, exactly, cavemen and cave women alike. And it worked out so well for her, but here it's a much slower game, and I think this is part of the match strategy again, as you mentioned earlier, Fiona.
Before we move on to the next match, I realized we forgot to show you the slides of the results in the women's section, just to keep you up to speed about what's happening there. So before we move on to the next match, maybe let's very quickly bring up the results from yesterday, where we saw actually quite a big upset on board 2, where the top seeds Monte Carlo were held to a draw by the Macedonian team from center. Teuta, we were here until almost 9 p.m. covering that match, emerged victorious in the end after a very close, intense match against Offer Spiel. Other than that, most of the favorites emerged victorious. Gaz Ukraine was held to a draw by Goktuk, so those were the main results. And let's take a very quick look at today's pairings.
Yeah, and we've mentioned the top board clash between Teuta and Garuda Aika. Superchess, the team from Romania here, playing against Typhoon, and we'll come to that match very shortly. Monte Carlo, the top seeds, who did drop points yesterday, will play against Goktuk, and Gaz Ukraine, you mentioned, Fiona, will play against Solingen.
Yeah, I think Monte Carlo already in a must-win situation. The European Club Cup, 7 rounds only. You can only afford to drop so many points. So let's take a look now at Team Superchess and how they are getting on against Typhoon.
Yeah, Superchess on board 1, they do have Nino Batsiashvili, very experienced player, very strong player. Here we see the top board clash on the camera. And okay, some stuff has happened in this game. Black currently a pawn up, but white will regain that pawn anytime she wishes. Bishop takes c4, maybe the most logical move right now, or at least the kind of safest move. And we will see yet another isolated queen's pawn position, where it feels like white is doing pretty well in terms of development. But yeah, of course, black is rock solid at the moment. Black will try and trade off this really strong knight in the center as soon as possible. And a healthy position here for Son.
You say black will try and trade off the knight even at the price of ridding white of the isolated pawn?
Possibly. I was wondering actually, maybe, I mentioned knight d7, but maybe knight to c6 just to force white to try and capture. Valuation bar hates it, of course.
Yes.
But
I'm not sure why.
I wonder if it's a trick, such as often in these types of positions there are bishop to a6 ideas. Okay, the evaluation bar says yes, it's this one, just to deflect this black bishop. Actually, tactics all over the place as usual in these isolated pawn positions, deflecting black's bishop, giving up a piece, and we'll just see a fork, he moves, and here white will move the rook across, and this pin really annoying for black. So yeah, you have to be careful with both colors. I think Nino might be calculating this type of position as she ponders whether to recapture the pawn on c4.
We'll come back to this one a little bit later. For now, let's move on to board 2, where Natalia Buxa is taking on Dinara Wagner.
Yeah, and we've spoken a bit about Dinara Wagner this tournament. She faces Natalia Buxa, a very strong player, of course, herself. And okay, looking at the central tension, black's last move was knight to b4. And just to backtrack one move here, black had just broken out in the center, hitting white's bishop. This was ignored. A really clever move from Buxa here. Due to some tension on the d-file, taking the bishop would backfire severely on black. And this would be a double attack and opening an attack against black's queen. So instead, Dinara moves her knight. So knight b4, maybe now threatening to take this bishop, Fiona, but the central tension is really unpleasant for both. Do you clarify things? Do you trade off? I think I would, just to make things a bit more simple. Dropping back with white's bishop would maybe encourage black to step forward and total chaos would reign.
Yeah, I think this game is going to spring to life in the very near future. It's a game that I'm looking forward to seeing more of. For now, let's continue taking a closer look at the other games. On board 3, Irina Bulmaga against Laura Unuk.
Okay, and right now white's queen is attacked in this position. Guess what opening this came from, Fiona?
Yet another French.
Yet another French defense. It's been the theme of the day so far. And white's queen hit. I'm expecting her to move. She can choose kind of a few different squares. She can go to b3, g3, h3, go into the center with e4. So this is a critical moment. Both players have been spending a lot of time. I quite like white's position, kind of in practical terms, just because it feels like you have an easy plan to castle queenside. Maybe a knight will land on c5 later. Maybe you can put your bishop on the long diagonal. Black, meanwhile, it's far harder to figure out where her king is going to land.
And that's what I was going to ask you. It's hard to imagine, of course, that black will castle kingside, but it's almost equally as hard to imagine going queenside.
Yeah, maybe the king will do neither and just sit in the center for the rest of this game. On the bright side for black, I was going to say that you do have the bishop pair, you do have some pawn breaks long term. If the queens ever come off, I think black is thrilled. So it's definitely a case of short-term dynamics for white and long-term trumps for black.
And I think this match is shaping up actually very interestingly. Let's quickly check in with the last board, Zala Ur against Elina Rubers.
Yeah, and Elina Rubers seems to be winning every time I see her. She just wins effortlessly, and one of the form players of 2023. And right now, though, she does have a dilemma what to do about the d5 square. It looks like white has a lot of control in the middle. Nice outpost, of course, for a piece later. And the first question is, does black try to break out with a move like d5 or b5? She needs to do something because otherwise there's a traffic jam with black's pieces. Oof, it feels like black should be okay, but maybe as the higher rated player, she's reluctant to kind of force the issue too much, to force all of these exchanges.
Yeah, I feel knowing Elina, she's a very active player. She will try to open the center, but you have to be very careful because any of these pawn pushes, if you don't calculate them correctly, could backfire quite badly.
Yeah, I mean, just one example, if you push forward with your pawn to d5, we might even just see mass trades, everything disappear. I'm wondering if I missed something here for white, but at the very minimum, white can force simplifications down to an endgame, hitting the rook, hitting this bishop. And yeah, I think as a slightly higher rated player here, this would not be what she wants as black, kind of prospectless in terms of winning chances. So that narrows down the options. Maybe keeping an eye as well in 4-game matches in the women's section. The dynamics are so tough. Do you stay solid as black, just rely on your teammates to win? Or do you go active as she has just done? b5, I was going to say maybe the most logical move, and she plays it.
Okay, b5. A quick look at how white might react, and then we'll go back to the open section and to the title defenders and Novi Bor.
Yeah, and maybe white is reluctant to capture this pawn right now. We see the evaluation bar immediately drop. Black could, of course, just take back, and maybe this is the best move to take back on b5. I was also wondering whether it might be possible to press the chaos button, play a move like d5, and try to fork these two white knights. Not necessary, of course. Even if black just takes back, white has lost control over this square. Next move, black will propel the d-pawn forward. So I don't think this is too tempting for white. Maybe the most logical would be to land a knight on d5. Again, you've got to decide which one. I'm not sure. This one looks more appealing to me. And a capture on c4, white can simply take back. Yes, it's an isolated pawn now, but white does have activity with the queen. White has control over d5. If this is ever captured, it will be replaced by a pawn. I think Zala here, she's just got a healthy position with white. I think she'll be very happy with the outcome of the opening.
Absolutely. So we'll come back to the women's section a little bit later. For now, let's check out a match we haven't seen yet in the open section. Novi Borg, who actually faced a tough test yesterday against Werder Bremen. Today they are taking on Vachier-Lagrave Chess Club from Israel, and on board one, Viktor Mikhailevsky is white against Vincent Keimer.
Wow, and this one is a really unorthodox position already. What is Black's pawn doing on a4? Why hasn't Black castled? Breaking all the rules here, Vincent Keimer, but he's done well so far in this event by doing that. I think we'll go back quickly.
Yeah, especially we're only on move 9?
Move 9, that's right.
Very early doors.
One of my favorites here, Fiona, the Reti. I've had mixed views on this throughout the tournament, but this is met by b5.
I believe you called it a lazy opening.
They do call me Lazy Dave, my friends, and it's maybe because I play the Reti. So you can freestyle with this opening with white, kind of pre-move everything. You put a bishop on g2, you castle kingside, then you wait for black, and then you decide the pawn structure a bit later. This is why maybe Vincent has chosen the very ambitious move b5 to take some space, to take away white's option of playing c4. And this fianchetto does neutralize white's bishop on g2. I've played Victor myself, actually, and I remember a game from about 10 years ago where he also went for this setup against me. So he's inclined towards these slower setups with white. But now after b3, black doesn't allow c4 again, or at least tries to deter it by playing b4. And after the move is played anyway, captures en passant. White takes back and suddenly throws the a-pawn down the board, just trying to use a minority attack against white's structure over here. And white says, okay, damage my structure, feel free, please. Pawn takes pawn now will be met by queen takes b3, gaining time against black's bishop. Oof, I mentioned Keith Arkle earlier, Fiona. He would be loving black's position right now, just one pawn island for black, all connected. White has one isolated pawn, two isolated pawns, and another pawn island over here. So long-term black doing very well, but black is behind in development.
After knight c3, Vincent is still thinking, but does he have a choice?
I think I would take this pawn as long as I knew I would survive the next few moves. The other option, which was kind of the trendy AlphaZero inspired move, would be to put a pawn on a3, but I don't really see the benefits here. You're not gaining time against a bishop on b2. This pawn is just as likely to be a weakness as a strength, and also loses a bit of time, also costs another tempo. So yeah, I'm as surprised as you, Fiona. Pawn takes pawn, forcing the queen out would be logical. And black just has to decide whether to kind of part with the bishop by taking a knight, or maybe just defend the bishop. You can do this in various ways. As long as black gets castled, you're only 2 moves away from doing so, then it feels quite pleasant. So yeah, Vincent maybe just mulling over the options right now.
Okay, well, we'll leave him to it. We'll see him there hidden all the way in the back. He's obscured a bit by our good friend Nils Grandelius, who's playing on board 2. Nils, who suffered maybe the biggest individual upset of yesterday's round.
That's right, Nils Grandelius, the Swedish #1, did lose to an opponent 250 points, roughly lower than him yesterday. Really impressive performance from his opponent, but he will be aiming to bounce back now, Nils. And another French defense.
It's the theme of the day.
It really is. We've seen various themes throughout the days, and today it's the...
It's a mix of 2 themes, the French and the H-pawn push.
The H-pawn push, exactly. And white's last move, maybe we'll do a quick backtrack to show the branch of the French defense. We did see another classical French, and in this position, not gaining space as we saw in an earlier game with f4, instead dropping the knight back just to create this nice, pretty pawn chain on the next move. And I've played this myself, actually, as white on many occasions. The one downside is that this bishop is a bit stuck behind its knight, which is required to defend d4. Usually, if you get the bishop to d3, if you can develop that piece, you're doing extremely well. f6, trying to erode the pawn structure from every side. There's also some lines where black can play a move such as g5 to chip away at the pawn structure even further. So Nils shuts this down by playing h4, and we see the other ulterior motive behind this, rook to h3. He's getting ready to potentially attack, and black has just castled. Is he castling into the firing line? That's the big question right now.
Well, let's take a quick look. So can white just go on the attack immediately? And if so, I mean, that is what I would like to do, but how to do it?
Yeah, it's not easy. Again, with the bishop on d3, you'd have all sorts of sacrifices on the h7 square, some Greek gift ideas. just bishop takes pawn, followed by throwing the knight forward to g5. I don't see how to build the attack right now. h5, h6 is just, I mean, strategically it's fine, but it doesn't look too scary for black.
Okay, so if we can't push the h-pawn further and can't go on the immediate attack, I imagine we want to continue with our development, but that's also not immediately clear to me. I'm not sure if the bishop from c1 can move, because maybe black can simply grab the pawn on b2, and well, the bishop on f1 is stuck for now. So what do you think white's candidate moves are in this position?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not that familiar with the plan rook to h3, I must admit. It does kind of cover some squares, but white's king as well, a bit stranded. I mean, the most natural move to me would be kind of a waiting move such as pawn a3, partly because I like these pretty patterns of pretty much all pawns on dart squares, but also because it takes away some key squares from black. Black's bishop sometimes will want to come and check the white king, so you've taken away that option. Let's say black prevents white from ever pushing forward. Now you can put a pawn on b3 just to try and get your bishop out later, Fiona. But again, the evaluation bar doesn't not approve. It's actually a bit of a waiting game. Black's pieces kind of struggle to get out as well. This bishop on c8 locked in. Black's knight on d7, not too impressive. But there we see Nils Grandelius on the camera, does not look too happy with his position. He spent, well, both sides actually have spent over 20 minutes, and I think neither side actually familiar with the plans. Ori Kobo's a really dangerous opponent. If he gets a chance to attack, he will, and black is the one with the kind of the keys to the center of the board. He is the one who will open lines up if he wants at will. So really tense position, and I think actually the next few moves are critical. Yeah,
I think it's a tough spot for Nils when you lose the first game. Nils, who was rested for match 1, then he lost yesterday. So there is, I think, a pressure, if not from the team, even on yourself. You are playing for the title defenders. Even though, unlike the women's section, on 6 boards, there is more room for your teammates to have your back and bail you out in case of an accident. But I agree with you, Ori Kobo, as you mentioned, very dangerous player, and I am very curious to see how Nils is going to follow up this rook h2 idea he played. I'm sure he had looked at it before, but we're yet to see the follow-up. So we'll come back to this one. For now, we're going to move to board 3, where Nitzan Steinberg is playing against David Navarra.
Yeah, and it's interesting, this match, it's, as you mentioned, Fiona, it's quite close actually. It's getting closer on paper every day. And Nils did tell me just before the tournament he expected to be board 5 because they're so interchangeable. The whole Novi board team, they're basically the same rating, so they can play on any board. And likewise with Beersheva, they have various young players, various experienced players, and they could have played on any board as well. Nitzan Steinberg, also dangerous, and I think has achieved a very nice position out of the opening. It's all about the bishops here, all the knights have disappeared, but the fact that white has this clamping pawn on d5 means there's going to be eternal pressure on the e7 pawn. I don't see any pawn breaks for black. I was going to say in the near future, but maybe even ever. Meanwhile, you'll have to somehow activate your pieces. Black's bishop might just come out to f5 just to hit the queen. Maybe black's queen will come out to b6. He has to play with active piece play here. And David Navarra, I think in this type of situation won't be too happy because white is just so solid and he's extremely ambitious with both colors.
Do you think this is going to be a positional strategic game, or could white ever consider throwing the h-pawn up the board again and look for something on the king side?
Yeah, Nitzan Steinberg, I've played him myself a few times and he's very aggressive. So if he gets a chance, f4, g4, h4, you've got to be a bit wary about the white king. Maybe just tuck it away to bed in the corner on h1 first. But yeah, he won't hesitate if he gets a chance to attack. So David Navarra, I'm a bit surprised he's thinking. Bishop f5 looks too tempting not to play. But right now, roughly in the balance, I would say just easier to play with white at least.
Okay, so for now, let's move on to the next one, board 4. Van Nguyen against Alon Greenfeld.
Okay, and the experienced Alon Greenfeld here is attacking a pawn. His last move was knight back to d7. I'm expecting white to just defend that. I realized he's attacking a second pawn on h4. I guess one is more valuable than the other.
So if I guess the e5 pawn, what you're getting at, is the more valuable pawn in the center. So if white plays f4, can black get greedy and take on h4?
Greed is usually good if you can get away with it. Here, I guess it doesn't even need to be an immediate compensation for white. Long term, you've opened up the h-file, and black's king is likely to want to castle on the king side. So even if white just kind of gets on with it, develops, puts a bishop on d3, brings the knight round to d4, you're guaranteed some long-term compensation. I wonder if there's any immediate blow, though. I don't see anything. Do you, Fiona?
I would love to play f5.
Yeah, f5 would be...
But e5 is a problem. I was wondering, if the bishop was already developed on e2, then it would make more sense with the bishop being able to come into h5, but here it looks like the f5 push is premature.
Yeah, it feels like that's why Nguyen here, he's slowed down, because, okay, of course he wants to defend e5, the more valuable pawn, but he's pretty sure his opponent will capture on h4 next move, so he needs to reply. If you want to keep both intact, if you want to defend both, you can play a move like queen d4, but it feels clumsy, it feels wrong. You hold both pawns, but you are walking into some potential attacks with bishop to c5. Yeah, in general, I mean, this one started as a Sicilian, but it's a French defense pawn structure again, Fiona, with black rock solid. I
kind of like how this match is shaping up so far for Beersheva. Let's see how they're getting on board 5. Evgeny Pozny against David Anton.
Yeah, and David Anton, one of the stars for Novi Bor yesterday, winning a nice game with a really pretty tactic. But today, I don't think he'll be as thrilled with his position. Black has solved all the opening problems, but it's very symmetrical. Queens are already off the board. Yevgeny Pozny, he's,
so experienced.
So experienced. I've played him many times, and when he wants a draw, he normally succeeds.
Do you think that's what's going on here?
It does feel that way. White taking minimal risk. Sometimes in these queenless positions, you can generate some activity, maybe with a knight to e4. Maybe a knight coming into e4 right now and trying to land on d6. But here, black is so solid, you can simply trade off, park a king on e7, bring rooks to the center. Oof, I'm tiring myself out just by trying to get enthusiastic about this position right now.
Let's not try any longer and move on to board 6. After that, we will be taking our first short break of the day. So board 6, Mateusz Bartel against Alexander Husman, a legend of the game. A
legend of the game, Husman. He's been working with Boris Gelfand in recent times and other young players. Yeah, he's... Wow, this position's much more fun, Fiona. How do I say that? Right now, Bartel has spent a lot of time. He spent almost 40 minutes on the clock, but he has sacrificed a piece. Let's see what happens if black takes on g5. Yeah, I'll show this in a moment. Just to illustrate what's happened, black actually attacked this white bishop. This came from the Petrov defense, and he just left it on this square, saying, take me, please, and let's investigate. Pawn takes pawn will be met by a recapture. Opening the h-file. Where's the black knight going to run to? Most active square would be e4. Yeah. If you go in any other direction, white could, at the very minimum, deliver a nasty check. And for example, there might be tactics against the black king if this bishop moves. For example, bishop back to f5, threatening a back rank checkmate. I don't think black really wants to dig too deeply here, just in case it all goes wrong. So the intuitive move would be knight to e4. But what's the downside? I see some tricks here, Fiona. I'm not sure if they work. Okay, I don't necessarily want to take this knight, because after pawn takes, it's going to be hard to keep the queens on the board without investing further material. After knight to e4, I'm sorry. What do you want to... I really want to make a move like g6 and sacrifice my queen, but I'm not sure it quite works. If queen f4, can black get away with taking on f2? Yeah, I think queen f4 is probably the best move. Yeah, f2 is on prise, g5 is attacked as well. Let's say knight takes f2, and okay, I think I see some checkmating ideas. Let's just put them together. We need to get h4. We need to get the queen in. Queen h4 looks crushing, surely, no? Yeah, queen h4. I'm also wondering whether you give a check. Let's try queen h4. Yeah, you're right. The evaluation bar proves that. It's hard to see an escape for the black king, right? Yeah, you can take a rook, but this won't save you after a check. This is checkmate. So actually, queen f4 must be the idea. And how does black defend suddenly? I mentioned that g5 was kind of attacked, but I'm not sure you can take it because at the very minimum, there might be even better here, but at the very minimum, white can take back the piece, rook takes rook, and queen takes bishop with an ongoing attack.
Maybe queen h4 again was also tempting.
Yeah, queen h4 in this position. Maybe that's just a knockout. Yeah, I think you're right. And okay, therefore, taking this piece looks fraught with danger.
Yeah, let's not do that if we're black here. Is Usman still thinking? Yes, he is.
This is the live position. What else is, that's the big question right now. White does have recurring themes of taking on h6 anyway, giving up a piece. Let's say black just develops. Okay, it looks like
the computer thinks this is completely fine.
Yeah, we're just watching the bar, like waiting for it to make us look silly here.
For those of you who don't know, we do see the evaluation bar, but we don't see the engine lines. So that's why when you see the stress on our faces, that's why. You
can hear it in our voices. We're like, maybe bishop d7. Even if it looks like a forced move, the only legal move in the position, we're like, maybe. What if we're wrong? And
okay, let's take a look. Yeah, bishop takes h6.
Yeah, I think black is just about in time to defend with the move bishop to f8. And this knight covers any checking squares. The bishop will actually safeguard its king. And white will regret the lack of material here.
Yeah, very sharp stuff. I mean, the computer says black is doing fine, but I think for a human to play these positions is a lot more challenging. We will see what Alexander Usman comes up with. For now, we've seen the top 3 matches in the Open, the top 2 in the women's. We are going to go on our first short break of the day, but do stay tuned with us. We have all the big names in action today. We still need to check out MVL. We'll do that after the break. So I'll see you then. Hello and welcome back to our coverage of round 3 of the European Club Cup. And David, we went on a quick wander in the playing hall during the break, and it looks like one game might be inching closer towards the end.
That's right. In that short break, we took a little walk. The playing hall is just next door, and one of those did catch our eye. Vishy Anand now has played 32 moves. We've been playing less than 1.5 hours. A lot of the games are around move 10, around move 12, and here they've been racing towards the finish. It was great preparation in the end from Vishy. It was a pawn sacrifice. We saw that a bit earlier. We were a bit confused. We thought, oh, playing for 2 results here, but it looked like he is about to get a safe draw. This is the current position. Anand here as black has just given the white king a check, and we could see a quick result in this game. It's currently level material yet again. Black's knight a bit stuck on the edge of the board defending this pawn, but I don't see anything really wrong with black's position. Even if worst comes to worst, he were to lose this pawn and knight would get traded. 4 versus 3 on the king side is quite a straightforward draw at this level. So no matter where the white king goes, it's got to be a bit careful. I'm expecting it to either go back or step forward to f4. I think here both players are relatively safe.
If we rewind just one move, so the king came, I guess, from e2.
Yeah, the king.
We might see potentially a repetition if the king goes back to e2, rook a2.
Yeah, that's right. King e2, the one thing you have to calculate with white is whether black can give a check. For example, there's still some traps. You don't want to step back to e1. You might get checkmated and have to lose your knight. You have to throw your knight in the way. But yeah, I mean, here I don't see any real danger. If white wants to stay super safe, you can even backtrack via f1 to safety. And we might indeed, as you mentioned, Fiona, see a repetition of moves, something along these lines.
I think even looking at Vishy's body language in the playing hall, I don't know, we probably will see the camera soon. It looked like he was, you know, done with this game. Sometimes I think we can tell these things from body language.
Yeah, it looked like he was pretty relaxed. He wasn't super focused, super worried or stressed. And okay, we do see king e2 and rook a2.
I think we're arriving just in time to see the handshake here.
Yeah, I think any second now. The players have been repeating, kind of doing a dance with the king and rook. And handshake time, if Vishy gives a check, which he has just done, and the white king drops back to e2. Thank you to our kind photographer there, or whoever it is, standing in the way. But king e2 and rook to a2, I believe, will be a 3rd time repetition. This will be the 3rd time we see this position. Will Vishy claim it? Will he just offer the draw?
He just keeps repeating.
Keeps going. He leaves it to his young opponent to claim the draw.
He's looking at him, but his opponent is not to be deterred. He also just keeps repeating.
Looking at the score sheets there, studying. Who's going to blink first?
I think the young players, maybe that's the inexperience, you know. Vishy has just been, I think as soon as they make eye contact, we'll see a handshake.
And they have passed move 30. Maybe that's the one concern. An arbiter has stepped in to say that 30 moves is enough, and draw agreed.
We'll see the handshake there. And our first result of the day, at least from the games that we have seen. So Vishy clearly well prepared. He played an opening line where he felt he kept things under control, even though he gave up a pawn to make that draw with the black pieces. That's the only game we wanted to check in with from this match for now, but we're gonna move to board 4 actually, where another top player has joined the tournament today. It is Maxime Vachier-Lagrave from France, and he's playing against Vahap Sanal from Turkey.
Yeah, and this game looks like it's progressed pretty far, but nowhere near close to that Anand game. We're only on move 18, but queens are off the board. There've been a bunch of minor piece trades as well, and I think quite recognizable, this pawn structure, Fiona.
Yeah, this is the
Berlin?
Berlin. I was gonna say the dreaded Berlin. For a second I was like, could it be, am I being tricked here?
I thought you were going to say the boring Berlin. The dreaded Berlin is a nice politically correct way of saying it.
Yeah, the Berlin MVL knows it so well. He plays it with both colors.
That's right. Yeah.
So I don't know, let's not go back all the way, but you'll probably know where to jump into this one.
Yeah, so we're at move 18. I'll just backtrack to the main starting position of the Berlin endgame. There are various branches of the Berlin, of course. Queens have just come off on d8. Black with a slightly inferior pawn structure, doubled pawns. White with a better pawn structure due to the e5 pawn, but black's bishop pair more than compensates the fact that the black king cannot castle. So we do see just a few quick development moves. MVL, you mentioned it, he's actually known as the Berlin Slayer. Not many people can defeat black's rock-solid setup in this endgame, but he's done it multiple times against the best players in the world. Black's king now goes hiding on the queen side. He wants to hide on b7 after pawn to b6, but MVL here first, after a trade of knights, tries to distract black by pushing forward on the side he's stronger. It makes a lot of sense. White has the pawn majority on the king side. And interesting just to point out that black didn't take on e4. He could have wrecked white's pawn structure, but a position like this, if the white bishop moves out the way, not sure exactly where, rook d7 was also very tempting, but there are threats against this backward pawn on f7, so he needs to keep the bishop pair for Hapsanal, but when you're facing Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, this type of position you can never relax. I'm expecting white at some point to just play a move like king g2, bishop back to g3. Piece trades usually help white, if you can do it on your terms because you have the pawn majority, but still some pressure on this knight on e4. It looks like Vahap, of course, knows what he's doing as well.
Black, I guess, is going to put the king to b7, as you mentioned. The rook is going to come to d8 or e8 potentially. You know, I've avoided the Berlin all my life with both colors. So can you tell us a bit about black's ideas? Does black want to trade rooks? What pieces, what are the general plans? Which pieces does white want to trade or black want to trade? Give us some pointers. Yeah,
so actually white would ideally love to trade off one set of minor pieces, but it has to be the right ones. For example, if, okay, you don't want it in this position, but okay, let's say, okay, there's white to move king g2, as I mentioned earlier. Let's say you can get these bishops off the board and, okay, actually maybe even take with the knight now. Now it's far easier for white to motor forward with your pawn majority, the 4 versus 3 on the king side. Easily mobile, and black never able to create counterplay on the other flank. If you're black, then one thing you would want, it's going to be hard to illustrate this, but you would want to, for example, trade off this knight for black's dark squared bishop, because then you're just left with opposite color bishops and you can easily set up a light squared blockade. With black as well, you mentioned the rook's getting active, Fiona. I think that's one key compensating factor right now. After bishop to g3, you would never ever want to trade that piece off. You just drop back. It's still hard for white to advance on the king side due to pressure. And once the rook comes to d8, you can start infiltrating behind enemy lines with rook to d1. And normally the dynamics that black has, the long-term power of the bishop pair, just utterly balances out white's pawn structure. So I would say this is level, the position, but Vachier-Lagrave, he's so good in these positions. He defeated me in a Berlin. I don't think I've lost many Berlin endgames. He's one of the few who has taken me down there. So
we'll see if the Berlin Slayer can do it again today. This is actually, I haven't mentioned it, but the board 4 matchup between Anier and Göktürk Chess Sport Club from Turkey. And maybe we can very quickly just take a look at all the live positions from that match. So we'll move to board 2, where Mustafa Yilmaz is playing against Haik Martirosyan, 2 players. They're so well known on the circuit. I believe Martirosyan just yesterday joined the 2700 club for the first time thanks to his win. There were 2 players here to achieve that yesterday, Martirosyan and Nihal Sarin. So let's see how this one is going.
Yeah, and this one is far slower. It's a maneuvering game right now. We talked in a different clash actually about the Carlsbad pawn structure when white has pawns on e3, d4, black has pawns on c6, d5. White has the extra central pawn, so right now white is trying to prepare, pushing forward with e4. The white bishop is dropped back to c2 just on the last turn to ensure the white rook defends d4 once the center opens up. And for black, it's a case of just waiting right now. You can also push forward yourself in the center with a move like c5, but you have to weigh this up correctly because after a trade of pawns, this isolated pawn on d5 might not be too happy about this little transition. So it's a bit of a waiting game right now. I would argue that white may be slightly more flexible with e4, but black rock solid, no weaknesses. Both sides have reasons to be happy.
So far from what we've seen, this match very much in the balance. On board 3, Gilles Moussard is taking on Emre Can.
Okay, and this one far more lively. All pieces on the board, only a couple of trades. This is recognizable as a Sicilian defense. And right now, whose attack is more promising? I would argue that maybe it's easier for white to whip up an attack, maybe due to a g-pawn push, maybe even throw that pawn further up the board later. Black has ideas of b4 as well, so I'm not sure if white wants to take a timeout to prevent this with pawn to a3 at any moment. Sicilians, you normally need to be quite fast, and I wouldn't be surprised if white as well uses f5 and d5 as launch pads for his knights. I think I would take Jules Moussad's position, but Emre Can, a really well-prepared player. He, of course, familiar with the themes of this opening. And Sicilians, they can turn, they can turn just like that in the space of one move.
Yeah, I'm very curious to see what Jules' next move is going to be. As you said, will he take a bit of a timeout? Will he go for it immediately? We'll come back to this one, but very exciting game, as they tend to be when the kings are castled on opposite sides. And next up on board 4, we have Cem Gökhan playing against Grigori Oparin.
Okay, and this one, I'm slightly surprised at the slow pace of the game because it's very, again, recognizable, this opening. It's come from a Sicilian Sveshnikov, and I think up until maybe just 3 moves ago, this is a main line that's been debated by multiple grandmasters in recent times. White has a light squared bind. These pawns on c4 and e4 really lock down the position. White's knight looks pretty nice as well. Black doesn't really want to part with the light squared bishop, which is the only defender of the light squares for black. Meanwhile, Oparin is trying to create counterplay on the queen side. Watch out for the A line to open up at some point, and black maybe even to switch focus to the other side of the board if he starts struggling for air. Black is a bit cramped. The bishop on g7 may be the worst minor piece of them all. So Oparin will want to open things.
If I'm white, maybe I would like to get the rooks connected, move the queen out of the way. Am I in time for a simple move like queen d2?
Makes a lot of sense. Hinting that you might try and take this pawn as well if given the opportunity. I don't understand why the evaluation bar reacts there. It looks like the most natural move. I guess the acid test of black's setup in the game position would be taking a pawn. I'm not sure whether you can get away with that right now.
Let's take a quick look.
Okay, the evaluation bar doesn't react, so maybe white can get away with this. I'm expecting maybe a knight trade now, a capture of pawns. I was just wondering what happens at the very end here if black starts attacking the white knight and the pawn behind it. So opening lines when your opponent has bishops, rooks ready to pounce, slightly risky. So Gökhan here, big decision ahead. I prefer your kind of approach here actually, Fiona, because this one looks like it could fizzle out very quickly if white has to move the knight out the way and lose the pawn back. I don't think white ever has a chance at an advantage. So it just depends how ambitious he's trying to be. Maybe this would be a safe approach. It should be possible to guide this one towards a draw if white wants, after trading all those pieces off. But the ambitious move would be to keep the tension. Yeah,
of course, the play with the white pieces here is the rating underdogs, so maybe he will actually go for the capture on b4. It always depends, right? This is so different to an individual tournament where you might be happy with a draw against this higher rated opponent, but in team matches, when you're playing with the white pieces in general, your team expects you to be a bit more ambitious. Let's move on to board 5, Sergei Movsesyan against Eray Kilic.
Wow, and I had to do a quick check there that it wasn't white's move, it is actually black's move in the position. Just to rewind, white's last couple of moves, threatening checkmate, queen to g4, hits the g7 square, and it also hits this knight. Black's knight.
The arrows are being a little, moody right now. So yeah, I think what we were getting at as we just quickly refreshed the program is there were 2 threats. The knight was hit, the pawn on g7 was hit.
Yeah, and black solved both of these in one swoop with knight back to g5, an exchange. And how dangerous is white's attack? Black has actually snatched a pawn in the center a few moves ago. So currently a pawn down, Movsesyan, also half an hour down on the clock almost. Looks
Can we
so
play
tempting to give some checks.
H4?
H4 looks very tempting as well. Bar says no, but it's that type of position.
Yes. Maybe g6 is a problem.
G6 hits the knight, but we can break the pin by capturing. We can trade off a set of bishops now. Look at black's ugly pawn structure, but dynamically it's holding up.
Okay, let's go back to the live position.
I would love to somehow plant a knight into d5, or maybe even just play a quiet move like rook to d1.
Maybe there is no rush.
Yeah, it just depends whether black does play a move like g6 to evict this knight, or whether black kind of brings the knight across to attack the queen.
I mean, you talked about queen h5 as well, just to get out of that pin.
But the king just moves, and now a big decision with this knight. The knight can trade off, of course, on e7, but this is such a beautiful piece. Feels like a pity to capture. I just wonder if we go back, how about, I hesitate to suggest bishop takes bishop, but now if the white knight just moves, how does black defend this pawn on e6? Maybe it's a way to try to conquer the light squares.
Rook f6, and I guess you want knight e4.
Yeah, I wanted something to do with knight e4. If I'm being materialistic, at least I can win back my material, but this does give black the time to start pushing forward in the center. I think if black gets one move and plays d5, this could be over. It's a wild position, Fiona. I'm glad it's them, not me.
Absolutely. Also, look at Sergei Movsesian's time usage. He's down to only 34 minutes, and we're what, on move 15?
Yeah, 34 minutes, 33 minutes and counting for Movsesian right now. Yeah, Kilic here as black. Looks like he's done a good job of keeping things together. He's playing very ambitiously as well. He has grabbed a pawn and hopes to cling onto it. The pressure is definitely on white to justify the sacrifice.
Yeah, we'll come back to this one. For now, let's move to board 6. After that, we'll check back in with Magnus Carlsen. On board 6, Dennis Ozan is playing against Jean-Marc de Grave.
Yeah, and I just need a sec to pull that up. Here we go. And, okay, what's happening here? It looks like not too fun a position here,
No,
Fiona.
I don't think we're going to stay here for too long.
I'm expecting white to play the move bishop to e5. There's a threat against the bishop, maybe a threat to damage white's pawn structure by trading on c3. So a move like bishop to e5. And black has a small advantage. You have access to d2, for example, but it's hard to imagine this being anything other than a draw. This
match very much in the balance. Some games more exciting than others. We'll return to this a bit later on. For now, you can see him on the camera, world #1, Magnus Carlsen. We saw him open today's game with 1a6. Maybe we'll just put it on the board for 1 second for the people who might have missed it early on. This is how his game started, but later transposed to a French.
That's right, and just to show what happened in this game, white played d4 now, black gets ready to play a French defense, and I'm not such a big fan of white's decision to play knight to b to d2. Not the most ambitious way of playing this position, because suddenly here black plays the move c5, and we'll come to what happens in a moment. But just to show the French defense, one of the main lines here would be to play pawn to e6. Sorry, let me get this. Pawn to e6, d4, d5, knight d2. And a6 is actually one of the most well-respected moves for black, a bit of a waiting move, and c5 transposes exactly back to the game. Well-known theory, known to be fine. And okay, instead, not trying to punish his opponent, let's catch up with the current position. Okay, black has the bishop pair, slightly imbalanced pawn structure, white with the queenside majority, black with the kingside majority. I call this the fortress, the castle here. When black has this pawn structure and a dark squared bishop, it's so hard to break through.
How is Magnus hoping to work his magic here? Is it mostly just the bishop pair?
I think the grind is real. Fiona, I think he would love Magnus Carlsen to trade off the rooks, trade off even the queens, and long-term black's bishop pair should be slightly superior to the bishop and knight. Also long-term, if black's king is safe, it's much easier to push black's kingside majority than it is for white's right now. You can push a pawn to c4, but that structure is never going anywhere. But f5, e5, e4, it's easy to see this going wrong for white. And I think body language clearly favors Magnus right now, and the clock times.
Absolutely. I was just going to say only half an hour for Bojan Maksimovic, and I predict long suffering ahead. So let's check in with the rest of this match. Let's go to board 2, Sadwani against Stankovic.
Yeah, Sadwani against Stankovic, and okay, there's a big threat on the board. White's Okay, black defends against this. White's last move is designed to capture on f7. Took me a while to see that black doesn't have time to play a move like pawn to e5 because white just takes this on f7 safely, defended by the bishop, and will likely win. So this threat defended against by knight to e6. So just asking, maybe forcing white to take this knight. And that has just been played. Bishop takes knight, pawn recaptures. Black's pawn structure looks a bit odd. But
yeah, I'm also a little bit worried about just the king situation because that pawn on g6 is really lacking a defender right now. Can I just immediately play g4 here?
Ooh,
I would like to open, or am I missing?
Yeah, I guess black has the threat of...
There is this little threat.
Oh, maybe not, Fiona, you're right. Your instincts are
by
spot on.
pure, by pure fluke.
No, that's genius. Instincts are the most important thing in attacking chess. And g4, yeah, I guess, I was going to say the other way around. e5, just to mention to viewers, this walks into a pin, so black cannot take the bishop on d4, as the black queen would drop. Suddenly white is winning, because this pawn is falling on g6. Okay, why not g4 in that case? White has just committed to a slightly less ambitious move, but a very logical one. G4 looks very tempting. I wonder whether it's something to do with trading bishops and then going e5, but e5 can still be met by this. Yeah. I liked it, Fiona. He could have gone for this.
I'm glad.
He could and should maybe have gone for this, but queen to g3 by Sedwani, also very logical, hitting this pawn on g6. And black will most likely have to lose a bit of time, take a timeout to play a defensive move, such as king to h7. And yeah, it just depends in a position like this whether white's knight can ever get active. If it can somehow come over to the king side, then white has a huge attack. But if black can trade queens off or somehow open the center in a favorable way, then black should be doing okay. I don't think the king is too troubled right now. And he plays e5. The moves are really flying in on this board.
I'm surprised. I mean, e5, what happens? What am I missing now?
Yeah, e5 was played attacking the bishop.
Okay,
the bishop drops back. And now king h7 looks forced. Yeah, I don't know about you. I think I would take white.
I would 100% take white. So if king h7, at least now the knight's path is not so clear any longer. f4 is now under black's control. But in return, there's a hole on d5.
Yeah, there's a hole on d5. If you jump immediately, maybe black can evict you. But, I mean, there might be moves such as bishop to g5 preparing the knight jump into d5. There's definitely lots of appealing options. Bishop pairs, we talked about it quite a lot today and the last couple of rounds, but this bishop on g7, at least for now, is a bit blocked in and dead. And wow, Fiona,
We have a result on board 3.
Yeah, just the next game we were about to go to anyway, and wow, you don't get much more drawn positions than this one. Merab Gagunashvili, last time we were here, it was just after the opening, and we mentioned he wanted to be solid, and he got the draw that he desired.
Absolutely. We didn't see the game. I don't think it's worth going through it, but as you mentioned, Gagunashvili, very experienced GM. I expect that not too much happened in that game. So let's move on to board 4, Pranav against Kostulovic.
Wow, and this one we highlighted as one of the craziest positions of the day, just due to the opening. Black sacrificed a piece from a French defense just to gain these really two powerful pawns. Now there's a pin as well in the center against white's central pawn, but okay, this last move, the evaluation bar reacted, and he's just walked into a self-pin here, black. There was a check, and maybe the black king could have, and maybe should have just walked away to safety, but rook to f7.
Rook f7, very hard to understand at first sight. Knight g5 is a move white would love to play. Of course, that's not possible right now because the knight is pinned. So the first question I'm wondering about is, can I just step the king away? King, maybe even king g3?
Yeah, I'm very tempted to play king g3 as well. I guess maybe there's some danger on this diagonal, but very tempting. The other option, the other candidate move, Fiona, would
More
be
reasonable.
to drop back, but more reasonable, but wrong. King to e1. Why could this be wrong? It looks like a huge threat on the board. Knight g5 would be a winning idea, pocketing the pinned rook.
Can black maybe also but I struggle. I was wondering about b3 and the queen coming into b4, but it looks way too slow.
Yeah, it looks really slow for black. b3, queen b4. It's such a wild position that I'm going to be a bit naughty here. Okay. Oh, I wish I hadn't checked the engine because this was the move that came to mind first, bishop f5. And it does actually look good for black because there's a key idea that any attack on the black rook can be broken now. Bishop g6 breaks the pin, freeing up the piece, and actually white's king is retreated to a worse square, and white's queen actually in a bit of trouble as well. Next move, pawn takes pawn. And, I mean, look at all these pawns suddenly. Oof. Marching down the board. Maybe even better for the black in this last position, but certainly dangerous for white right now.
I think this is a game now that we've turned the engine off again, where we'll see a lot of bar swings up and down. It's so tough to find the best moves. Is white?
I'll just mention, okay, the evaluation bar we see is in white's favor. So I did check white's best move, Fiona. Crazy.
No?
One of white's two best moves, at least. The most kind of logical move would be king to g1.
Oh, wow.
Going for this black rook. But
and the other one?
The other one, wow. Knight to f4. I don't think we would have found that in a million years. Giving up the knight, throwing the knight off the board, and attacking this pawn as well. Saying, okay, take my knight, please, because I will leap. No, I won't leap forward. There's a check. This is just crazy. Rook e1 must be the idea. No? I'm so confused. The evaluation bar. We turned off the computer again, but I mean, to me, this looks mighty dangerous for black. But
okay, it's still good.
Yeah, still good.
For white, but it's not the crushing move. What was the crusher?
Yeah, I was just going to say king f8 here would be impossible. This is one thing I did calculate because of queen h6, and here a check. And either checkmate with the rook or checkmate with the queen in the corner. So this is what I thought it would be, but black can block and save the game with knight to e7. Wow, this is never going to be played in a million years, but e takes f4 would be met simply by queen takes pawn, giving up a whole knight, the extra material, just to free up white's bishop, just to try to get at the black king. If he plays this, we should get a bunch of gold coins and shower the board.
And get him in the studio.
And get him in the studio. Pranav right now. Knight to f4 would actually give a maybe decisive advantage, but it's so impossible to find, just having that move on the radar at all.
It's also tough, even if the move is on your radar, you have to be really sure that it works. Remember, you're playing for Spiel, you're playing on Magnus's team. Magnus is right there. If you play knight f4 and you've missed something and it doesn't work,
I mean,
you'll feel pretty bad.
Yeah, Magnus will either have some very stern words if knight f4 doesn't work, or Magnus will think you're
it's a big gamble.
Yeah, his successor if you play a move like knight f4. Pranav is capable. He's such a talented tactician, but he did lose yesterday, so maybe confidence-wise, knight f4 a hard move to spot. Pranav in the background, okay, he's gone back to looking at his board there on the camera, but he was very interested in
he has a lot of time to potentially find it. I'll keep a close eye on this one. We'll see what he goes for. For now, let's move to board 5. Pezelj against Christiansen.
Yeah, Johann Sebastian Christiansen here with the black pieces. He's just attacked white's rook. I mean, some of the games, Anand played about 37, 38 moves. We saw some games deep in the endgame. This one, it's just moved 12. Barely left the opening stage. Neither king castled. And yeah, here I'm just expecting the white rook to move. I'm not sure which square it wants to use, b2 or b3. B2 feels more natural, but there might be some ideas of the black rook coming down to pin white's pieces. This might be slightly annoying. I just don't really see what else for Pezelj right now. White has the bishop pair. White's doing well long term, but black's pieces are very active. They can come out to attack. This rook can come in.
Yeah, I guess white would have liked to play bishop d3, which fails, I guess, to black taking and then delivering the double attack with the pawn to e4. Yeah,
this would have been fatal. So, okay, white eventually, after quite a long thought there, plays the move rook to b3. And I expect finally, belatedly, both sides to get their kings to safety. And yeah, this middle game is going to be tense. It's going to be complex. I think the least developed of all the games we've seen so far.
And finally on board 6, Halldorsen against Sukovic.
Yeah, Halderson against Zukovic, and let's jump in there. Another French defense, remember, this time the queens are off, but the pawn structure remains. Fiona, who would you take here?
I would take white. I feel the bishop on d3 is the better piece compared to the bishop on d7. You know me, I love pushing my pawns on the king side in this case. I don't think we'll see a checkmating attack, but as you're pointing out, that h-point might go up and try to create some damage, some weaknesses in the black king side structure. On the other hand, for black, it's not so clear what does black want to do. I guess bring the rooks to the c-file maybe, and then maybe knight a5, knight c4, some kind of maneuver. But I think it's easier to fight plans for white than for black.
Yeah, certainly. And earlier you asked about the Berlin endgame, which pieces to exchange. If white could ever, for example, trade off white's bishop for the black knight, white would be left with a good knight versus a bad bishop. White could, well, just install the knight and the d4 square in the next few turns. Even trading knights might favor white in some scenarios, with pawn to c3, knight to d4, king to e3, knight to d4. I think it might rest on whether black can successfully break out in some manner with pawn to f6, but I'm not sure white even will react to this. For example, white could just, I don't know, play a move such as rook to f1, trade here would, again, not change too much, and feels like full control. So white's slightly better, but black still relatively solid for now.
Absolutely. So with that match done for now, maybe we can go back to Superchess, the top seeds. We already saw Vishy Anand made a draw with black against Suleymanli. Let's see what his teammates are up to, starting with board 1, Richard Report against Rauf Mamedov.
Yeah, and we do see this game has progressed a lot since we were last here. We mentioned that Rapport was being creative in the opening, just trying to keep things really slow, really solid, and it's still a very balanced position. White has doubled pawns, but they do control a lot of squares. It's hard for black to break out with d5, and we've got to time that really well. To me, Fiona, it looks like kind of a typical Rapport grind here, where actually people see him as an attacker, but he loves the positional maneuvers, and he's very strong in these types of scenarios. Mamedov, meanwhile, maybe a more direct, maybe a more kind of concrete player, so getting frustrated, but still, he's done nothing wrong either.
Do you think Mamedov might be looking to open things up in the center at some point?
Yeah, I think if he can achieve it, Mamedov would love to play a move like d5. Just to show what happens if d5 now, white does have two options. You can kind of step forward, keep the tension. This would be the safe approach. Or you could possibly, if you're feeling really ambitious here for white, trade off on d5 and play queen takes rook, giving up a queen for two pieces, two black rooks here. And yeah, I mean, this one, who knows the evaluation? The evaluation bar says it's good for white, but it's always tricky, queens versus two rooks. And I think that's the reason why d5 is just less tempting, less feasible right now, but definitely in the pipeline for later.
We see Richard's report there in his trademark flamboyant fashion style. That's not something we've discussed at all so far in this tournament, because I don't think we've seen as many outlandish shirt styles as this one. And the ponytail, that's actually a new look.
The ponytail, a new look, that's right. And in the background, we briefly saw Nihal Sarin there on the left, the newest member of the 2700 club.
They don't want us to see the ponytail.
Yeah, these players walking around, they're just trolling us. It's as if they can hear us anytime we talk about a player, they block our view. But there we go, the ponytail, the flamboyant shirt, as you said, Fiona, and he hopes to maybe get some flamboyant moves on the board. Right now, there we also see Rauf Mamedov just pondering away. Both players looking pretty calm, and it's just that type of position. Still maneuvering, still feeling each other out, still fighting to gain ground. Absolutely.
So let's move on to, for now, to board 3, where Bogdan Deák is taking on Fugar Asalli.
Yeah, and this one started as a bit of a hybrid between the bishop b5 Sicilian and the Alapin, the c3 Sicilian, but somehow white's bishop has repositioned itself. It started by coming out to b5, it later came back to f1 and over to g2. White has the kind of the really flexible pawn structure in the center, but black's pieces are really active. There's an immediate idea of taking this pawn until you realize that bishop to e4 will trap this black queen. So Daniel Dejac here, just Bogdan Daniel Dejac, setting this trap.
Actually, he was the one who trapped his own queen yesterday, which was missed by his opponent. No, that was Vincent.
No, that one.
No, it was
right.
Dejac.
Yeah. Eric Blomqvist could have trapped Bogdan Daniel Dejac's queen, and maybe just inspired by that, he's saying, "Okay, please take my pawn. I'll trap your queen this time." Of course, Black won't go for that, but if he doesn't, then sadly pondering this position right now, then White's knight will land on e4. And both sides, they just look like they've achieved great, perfect setups. It's hard to know how to improve, and it feels like it might be settled with some tactics. Sadly, looks like he's calculating something. I'm not sure what Black will try. There are some ideas of sacrificing a knight, for example, on c3, but I don't think they quite work right now. Maybe it's time to continue maneuvering.
Yeah, again, especially in a team match, you don't want to play, you don't want to take that level of risk. But yeah, it seems deep in thought. We'll see what he comes up with. For now, let's see, the two games we have seen for now in the balance, of course, we're only 2 hours in. Let's see what's happening on board 4. That one looked a bit dry earlier with Jordan van Foreest playing the Caro-Kann.
And this game just finished a few moments ago, Fiona. Board 4 has ended in a draw. Jordan van Foreest, we were not too impressed with his opening, the Caro-Kann there. But just to show how this game ended, we saw White with the bishop pair, a bit more space. We thought maybe small advantage for White, but Jordan struck out here with e5, just completely kind of blowing open the center, making it symmetrical. White attacked this pawn on f7, but after the knight came to b6, opening up a defense on f7. Small tactics here. I just want to mention that bishop takes f7 looks possible, because queen takes f7 would be met by queen takes b6. So what would the downside be here? Maybe he was just scared of the black queen coming in and in some order, maybe pushing this pawn. I was going to say the black queen, the white queen nearly trapped.
Hard to see it instantly.
Maybe it is this one, maybe just attacking the white queen. There's only one safe square, a queen trade, and black could take on d4. Now, if white recaptures, black would have a nasty, nasty check on e1. So yeah, just wanting to avoid the typical Van Foreest activity.
And we see that white actually still had some development problems, so you always need to be careful about that in your own games, of course. Meanwhile, in the game,
White just took on e5, and after a recapture, we saw dance. White's bishop dropped back, the knight leapt to a central square, and yeah, the bishop and knight just a bit like that Anand game, both players too stubborn to agree to draw. We saw the position repeated like 5 times there. Still only 24, but the position did repeat, and a draw. Really solid there from Superchess. You're right, Fiona, it must have been the strategy pre-match to neutralize their opponents.
Even Sokolov, he clearly is a man with a plan. I'm curious already to see what's happening on the last board where they have black, but first let's check in with Vladimir Fedoseev playing white against Samadov.
Yeah, and let's jump to that game. This one, it looks like white is currently a pawn down. All the pieces in the center of the board. I mean,
I need a moment.
I need a second as well.
Take the position in.
Black's last move, another.
One of the things I noticed right away, I can't help myself, I'm really sorry, but whenever we jump into a new game, my eye always goes to the evaluation bar first. And I see that, you know, it's, of course, very minimal, but it tells me, okay, it's a very sharp, it's a very double-edged position. And I always feel these team strategies of just shutting down shop with the black pieces can backfire, because if you just lose one game with white, then this whole strategy can just go wrong very quickly.
Yeah, I mean, a few years ago, England, we would always struggle against Greece in team tournaments. We would, I mean, sometimes draw the match. We would often lose the match to Greece. And actually, some of their opponents, some of our opponents said that it was their strategy to draw with white, quick draws, because it narrows the margin. Now it's just kind of a one-game shootout. And often the players with the white pieces feel the pressure in team tournaments to press and press and press, and kind of pushing that psychological burden onto the opponents.
That's very interesting, actually, very interesting insight. We see that Vladimir Fedoseev's opponent there let out a big yawn. If you saw the camera footage and the position, you wouldn't think that the two went hand in hand.
Yeah, and okay, let's try and figure out the mess on the board.
Yeah.
Black's just taken a pawn on b2, attacking the white queen, and not too many safe squares. If okay, where can Her Majesty use? Where can she step? Queen to b1 looks very natural to me, hitting the knight. And the big question is when the knight moves, what does white play? So much tension here in the middle. I don't see any good discovered attacks. And it feels like black has got everything under control. Maybe that's why the evaluation bar roughly in the middle, but not concerned at all for black. That's why he's yawning, potentially, Samedov, because he's like, yeah, I've calculated all of this.
All.
And he gets up.
Another very young, I think this Gashimov team, they have the very experienced Rauf Mamedov on board one, but other than that, very young team on average.
Yeah, I like what he's
And
done.
Magnus, that came out of nowhere. Where did he come from?
The yawning's contagious. Wow, he's such a scene stealer.
I know.
Magnus Carlsen, the attention was elsewhere. We were trying to focus on other games, but he's like, no, no, no. What about me?
But yeah, this game here between Fidoseev and Samedov, I feel it's going to be a very important game for this match, especially seeing as two of the games have ended already. So let's go to board 6 and see if Shevchenko has also gotten the memo about making a solid draw with black.
And I don't think Shevchenko did get the memo. Do you remember this knight maneuver, black's knight coming from h6 to f5 to e7 to g6, spending a lot of time early in the opening, and that's why black's king still uncastled. But maybe it's now the time. We see this locked pawn structure in the center. Computers always favor the side with more space. Here, that is black, with a nice kind of cemented pawn on d4, but it looks roughly balanced, Fiona.
Yeah, so after bishop b4, how do you think Shevchenko is going to react? Is he just going to ignore it? Do you ever want to take the bishop?
Yeah, I think the one thing that he won't do is take this bishop, just because it slightly improves the white pawn structure. That might be counterintuitive because white has doubled pawn suddenly, but it's about activating this white rook. Next move, b5 is a threat. For example, if black castles, the pawn to b5 now would win the black a pawn. Next move, just defended by the queen. But yeah, what is the pause about here? I'm wondering whether he's such an ambitious player, whether he's going to play a move like pawn to b6 just to defend his bishop. I mean, the lazy part of me wants to just castle the black king.
Yeah.
I don't see the downside here, to be honest. And I'm wondering what white's plan is. Is it to move the knight out the way and then to play a move like f4 potentially?
Kind of feels like if that was the opening strategy to get this kind of king's Indian color reversed, then you might as well follow up, but I think Shevchenko will also welcome this. So we'll see what happens here, but yeah, I think this match, all in all, looking quite good for the favorite Superchess, but anything could happen, especially in that Fidoseev's Samedov game. Where would you like, maybe we could check in with the women's section briefly. We haven't been there in a little while.
Yeah, it feels like time to go back to the women's section. Just a quick update on the top board clash between Teuta and Garuda Aika. There has been one result. The top board there between Antoaneta Stefanova and Bela Kotanishvili has ended in a draw. I quite liked white's position out of the opening, but things did fizzle out, or at least fizzle out in terms of the results. The evaluation bar says white still has a significant advantage. A bit surprising that Stefanova bailed out with a draw here. She's kind of the team's leader, the team icon.
Very surprising, especially given that they are such a big rating underdog on the bottom board. We will not know what the reasons were.
Yeah, the game ended just with a repetition. White's bishop dropped back, attacking the black queen. The queen retreated, and a little dance between these pieces. But if we end in the final position, white could have traded pieces off here, maybe kicked back the black queen, and yeah, white had an advantage. This black knight still needs some time to get into the game. Very odd, and putting some pressure on her teammates here. The chess gods don't like quick draws with the white pieces.
Let's check in on board 2 with Monika Sochko, who's black against Tan Huang.
Okay, and white slightly for choice here. So I think Monica Sochko under a little bit of pressure, but it is symmetrical pawn structure, and if black gets one or two more moves, for example, solidifying the knight would make a lot of sense right now. Just symmetrical structure, kind of everything covered. It's just about the e-file though. Black's rook unable to really get into the action while white kind of dominates this line.
Yeah, if black could somehow get the rooks off the board, I think, or get the queens off the board, this one would peter out very, very quickly. But as long as white has that control over the e-file of hers, she will try to find ways to press this.
Yeah, some tickles, some checks, for example. You can push the h-pawn forward, all of these typical attempts. But yeah, with clocks roughly balanced as well, I think this one should, with best play, end in a draw. Maybe we check out board 3, Fiona?
Yes, Karina Zivka against Nuriel Salimova.
Okay, and here the evaluation bar is getting really excited for white. It still looks like a standard position, but due to the fact that we have that privilege of the bar, it means that most likely it's something direct, and maybe it's time finally for white to break out in the center, to go for glory. Of course, there are less committal moves. You can just sit and do nothing and you're fine, but pawn to e4, this must be the solution, and white's getting some real activity after a trade. I think Salimova's banking on the fact she will just move her bishop to a nice post on g4, and again, it's a high responsibility decision to take on these hanging pawns in the center for white.
At first sight, I would be tempted to keep pushing forward with e5.
Yeah.
I guess the question is knight f5.
Knight to f5, hitting the white queen, and now the big decision, do you just drop back or do you take this knight? Maybe you can simply drop back and next move bring your knight into e4 towards the black king. You're controlling all of the dark squares here as white, but very hard to evaluate from a human point of view if you're in the thick of things while the clocks are ticking. I can see why she's hesitating here, Karina. Looks strong for white objectively, this pawn to e4 move, but has to be weighed up. Yeah,
it's also a natural move. I expect her to go for it. We'll keep an eye on it. And let's check in on the bottom board with Shokagal and Eileen Greco.
And where's the evaluation bar here? It's disappeared. It's all in white's favor, and that's because despite the material equality, too many threats. It's about the bishops. This has been a dream Catalan for white. This bishop peers down this diagonal, this bishop peers down the other diagonal, and watch out for the threat of knight to f5, utilizing this pin if black... Oh wow, it's actually white's move. Wow, knight to f5, that looks like a bone crusher. Maybe there's better. Maybe you don't even need to rush with this.
But this one looks like the most tempting. I think our eyes immediately jump to these moves when there is a pin going on along the e-file. This one looks good enough. I wonder if we go back, is there
something else?
Even stronger?
To keep things really simple, I guess you could just capture this pawn, and again, knight f5 looks like a winner, but maybe just a move like bishop to h3. I think at this point there's just too many options. Unfortunately, too many weaknesses in black's camp, and yeah, unfortunately for the 11-year-old Eileen, it's just, I think she's walked into an opening masterclass.
Yeah, I think a 1,000-point rating gap, of course, is always going to be an uphill battle. It looks to me like Joka will give Garuda the lead in this match very soon. Board 2, likely a draw, and once again everything will hang on Karina Zivka. Like yesterday, she was already the one to deliver the winning point. In this case, it will be the drawing point. We'll keep an eye on that. For now, let's move to match 2. The second seed, Superchess, taking on Typhoon, and we'll start with board 1, Batsiashvili against Song.
Wow, an exciting position we've just jumped into. Nino Batsiashvili, she's forced black's king out into the open on g6. The material balance is white having a rook and 2 pawns for black's 2 pieces. So technically white's slightly up on material, but it might just be to do with the black king being weak. The black king could slide back, I guess. To safety, but white also has the pawn.
Yeah, also once you slide back with the king, you give up the control over the f7 square. The queen, once it comes in, gets dangerously close. Computer says no. Are there some...
I mean, it looks, from a human point of view, terrifying for black, the rook coming into e8. I totally agree with you, Fiona. I think she'll really hesitate to allow white's queen in here. What is black's defense? You're right.
Maybe some checks?
Maybe some checks.
Well, I see one check.
I see one. You're right, but what's the next move? Do you drop back with the queen to attack white's rook here? Do you attack white's rook from this direction? Maybe it's something to do with, nope, queen to c2.
It's really hard to say. I mean,
here white would just dislodge the black bishop and win.
Yeah, also rook e8 looks terrifying.
Rook e8, I had a plan
you
here.
You had a,
I wanted to go
sneaky.
for I wanted to go for a draw, taking this pawn or a
Very
counter-attack.
sneaky.
But no, rook to f4 would be a winner here because you're threatening rook takes bishop and threatening queen takes knight. But yeah, it feels like the type of position that could turn. If the queens were off, it would be a totally different story here. I think Song would be very, very happy with the two pieces. But right now, white with the attack, white with a small material advantage, and that makes her the favorite. Yeah,
Vachier-Lagrave has been a great leader for her team so far. I really like her position today. Let's move on to board 2, Natalia Buxa against Dinara Wagner. Still feels very early doors here.
Yeah, this one hasn't changed too much since we were last at this board. We were here over an hour ago, and they've only made around 4 moves in the meantime. Really tense, I think, maybe just highlighting the closeness of this match situation. Dinara Wagner's down to 18 minutes though, so getting dramatic on the clock. But it's all about the isolated pawn, Fiona. Whether it's the strength or weakness right now, it helps keep white's pieces at bay, but it's also a bit of a target long term. I'll say maybe this is one to check back in on later. Very tense. I would take white though, just more control of the d4 square.
I would too, and I think the time situation also indicates that Dinara herself cannot be too happy with her position. So let's move on to board 3, Irina Bulmaga against Laura Onuk.
Yeah, and this one we mentioned earlier, it was a bit of a strange variation of the French defense. And talking of strange, what is this black pawn structure? Doubled pawns on the b file, double pawns on the f file, an isolated pawn on h5, the rook developing vertically here, maybe horizontally later. This is a wild position. It feels like white's pieces are very active, but they are kind of breaking against the concrete pawn structure for black. The knight could potentially sacrifice, but right now, Bulmaga, I don't think she'll be enjoying her position too much. It's really hard to come up with a plan for white. Meanwhile, black with this h-pawn push is going to push this pawn far down the board. Maybe ideas of hitting the knight, swinging the rook across. It looks like easy play for black. For white, far less intuitive.
Yeah, I like the way this match is looking for Typhoon so far. Let's check in on the bottom board, Zala Ur against Elena Rubers.
Wow, and this one is a bit of a crazy position, especially relative to the opening we saw a bit earlier, where we thought Zala as white was relatively happy, but pretty balanced on the whole. Suddenly, things are turning. I think Elena Rubers here taking big risks against her lower rated opponent. And white is threatening a pawn on d6, white is threatening a pawn on e4. And look at these two pieces, Fiona. They totally lock up black's heavy pieces. The queen, the rooks, they're just frustrated right now. They can barely move just because of those two pieces.
The problem is it's going to take quite a long time to coordinate them. The knight would love to get out of the way and allow the bishop to come back. That's not happening. But still the computer says white is doing well here.
Yeah, maybe it's just hard to defend this pawn.
Yeah.
Right now, Elena Rubers in big time trouble potentially as well. Still a lot of moves to make with only 23 minutes left on her clock and some big decisions. The black queen is utterly immobilized. She cannot, for example, drop back to defend her pawn. Wow, I'm shocked the evaluation bar doesn't react. I thought this was a simple blunder.
Simple fork, yeah.
Simple fork, but maybe that doesn't tell the whole tale. Yeah, right now, I think we can trust the evaluation bar favoring white and Rubers on the back foot.
The question is, how do you defend that pawn if queen v8 runs into knight a6? Can I? Well, if I drop the knight back, the e-pawn, I guess, is going to drop. Very difficult position for Elena. Elena is an attacking player. I don't think she'll be happy, as you mentioned, to be on the back foot here. This is another board which is looking great for Typhoon. So we might see an upset, potentially Typhoon, the 5th seed in the women's section, against the 2nd seed, Superchess.
Yeah, and what do you think? Should we move on to another match, Fiona?
Yeah, maybe we can quickly check in with the top seeds in the women's section. Monte Carlo yesterday, they were held to a draw. So today I think they're already very close to being in a must-win situation. Let's just quickly go through all the live positions, starting with Anna Musishuk on board 1. So Maria being rested today after her loss yesterday.
Yeah, we saw Maria's defeat yesterday. She looked heartbroken on the camera, and that's the beauty of team chess. You can take a time out sometimes, recuperate, and come back for the critical rounds. And this one, I think we can trust the evaluation bar because white is simply a pawn up, but some tactics in the air. Bishop to a6, hitting the white knight. If, for example, pawn takes knight right now, I think black wants to line up on the e file. There are some targets, some serious targets on e3 and e2. Maybe just the move queen to e7. Black will regain some material. So white will end up with maybe an extra pawn, but Anna Musishuk still a long way to go before she can convert this advantage. She just has to dodge those landmines, those pitfalls of tactics right now.
Absolutely. Let's move on to board 2. Anastasia Mangolova against Sarah Kharem.
Okay, and this one far more clear-cut. Black is a pawn up, and the black queen has infiltrated. She's so close, Fiona. This looks like a huge attack for black.
This looks very, very promising. The white king looking rather lonely there. I was starting to count the pieces, almost expecting black to have maybe invested a piece, but what's my material? Black is up a pawn?
That's right. Black is up a pawn, and you can regain the material if you're feeling really brave here as white, but you might live to regret this. I think black, at the very least, is just going to throw pawns forward towards the white king. And where is this bishop going? You're running out of squares. You have to protect the pawn on f2. I'm also wondering whether the white queen will get trapped in the near future. You don't need to go for the queen necessarily. You can continue attacking this white king. I think this will likely end in checkmate. And yeah, Sarah Kharem as black should be taking home the full point. You can see her opponent here on the camera not enjoying life right now, struggling to find answers to black's easy plan of going for the white king.
Absolutely. Let's go to board 3, where we see there on the left-hand side of your screen the legendary Pia Kramling, who's playing against Arina Demeter.
Yeah, and f6 is the last move, attacking white's knight in the center. This is a classic Pia Kramling position. For any of those who aren't familiar with her games, you need to remedy that. You need to go and check out her style. Is just so smooth. She always seems to have control, just really deep chess understanding. And I think she's just provoked a serious weakness in black's position. Even if the white knight is obliged to drop back, it can use the d3 square as well. Then the e6 pawn is loose long term. The black king not feeling entirely safe. Black's pieces look really clumsy. The f8 bishop, the knight on e7 as well. So I'm surprised, I must admit, that the evaluation bar says black is fine. Maybe just no concrete breakthrough if black parks the knight on f5. But yeah, Pia Kramling, I think, will be very happy with the way this game has gone, despite not turning it into anything concrete yet.
Absolutely. And finally, let's go to board 4. After that, we'll go for our first, not our first, our second quick break of the day. On board 4 is Gülenay Aydin from Turkey against Elizabeth Pitts.
Wow, and potentially, at least according to the ratings, a surprise on our hands, because white is up a decent amount of material. White is up the exchange here, rook for knight. Black's compensation lies in the fact that a knight will land on e5, blockading the center, but the extra exchange must count for something here, Fiona.
Yeah, also the weakness of the dark squares around the black king. If I were black, I'd much rather my pawn was back on g7, not to leave all these holes, but the material alone, of course, is also a very nice edge. It is white to move. If you were in Aydin's shoes, how would you continue here?
Yeah, I would be looking actually at this d4 pawn, which lacks protection. Right now, white's bishop is in the way, so we can't kind of open things up too much to capture this pawn. I was actually tempted to suggest a sacrifice. I don't think it quite works here. Pawn to e5. I just wanted to get my bishop out of the way to take this pawn next. The key factor here is, however, that black can actually discover check against the white king. If this white king were in the corner, however, for example, if the king were on h1, then white would simply be winning. You take up the d4 pawn next, and a trade of queens means the advantage, the material advantage, only grows. So not quite breaking through yet. I wonder, after queen to c5, whether white just gets the king to safety and then goes for something similar to that. But like you say, Fiona, as well, plans against the black king. You can shift your rook up, across, bring a white queen to h6. There are targets. I think white is kind of being able to bully black here with the material advantage and the direct attack.
Yeah, even looking at the camera there a second ago, we saw Elizabeth Pitts on the left-hand side looking at her score sheet. And I think, you know, we just sometimes recognize that body language, and she was looking at her score sheet almost in a way that we do when we wonder where did things go wrong. So Monte Carlo potentially under some pressure again today. We'll see what happens in this match when we come back after the break, of course. We'll also check in with everyone else who's in action today. Magnus Carlsen, Richard Rapport, MVL, Keimer. It's the who's who, the who's who of chess. We see Magnus there. His game is still going. Actually, David, before we go on break, let's see what did Pranav play in that position. I was so curious. Was he going to find actually what was the move? And I'm sorry, I tricked our producer there. But did he play it?
He played
knight
my
goodness.
F4. I think we've got the move of the tournament so
Let's
far.
get the gold coins out.
Someone needs to give that man a pat on the back, and Magnus Carlsen, when he finally looks away from his board, I think is going to be mightily impressed with his teammate there. Knight f4, we mentioned it, just throwing a knight off the board, and if it's captured, queen takes d5 is simply winning for white. Too big an attack on the black king, the bishop coming into the action as well. Knight f4, just out of the blue, giving away a piece on an empty square, just beautiful chess.
Absolutely. Kudos to Pranav, and we'll come back after the break to this match. Check in with Magnus Carlsen and his other teammates, so don't go anywhere, and we'll see you soon. Welcome back, everyone, and we're delighted to be joined by Mr. FIDEL IL, the President of the Albanian National Olympic Committee. Welcome, thank you so much for joining us today. And my first question is, what does it mean to you to be hosting the European Club Cup here in Albania?
For many reasons, because chess is a beautiful sport, and the people in Albania, we have the tradition in sports. The president of Albanian Chess Federation has been the international master of sports in chess, and we haven't some other before 90. And now the federation is doing a great job, and they have a collaboration with Minister of Education and Sports to put in chess in school. Like government gave us to the Olympic Committee $5 million for sport in school, for basketball and volleyball, and now we have the chess. And maybe we are waiting for the betting company next month to vote in the parliament to have some more money and to put the sport in school. It's very important, the children, the people, to be involved in sports and not in the computer and not in the mobile phone and not to stay in the bar or the restaurant, but to bring in the hall, in the palestra, and just to play chess or some other sports. And we have very interest. And this Champions League that is in Durres, we have the platform in Albania. We have our television. This is the Sportal. Sportal, you can see live here, is the Sportal. If you can go in the Sportal, you can download in your mobile phone, and you can see the chess is live. But this live is not in Albania, it's around the world.
Oh, wow.
Around the world. If you have the mobile there, you can download Sportal and you can see live.
And the people will see us?
Yeah, I'm going to download it immediately.
You can download it, you can see live. And after live, we have some activities on demand. 1 week before, we organize in Tirana, because this year Tirana is our capital, and this year is the city of sports, European city of sports. Next month we have the World Championship for wrestling, because in our vision, sports is not a competition. Who is going to win? Who is going to win? One or the other. Sports for us is a culture. Sports for us is a diplomacy. Sports for us is a turnover. For instance, here they are coming maybe 600 or 700 people in this championship. But they are coming to pay in this hotel, in the beautiful hotel with 5 stars, and then we can make a good promotion for our country. Because sports and tourism, they are both together. Sports, in the end, is the diplomacy. And now, like the president of Albania Olympic Committee, we have an idea. All the Western Balkan countries, we want to be together to organize the international tournament, because they are country, they are waiting, they open the negotiation to be the part of the Europe. And sports is very important for me. I'm coming from sports. I have been involved in sport in wrestling. I've been champion in Albania for Greco-Roman wrestling, coach for Dinamo Club and for the national team. But chess is, my father loves chess. And when I was kids, 7, 8, 9 years old, I started to play chess. Chess is a beautiful sport for me and for many kids in our school. And I'm very happy for the great job the Federation, the President, Secretary General, Executive Board, European Federation, World Federation, technical delegates, they are coming. Is amazing to come in Albania and to see the beautiful country and to have a champion. Now Albania, we have the European champion for maybe in 14 years old, something like that, I think. Is a good news for us, and maybe we can continue like this to put again the sports in school and to find and to identify the talents for the chess.
Maybe you can tell us, it's fantastic news, of course, to hear that chess is going to be put in school, that we are here now. Magnus Carlsen, the world's best player, maybe of all time, is playing in Albania. Were you inside the playing hall? Did you have a look around? What did you think?
Yes, he's a fantastic room. He's very quiet. The best player, maybe some world champion or some best player they are playing in this tournament. I saw Albanian team and some other teams with Albanian and the European president and the Albanian Chess Federation. We are together to see all the tables and to see how they are playing. It's very emotional for me, and I'm very happy that in Albania you can organize this tournament, and we wait to organize like some years before we organized the European Championship for the school. Is the best tournament again in Durres here. Sports is turnover, sports is economy, sport is the image of the country.
I think we've already seen some of the results of the work that is being done by the Federation. We were following the game from young Eileen, only 11 years old. You mentioned about how you learned chess from your father. I imagine that's also what is making some of that emotional connection. How do you see the journey from chess in Albania when you were young to where chess in Albania is now? I imagine a lot of work has been done and chess is becoming more popular.
It's more popular, but I told you before that we have a tradition in Albania. For instance, if some federation is organizing, for instance, some championship for horses, for golf, or some other sports, we don't have tradition. We have a tradition in chess for many, many years. I know a lot of names, but the last name is the president of the Chess Federation. But we want to continue to work hard with the Federation, with Minister of Education and Sports, because if we can continue in the school, maybe the Federation, they can find an identification many talents to be the World Championship and the European Championship. It's very important for us.
Absolutely. And maybe, well, we just talked about Magnus Carlsen, we talked about the beautiful playing hall. Maybe we can quickly bring up Magnus Carlsen's game and see how Magnus is doing.
Yeah, and just while we do that, I wanted to say I went into the town centre recently, just yesterday in Durres, and I saw so many people playing in the parks. It was really beautiful to watch. I could tell there's a great tradition here in Albania, and we were following some teams. You mentioned it, Fiona. The Albanian teams, some great results so far.
In the city of Durres, we have the tradition. Not only the president or the secretary general or the chess federation, they are from Durres, but we have, and one oldest talent before is Fatos Mucha. He has been the international master in chess before 90, and some other. But this is the reason that we want to continue in this job the federation is doing, and the Olympic Committee is supporting the federation. And this is the reason that the president of the Olympic Committee is the opening ceremony. I had a short speech, and today they are coming with president to see how it's going and how it's playing. Albanian team and some world champions, they are here to play in Albania. It's a big event for Albania.
For sure, and I can only say I feel it's my first time in Albania. I've really felt a warm welcome from everyone. It's been a huge pleasure to see such great conditions and of course the nice weather. I know that is not you which provided it, but it's really been fantastic from every aspect.
Yeah, it's our first time in Albania, but I can guarantee it won't be our last time, Fiona.
It's the first time, but I don't think that is the last time. Albania is a marvelous country. It's a beautiful country. Not only the beach, but you can see the mountain and you can see a lot of city they are protecting by UNESCO. Girocastra, Putrinti, Kruja, Berati, some old city, thousand years before, and we are happy because this year is the boom in Albania for the tourism.
Yes, and this tournament, I'm sure we are not the only ones who feel that we will come back. Maybe just before we say thank you very much to you on the TV behind you, I think we will see Magnus Carlsen in a second with his game. And David, I think Magnus Carlsen is doing quite well today.
Yeah, the world's best player is in Albania right now, and he's in action. You can't tell it from his body language, Magnus Carlsen. He looks very focused right now. But
I've stayed maybe 10 minutes with the president of the federation to see, and sometimes he's going to stand like this. It's very, very important to see this big champion in Albania just to play chess.
yeah,
I'm very, very happy about this championship. It's the big atmosphere, it's beautiful atmosphere for Albania, for Durres, for the federation, for the Olympic Committee. And maybe I can bring you the magazine. I can bring the magazine and you can see what's happened in the Olympic Committee of Albania for 1 year. And you can see all the federation, chess federation and everybody from the federation, we can make the good promotion. We printed in Slovenia 5,000 magazine and to bring to all the international federation, all the municipality, all the minister, all the embassy to make the promotion. Because if you are organizing the European Chess Federation, this championship, and this championship is not live, maybe million of people right now, they are live in the link to see there. It's very important to make the promotion. This is the idea that the Olympic Committee is doing this. All the Albanian people now, they are live to see this championship in Durres city. Is the European Championship in chess. It's big promotion. We are very happy that we have our TV now. We are not going to knock to Albanian television, but we have our television to support our federation.
And none of this would be possible. It's so nice, I think, also for us to see the great support from the Olympic Committee, and once again, also from our end, a big thanks to the Albanian Chess Federation together with the Olympic Committee, who have not organized this beautiful event, but are also broadcasting it to the world. Mr. Uli, thank you so much for dropping by. It was really a pleasure to have you in the studio and to hear about not just chess, but sports in Albania and how much is happening. So thank you so much.
Thank you for your invitation. I'm very, very happy. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
thank you.
We are going to go on a very short break, I believe, and we'll be back in just a few minutes as time travel is looming already, so don't go anywhere. We'll just be gone for a minute. Welcome back, everyone. It was great to have Mr. Uli here with us. But now it is time to jump back into the chess action. And I think there's only one place to start. Magnus Carlsen on the black side against Bojan Maksimovic. And David, just before I let you take over for the chess part, I saw in the chat a certain Savo Maksimovic was writing, I don't know if that's a brother or a relative, but he was saying that Bojan is actually a regular student at the Faculty of Electrical Engineering, third year, and he does not have a coach. He only plays chess for the love of the game. And imagine being one day in uni, the other day playing Magnus Carlsen.
Yeah, incredible juggling that. It's a chance of a lifetime for a lot of these players, of course. This tournament is perfect for that. And he's putting up a good fight here, Fiona. He's done extremely well so far. He's held the balance, reacted to that surprise of 1a6 early in the opening very, very well. And you could tell on Magnus's body language, it's not going to be easy. This one is going to be a long fight. I think we might be here for another hour or two as he takes on the world's #1 player. So Maksimovic right now is struggling slightly. I think we'll try to get the live board working in a moment. Maybe we was ahead because there have been a couple of results as well in this Offerspiel match.
Yeah, while we were gone, Raunak Sadwani on board 2 actually won his game. But yeah, so can we see?
We do see just the final position at the bottom of your screens where Sadwani did have an extra piece as White's knight in the center, guaranteeing a victory, and Black resigning. So currently Offerspiel do lead 1.5 points to half against their Serbian opposition. And yeah, just to point out, this is the final position of Raunak Sadwani's game, Fiona. Before we get back to Magnus and do a deep dive there, there was a nice trick, a nice tactic in this position. We saw White Sadwani here going on the attack, trying to break through to the Black king. Black tried to counter in the center, good kind of conventional chess wisdom in general, fighting a flank attack with a counter strike in the middle, but unfortunately missing a key move. And Fiona, spot the tactic. B4, it's too late.
Oh God. B4 maybe.
Pawn to B4, that's right. And unfortunately, before Black is able to coordinate his pieces, Stankovic here realized that this attack on the queen means that the bishop is lost, no way to continue protecting this piece. Look at the white queen's vision all the way across the board defending this pawn. Really unorthodox winning move there, just opening up the white king, easy to miss. And after Black tried counterattacking against the white queen, unfortunately a simple capture was the end of the game. The bishop will drop next if White's queen is captured. The bishop threw itself off the board, but we saw resignation even in this position with White's extra knight.
It looks like it's going to be a good day for the Indians on team Offerspiel. Do you want to start with Magnus or start with Pranav?
Let's start with the spectacular, Fiona, and we will check out what's happening in Magnus Carlsen's game, of course, but this position is simply crazy. This is the game we see in the background of your picture with Pranav in the blue t-shirt there, and we have to go back to that just incredible move, the move of the day for sure, knight to f4 in this position. It is the strongest according to the computer. It's also just mind-blowing, giving up a piece.
I think you called it the move of the tournament so far before the break, and I think it's deserved.
It is deserved. Just to reiterate, pawn takes knight. It's actually just the simple queen takes d5, which would have given White a winning advantage due to the fact the white bishop is about to join the attack. Black's king helpless in the center of the board.
Welcome back. Our apologies about that. We're going to jump back into Magnus Carlsen's game right now to see what is going on there. And David, over to you.
Yeah, Magnus Carlsen has got the type of position he really enjoys, or at least he used to enjoy when he was a lot younger. But we are going to be here for the long haul because it's a long grind, no decisive advantage. White has a solid position as Magnus does aim to slowly tire out his opponent. Black has a small long-term strategic advantage. It's what we call a two-result position, where Black is probing away, White just fighting for the draw right now. If he defends well, it feels like Maximovic might be able to hold, but it is Magnus. He has a huge time advantage. And Fiona, we're heading towards that moment in the day where the clocks play a huge role.
Yeah, in this game it might not play a huge role for much longer because it is move 39, so only one move to go here. So Bojan, one more move to make and then he can breathe a sigh of relief. The position will still have to be defended, but I think so far he's doing a great job.
So far he's doing a great job, but there is one big threat in the position. Magnus now, if it were his move, would be able to retreat his queen to b8 and actually trap the white bishop in the corner. So queen to b8 would have caught this bishop, but now with this last retreating move, a square has opened up. A really nice defensive move again, and actually you called it, Fiona. I've assumed there were more moves to make, but he has made that magical move 40. 3 minutes on the clock, and he survives to tell the tale right now. Yeah, it's all about these black bishops. Black's bishops are ready to pounce, especially this piece, the uncontested dark squared bishop. I just wonder whether Magnus will kind of at some point go for glory with pawn to f4, whether he needs to prepare that slowly. And it's still gonna, I think this one is gonna be a 60, 70, 80 move game, the way it's going. Magnus really trying to grind this one out against sturdy defense here.
And let's return now to Pranav. We just came from there before we had to quickly leave you guys. And I think for both of us, one of the games of the tournament, and Pranav is inching closer and closer to giving Offerspiel what would already be a decisive, no, not a decisive, sorry. They're leading 1.5-half, but they would inch much closer to winning the match.
Yeah, Magnus will be happy that at least his teammates are doing the business, doing him a favor here. And let's just do a quick rewind of the action. We saw the spectacular knight to f4. Black reacted with king to f8, a shuffle. White took a pawn, walking into a check, utilizing the pin. The white knight cannot take the black queen. And after White's knight retreats to block the check, there's actually a cunning tactic here. Pranav had spotted that queen takes rook would have been met by the stunning queen takes f7 check, luring the black king forward onto a vulnerable light square. Another check, and suddenly White has gained time, opened up the attack on the black queen in the corner. White, after, for example, king to g7, would emerge with an extra piece. Pranav so just spot on with these tactics, and a queen check met by a block instead. This is the current position, but White still has the extra knight. Work to do, Fiona, but he's navigated his way through this maze of complications.
Absolutely spectacular game. I have to say I'm rooting for Pranav to put the finishing touches on this. It will be a masterpiece, maybe one of his, best games so far. I'm sure our on-site reporter Yannick is getting ready to maybe get an interview with Pranav. For now, let's move down to board 5 and check in with Pezelj and Christiansen.
Yeah, and this game has been simmering nicely, but both players are getting low on the clock, and this time it's actually only move 23, so still 17 moves to make before the time control. 10 minutes for White, 8 minutes for Black. It's going to be a race, and actually the position all to play for. Black has some beautiful knights on outposts that cannot be dislodged, but White can say the same if he gets time to land a knight on the d5 outpost. I think White's position is easier to play here, Fiona.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned the time trouble looming. We are only on move 23 here, so 17 moves to go, only 10 minutes for Pezelj. Under 9 for Sebastiansen. Knight playing knight d5 immediately looks very tempting.
Yeah, what could be more natural? Knight to d5 forces the black queen away. If the black queen moves, I mean, you have to be really careful where you place her. White has various tempting options. You can try to pin this knight. You can just step forward with the white queen, maybe. You can push forward with your pawn on to e4, to f4. So many tempting moves right now for white. I think white is dictating the pace of this game, but black solid enough for now. I think actually this might be one of the best hopes for Zamaj as they try to strike back in this match.
I was just going to say, for now, this is the only position where a full point at least could potentially come from. Let's check in with board 6, Halldorsen against Sukovic.
Yeah, and this one is a bit sad for black. In terms of defending right now, it's very much a 2-result game where black has minimal winning chances. Black is just going to sit passively, maybe with a rook on f6, and hope that curling up into a ball, okay, rook f6 just been played, yeah, hoping that kind of just sitting there doing nothing will be sufficient for the draw, but white is the one having the fun. White can invade with a rook to the back rank. The other white rook can swing across to attack some pawns. It's going to be an uphill struggle to defend this one. I think Benjamin Halldorsen, the young Norwegian, as white, having all the fun.
Absolutely. This match looks under control for now for Offerspiel. So we're going to move back to the top board clash between Superchess and Gashimov. Although having said that, we could also go to board 3 and the title defenders. Maybe we haven't been there for longer.
Yeah, let's actually check in there because I do see some dramatic games. Fiona, let's jump into board 3. Reigning champions Novi Bor, their top board is playing black in this position. And that's Vincent Keimer, and he's doing the business again. He's already won 2 games, actually in spectacular style this tournament, winning yesterday in just 18 moves. And now if we do a quick count, black is simply a whole pawn up. And black's pawn mass is activating as well. It's mobilizing, and these 2 pawns are super strong. A trade in the center would just accentuate this. Black's pawns will roll down the board. And I don't think white's going to be able to stop this long term. Also, look at the clock times. This is move 28 and only 2 minutes for white.
So white is trying to muddy the waters with this pawn push f5. How do we react? So white trying to undermine the black pawn structure. Do we take on c4? Is that not a pawn you want? Oh, that's what Vincent goes for.
Yeah, I was going to say it's a difficult decision. I'm glad he made the move just in time there, Vincent Keimer. He's definitely trying to hustle on the board and the clock. So d takes c4 was played, followed by a capture, a check, and white gives another check with the knight. But if the king simply drops back to safety, just a small trap, don't march forward. Don't come forward to any square because you will be checkmated. Whoops, turn around. But of course, he does drop his king back to f7. And unfortunately, it's currently 2 pawns to the advantage. And that might just grow. Black's pawn is coming forward. Black's knight was coming to help it out. And also a big, big target for the black rook on a2. Even if white wins 1 pawn back, it will be really tough to save this game.
Yeah, I think this one very close to being a completely decisive advantage. Also, as you mentioned, Mihailovsky, very little time on the clock. Game 2, I'm looking forward to seeing what's happening there. It was shaping up so interestingly, Grandelius against Kobo.
Yeah, and earlier we had a break. I went into the playing hall and Nils Grandelius looked really upset. He'd spent about 40 minutes and he'd only played 10 moves. So not a great start to the game, but it looks like things have kind of evolved at least. And right now it's level material, queens are off the board. The evaluation bar, if I'm not mistaken, is slightly in black's favor. And maybe that's because black has some targets. The f4 pawn's slightly vulnerable. A bit of a backward pawn there. Black's knight will come out to a nice square. b4 is a juicy outpost for either of black's pieces, actually a knight or bishop. And white has this responsibility we talked about, the far advanced pawns. All of white's pawns have kind of marched up the board, but once pieces start to get traded off, they're either very strong or they're very weak, and I think it might be the latter.
So how do you think, Niels, should he immediately go on about targeting them or just first focus on bringing this knight back into the game?
Yeah, I think Ori Kobo here with black actually.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, enjoying this position. I would bring the knight back unless he sees something more direct. Maybe he wants to keep this c-file open for now for some tactics. A lot of players at home, a lot of viewers might be tempted to give a check, but I don't think this achieves that much. White's king actually will feel happy in the center, so this unlikely to happen. I think he'll just bring his knight forward because already knight to b4 will land. put a bishop on d6. The only bad piece for black is this bishop, but maybe later you try to activate it by breaking it out with a move like g6. This one could still go either way, Fiona, but slight small advantage for black right now.
Yeah, Nils under some pressure. Let's see how his teammates are getting on board. 3 David Navarro with the black pieces against Nitzan Steinbach.
Yeah, and this one, it is down to the endgame. A lot of pieces have been traded. It's level pawns, but only black can win this game. That's because white has a backward pawn on a light square. If you compare the bishops, black's bishop actually has a lot of potential. If the rooks disappear, it will start trying to target white's pawns. White's bishop, meanwhile, is not too great right now. It's staring at a wall of pawns. It's never going to be active. It might just have to position itself passively. And black's rook is also more likely to sneak into the white position than white's rook is to the black position. So 2-3 small things here in black's favor. Navarro will torture Steinberg here. That being said, it should be a draw with best play if white is able to set up some grim defense. Maybe you just kind of put pawns on dark squares, sit with the white king, and hope that there's no breakthrough.
Yeah, so black pressing, but I think Nitzan should be able to hold. Let's move on to board 4, Van Nguyen against Alon Greenfeld.
Yeah, and here white looks like he has a huge advantage. A quick count shows that white is a pawn up. White's king as well, much safer than its counterpart. The black king on e8, vulnerable on this diagonal.
And the time situation as well.
Oof, that really doesn't bode well for black. And talking of the time situation now, big questions being asked. Pawn to f5, going straight for the kill. This is based on a tactic, I was going to say. If pawn takes pawn right now, maybe some ideas of pawn to e6 in the near future using this pin. I'm not sure how you set it up with white. Maybe you take this black knight off the board. And for example, after queen takes c5, white can play the move e6. Yeah, this is a pin. You're attacking black's rook. This looks disastrous for Greenfeld right now. And I think he's found a good way to break through. Pawn to f5 last move from Nguyen.
Yeah, it looks like Nguyen is getting close to wrapping this one up with Greenfeld. No time on the clock, and the king just in too much trouble. And that leaves 2 games in this match. First, Posny, we talked about him earlier, super solid, but his position isn't far from being as solid as it was when we left off against David Anton.
Yeah, that's the problem. Sometimes being too solid can prove to be your downfall. I think he's made some negative decisions. Posny here's white. We saw earlier it was very level, but he's tried too hard to force the draw, and black in the meantime has got the bishop pair. Black's bishop pair, I mean, they are just phenomenal right now. A check against the white king looks like a big threat. At the very least, later you can cash in, you can take off this knight and take a pawn. I think he has his eyes on more, David Anton, as black right now. But it's more the fact that white is pretty much paralyzed. Black can simply start improving the king, bring the king to the center, start pushing pawns on the king side. What is white ever really going to be doing in this position? Black can even just lock down. You can put a pawn on a5, fix a weakness on a4. It's lots of small things, and they all add up to something bigger. Should be a win for black.
On top of a difficult position, Evgeny Posny also has no time on the clock. So Vachier-Lagrave, they really need some good news from the bottom board, because the match is looking tricky. How is Alexander Husman getting on against Mateusz Bartel?
Wow, Husman looks like he's got a playable position. A quick count shows that white is a pawn up. It's not the best pawn in the world though, because of these doubled c-pawns right here. I just want to show there was a spectacular tactic just a few moves after we left it earlier. We did leave it at this position. We were saying, okay, one thing black cannot do is take this bishop, because it would open up the h-file and white would have a huge attack. But look what happened. The reason black's a pawn down in the current position is because after c5, boom, bishop takes h6. And this is based on a sneaky tactic from white. If the bishop is captured, then we were advocating dropping a bishop back. But because he hasn't developed, after rook takes rook, this bishop is pinned. It cannot take the white queen. The knight cannot go back and take the rook because of a sneaky checkmate. And if the black queen is forced to deflect and take white's rook, then the knight drops. White has won 2 pawns with a decisive advantage.
Do you think this was just a blind spot by Husman?
I think it was. And I think actually here white does have a huge attack here, threatening to actually take and bring the queen in. But he fought well. Husman, we mentioned his experience, and he's a renowned coach, renowned grandmaster. The current position, if we fast forward, is this one, and The reason I think black has decent drawing chances is because at some point you can take the knight, leading to an opposite color bishop position, but of course it's only white who can win with this far advanced protected pass pawn.
Okay, so this match, I think, looking great for the title defenders. The only player maybe in some trouble, or where things are not so clear, is Nils Grandelius. We're going to go back to the top match now between Superchess and Gashimov. In that match, we actually saw an early draw, both in the games between Suleymanli on board 2 and Vishy Anand, and also on board 4 between Ahmadzada and Jordan Van Foreest. We'll bring back the boards in just a second as we see Magnus Carlsen. They're still deep in thought. As you can see on the clock, if you have very good eyesight, you can see the little flag on Maximovic's clock that indicates he did pass the time control, so plenty of time now. We'll come back to this match in just a moment, but we're gonna go back first to Richard Report on board 1 against Rauf Mamedov.
Yeah, and Richard Rapport has been able to transform that position completely as white. We mentioned it was a slow middle game, a lot of maneuvers, and suddenly it's exploded. Queens are off the board. I just want to backtrack slightly and show that things really opened up here. It was actually f5 that blew open the center, and after a couple of tactics, the white queen slid across to g2. Watch out for some tactics against the black queen a bit later in the game. A few trades, and threatening now to blow open the black king side, forcing a trade of queens. And Richard Rapport, I think despite the fact the evaluation bar is roughly in the middle, he will be happy. White's position is far easier to play than black's. Black has a backward d-pawn. There are some tactics against the loose, undefended bishop on e7. And yeah, I think black has to tread really carefully to maintain the balance. It's Rapport's type of position as well, where he's got strategic stability and then can use that creative mind of his to try to bamboozle the opponent.
Absolutely. Let's see now. Are the other 3 games still going? So we saw the 2 early draws. Everything else is still going. Let's move to board 3, Bogdan Deac against Fugar Asali.
Yeah, and this one, Bogdan Daniel Deac, we thought maybe a slow start for him on the clock and on the board, and it has indeed been reflected in the clock times. 1 minute left now for white to make 9 moves. That being said, white's position looks quite pleasant. There's a big target on the board, Fiona, h5, and your attacking instincts, are they kicking in right now? Yeah,
they're telling me that I would like to open up everything. I see the black queen and the black king lined up on the g file. Thankfully for black right now, there's still a knight. The knight on f6 is doing such an important job, both defending the pawn on h5 and covering that g4 square. Can we blow things open? I'm not sure how. I'm very tempted to play g4 at some point. Can we do it?
Yeah, you've got to be careful right now. It's not possible.
Well, it's black to move for starters. I was too eager.
Also, we have to watch out for a knight landing on f4 if we ever push our
That's an even, yeah.
pawn forward. But yeah, black to move. How does black create counterplay? Because as you said, right now, it looks like one-way traffic in terms of white's attacking ideas against the black king. Can black try anything?
I mean, black has the open a file to work with, but the rook is looking down into thin air. I mean, even rook a2, the rook would look nice, but it all seems so slow.
Yeah, attacks a pawn. Yeah, you're right. It feels slow, looks slow.
On the other hand, what does white? How does white crash through?
Why would the evaluation bar shift so dramatically if rook a2 is played? It looks like a natural move, at least tickling this pawn, saying, okay, react, retreat. Maybe there's something direct in this position, Fiona. I don't see it. I'm going to be a bit sneaky here. I was actually going to suggest knight takes pawn, but I didn't know who this would favor. Black's knight, of course, stuck, fixed on f6 to defend this pawn. And now, okay, this isn't me, but this is the all-seeing oracle, the computer saying, just move this bishop, and you have a decisive advantage, bishop f4 or bishop to e3. And I think it's just the fact that black's knight is so tied down. Black is pretty much frozen on the king side. If the knight can't move, then the queen can't move. Your bishop may be stuck as a defender as well, and eventually white will break through. Maybe you move the king out the way, and then you start pushing forward, opening lines. against the black king. So actually a long-term strategic threat rather than anything concrete, dynamic. And okay, black drops the knight back. It looks like Bogdan Daniel-Deac here, the higher rated player, the more experienced player, at least at top level chess, he's doing the business. He just has to watch out for his clock. If he makes move 40 without anything bad happening, then he should be able to take this one home.
Superchess pressing on boards 1 and 3. Jordan Vachier is on board 4, made a draw. Let's check in with Vladimir Fedoseev against Samadov.
Wow, and this game has simplified. All of the pieces have disappeared apart from a set of rooks and a set of minor pieces. Fedoseev, he's really good in these scenarios. He's so good at grinding out endgames, and white does have this key, kind of simple plan actually, an elementary plan of marching the king towards the queen side, especially if rooks come off. This black a-pawn could be ripe for picking, but how does black defend?
I'm shocked that the bar is stuck in the middle. I feel if I was white here, I would feel I'm on the verge of winning somehow.
Same. You know me and my endgame, so I would love white's position right now. It feels like black has to be accurate to hold. The key question, trade or not to trade? Should we have
I would say at least not yet, maybe. I guess there's no rush.
Yeah, maybe you wait for it to happen on your own terms if you're black. Rook takes rook. Okay, the evaluation bar doesn't even react. I was going to say this is a hit on the black bishop. Also, the black king now is sidelined because it cannot use either of these two squares. The black king can never approach the center. But why is this still a draw? I mean, it just looks like it's winning for white. This is frankly confusing, to say the least.
Very confused. I guess playing f6 is not going to work. I was wondering if I could force matters, but you can even you can probably take both ways even.
Yeah, I mean, maybe f5 just to prevent the knight capturing. This would be crazy, Fiona.
Because I did want the pawn to take, actually.
You want to force me to take this way, and then you step across, and then you're just in time.
That was clever.
Just in time to dislodge this white knight from the protection of f6. Wow. This is where humans and computers differ so much. Computers do not panic. They see the white knight is forced away and black takes this pawn and holds the draw.
It still looks scary because it feels like the a-pawn is going to drop after black takes on f6, but then the king is also very close and runs very fast towards the h-pawn.
Yeah, and suddenly this type of race, black's bishop keeps the white pawn under lock and key on this diagonal. White's knight's so far away. Good
luck calculating it from afar though, because king b5 and bringing the knight to b6 to block the diagonal. I mean, this might be easy for the computer to calculate, but for a human, it's a different story.
Good luck to Samadov calculating this. I think we would have struggled even with an hour on the clock. We don't know exactly Samadov's time. I think he still has a few seconds left, but under 1 minute for him. Okay, we've just made move 40. Maybe that's why he's taken the long pause, actually. But big decision. If he trades, he's walking a tightrope. If he keeps rooks on the board, maybe better, at least more human, instinctive moves. Improving his drawing chances. So, okay, we'll come back to this one a bit later on. Fedoseev not in any risk, any danger at least. That's good news for Superchess.
So we'll move now to the last board in this match, Sadikov with the white pieces against Shevchenko.
Yeah, and this one we slightly preferred black's position perhaps a bit earlier on. At least we said it was simpler to play. And Shevchenko, really dangerous player now, representing Romania. He has given up a pawn to activate black's rook. So this hit on the black knight will be reacted to. I'm not sure whether you counterattack against white's bishop, you gain a bit of time there, or whether you just defend your knight. And then as soon as the black rook feasts on the b4 pawn, there will be future targets. I think he's doing the business. It's all to do with this pawn structure. Black has won connect 4 and therefore just has the structural superiority.
Yeah, we see Kirill Shevchenko there on the right-hand side. The only player today to play a full game with the black pieces on Team Superchess, and it looks like his efforts are going to be rewarded. Of course, I'm not criticizing Jordan or Vishy, and I think this was a team decision, not their individual decisions. I think, David, the three favorites that we have seen, Team Superchess, Offerspiel, Novibor, are all in the driver's seat. Maybe we can check in with the Berlin Slayer for a second, MVL, and then we'll move on to the women's section.
Yeah, some drama in the women's section. We will race back there to update everyone on what's been happening. But first, let's go to Maxim Vachier-Lagrave and look at the bar. Fiona, it looks like
the
Maxim,
villain slayer is slaying.
He is slaying this one, and it looks scary. It looks like white is about to get checkmated, some serious threats, but he can guard against this. I'm wondering with which move, maybe just shuffling his king across to dislodge the black rook. And as long as he guards against checkmate, as long as the white king is safe, white's f-pawn should decide this game. And Maxim is so good at calculating. He's, of course, got a degree in mathematics, and I think that's just his style. In positions where there's a concrete answer, he's able to calculate his way to victory. And
it's great to see MVL back to sort of his peak form. He's been showing some magnificent chess lately. Enough about that. Let's move back to the women's section. David, where would you like to start? Yeah, the women's section, maybe just an update on the top board. We've been talking about Albanian chess a lot today, and let's start with Teuta, who are up against Aika. And okay, this is board 2. Board 1 ended in a very quick draw. We also see on the camera that board 4 ended. We saw last time we checked in, it looked very close to the end. So that was a win for Garuda's Jokagal. So Garuda currently up 1.5. The last 2 games are going to be decisive. Yeah, the last 2 games will decide everything, just as yesterday with Teuta, 2 very long games ahead of us. And here it looks very balanced. White is for choice because white has the more active rook, keeping black's rook tied down to the b-pawn. White has the more active king, keeping the opposition here. If white's king ever sneaks in, then maybe some winning chances. But right now, I don't see any way to make progress, Fiona. No, and I think this means that our prediction earlier was correct. This whole match hinges on board 3, where Karina Zivka will probably have to win her game in order to equalize the match for Teuta. Wow, and this is a crazy position. How do we even begin calculating here? Let's count the... I see white has a queen for 2 rooks. Quickly count the pawns. I think an extra pawn for now. It's not my speciality, counting, Fiona. 6 versus 5. Yeah. White does have an extra pawn, but black's rooks look scary, poised around the white king. And black's move, is there any way to get the desired result? Remember, in team tournaments, there's this different dynamic. It's something you mentioned earlier, Fiona, and she will be aware, Salimova as black, that a draw should clinch this one for her team. Okay, so let's start by looking at the checks, maybe. There is one check on h1, and there is another check by taking on the pawn. We'll see that in a second. For now, let's see this one, king g3, and I was thinking maybe rook h2. Both rooks to h2 are tempting, actually. Both very tempting moves, you're right. So many attacking ideas against the white king. The black knight might join soon as well. But the here you're threatening an immediate perpetual, right? Yeah, with the match situation in mind, half an eye on the rest of the team. How is the white king going to escape all of these checks? For example, pawn takes pawn. Oof, but suddenly a check. Maybe the black knight comes in now. This might be dangerous even. Yeah, I mean, maybe there's even better, but I think this would secure the desired draw. And if I defend the g2 square with the queen? So holding the square, only one queen way E4, to do that. Yeah. Queen to e4, and maybe I attack your queen, try to kick her away. You can give a check, but the black king will be able to evade these checks in the near future. And if I take the pawn on b7 instead of giving a check, am I going to get punished? Ooh. Looks like it. The bar says yes. I don't see how. Okay, what is the killer blow here for black? The white king is living life on the edge. Yeah. But maybe black is just going to capture on g4. I'm not sure how, with the knight or with the pawn, but... Yeah, maybe with the pawn? Oh, computer says no. Let's check the knight. Yeah, with the knight, I'm a bit worried that white will win just by pushing and promoting, because there's no checks, actually. As you said, the white queen defends this diagonal and will take any rook that lands on g2. Go back. Okay. Where is the killer blow? Why can't our viewers... Why is there a 15-minute delay? Is it just pawn takes this pawn? No. We've pretty much looked at all the moves. Yeah, I think here white can force a draw. I don't think black's ever losing this. White can maybe force a perpetual check in some variations. Oh, sorry to interrupt you, David, but while we were busy looking at this crazy position, we actually saw a handshake on board 2 with the game between Huang and Sochko ending in a draw. So we're down to this. This is going to decide the fate of the match. But Karina is desperately looking for a way to avoid the perpetual.
Yeah, just to point out, Fiona,
found it.
I was a bit naughty and I checked because I was getting frustrated at not finding the winning move for black. And there's only one winning move. And I don't think it's very human, let alone easy.
I didn't see it. I didn't look over. What's
I'll
the
make
move?
you guess. What's a weird, crazy move that you would normally never think about?
King move. No.
That as well, but creating a mate in one threat. I mean,
G5.
Wow, G5 only winning move. Nice
Wow.
spot. And yeah, this is just crazy. There's a few checks against the black king, but the black king will actually hide.
It's really a
up the
nice
board.
move.
Yeah, and pawn takes pawn this way ends in checkmate. Pawn takes pawn the other way also ends in checkmate. So wow, this is the type of danger that awaits the white king. Instead, a trade on G4, so not going for this variation. We can totally forgive Salimova for not spotting that G5 move from afar. But now, how to secure the result? Maybe still a check, maybe a check with the black knight.
Yeah, that king looks so lonely on that king side. What's the time situation? Salimova has a minute and a half, and she is reaching for that pawn on d4.
Yeah, I think a very safe move there, a non-committal decision, just allowing a trade first. But sooner or later, these black rooks should be able to team up to either trap the white king with a checkmate or to go for one of those perpetual checks, those repetitions we saw, maybe again starting with rook to g1. And this one, she should be able to guide to safety. She should be able to clinch this for her team, but still a few moves to make before the time control.
Can you tell us how is the match situation looking? I see Monaco have won their match, 3-1.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Monte Carlo clinching with 2 wins on the top 2 boards and 2 draws on the bottom boards.
And maybe a big upset on the cards on board 2. Let's go there. Superchess is currently down 1-2 against Typhoon with only 1 game remaining, and that is the top board, Batsiashvili Song.
Yeah, Batsiashvili here needing to win to save her team. She has very good chances. We see the stress on both players here on the camera as they tick towards that magical move 40. We still have 4 moves to go. This is move 36. White has around 2 minutes, black has around 2.5 minutes. And it's all about the black king. Is it safe enough in the corner? If she survives till move 40, Song will breathe a sigh of relief, because I think the next few moves critical in terms of the objective evaluation as well as the clock.
Yeah, I mean, a minute and 10 now for Song. What candidate moves are you considering here to escape this pressure on the e-file?
Yeah, so much pressure. The first move that has to be calculated is queen takes pawn, queen takes d6. And if this is best, then black might be reluctant to go for this, because after rook to d3, attacking the queen, attacking the knight behind, white can totally change the material balance yet again by capturing the knight and taking the bishop. And suddenly it's a queen endgame. White is a pawn up. Some drawing chances for black, but this will be a horrible and unpleasant defense for the next few hours. Maybe looking for something else. I don't see it though here, Fiona. Taking the pawn, maybe the least of the evils.
Yeah, and we see, actually, we do get confirmation here once that the clock you see on the screen over the board is a tiny bit off. Or actually now it's, never mind me, it's completely accurate. So a minute 44 for Song, who has just played queen f7.
Really risky, allowing this white pawn to live. She's trying not to have to defend a really tricky queen endgame, but okay, the problems will persist. Even if white just keeps this pawn alive, even if white just kind of defends it with a move such as queen to c6, it's hard to imagine black ever having better than going into a queen endgame later.
Yeah, but Batsiashvili, we just saw her clock time there drop under 2 minutes. All the pressure is on her. She's been such a fantastic leader for her team so far. How does she, I mean, the queen in looks very tempting.
Yeah, this is the first move that came to my mind, just hoping that the black bishop actually moves. Maybe the one downside is that there's a counter attack on the white king along this diagonal. So maybe there's other ways to keep control. You could harass the black queen. You could maybe come in from the back. Lots of tempting moves, Fiona.
Yeah, I was wondering if I can play a slow move like king g2, just taking control over that square on f3, because it doesn't seem like we're in a rush. I mean, it doesn't look like black has any immediate threat, so am I missing something?
No, you're not missing anything at all. Just to show king to g2, bishop takes pawn now would backfire, for example. This pawn is not truly attacked because of this pin. This would win material. Either the black bishop or the black knight would drop off next. So yeah, this is a classic blitz move, I think. That would be a really classy move, king to g2. There are, of course, other more direct attempts. But okay, the nerves are visible on both players' faces. I don't think she has 3 seconds. The clock's not ticking down to 0.
45 seconds for Nino. I think we'll stick here until the time control, which is coming very soon. And rook d3, her chosen move.
Wow, she sets a nasty trap here, Nino Vachier-Lagrave. She's hoping that black gets tempted by a knight fork, but at the very least here, white could actually take the bishop, giving up the rook, and drop back now with a check. I just realized, actually, Trapper might get traps here after knight c5, queen takes bishop. Black has an incredible move to save the day and win the match for her team.
Queen f2.
Queen takes pawn. I only noticed this because the evaluation bar suddenly jumped.
Oh,
this
wow.
lures the white king forward, and suddenly black picks up the white queen and wins the game. Also
unbelievable.
Yeah, stopping the d pawn. Remember, she only needs a draw here, Song, as black. So has this been missed by Nino? White doesn't have to go down that variation, of course, but that would be a real shock.
And I think you can see that Song senses something. She, of course, is stressed. She's under a minute now, 40 seconds. It's move 37. She still has to make 4 moves. The whole result, the whole team is probably standing behind her. This would be a big upset. Typhoon are the 5th seeds. She doesn't go for knight c5, a bit of a missed opportunity. Instead, keeping things safe with g6.
Yeah, she could potentially have also grabbed this pawn on b2, which doesn't look too relevant right now, but in any endgame, of course, you want to have more pawns, just in case it becomes a race. But g6, she's aiming to drop back her king to a safer square. Very logical move, especially in time trouble. And yeah, she's found a really nice way to keep the game going. Vachier-Lagrave, meanwhile, still struggling to break through, saves her b-pawn. This last move looks...
b3, allow knight c5 again?
Ooh, knight c5 again. I think if this does happen, if this lands, white cannot take the bishop. She needs to smell a rat here and drop her queen back with a check before saving the white rook next move. But this would be a nasty, nasty trap. If she spots it, Song, right now. I think this is a great practical try. Knight c5 looks like a blunder, but actually it would allow white to go astray, and okay, she plays a safer move instead, dropping back with her king.
King g7, and Nino, a minute again. We're inching much closer now, only 2 moves to go. As white, how do you make progress? Can you set any last traps before black makes the time control?
Ooh, she's going in with her queen. She hesitated.
B7.
Queen b7 in this position. And okay, Turkis setting traps. If the black knight ever moves, then we'll see a queen trade and the white pawn run through to glory. I think she's just going pawn hunting, but still, what is the breakthrough if black, for example, moves this pawn on a7 out of danger? This one will be settled most likely after the time control. Both players just navigating all these tactics and postponing the tension, postponing the decisions.
Yeah, 2 moves to go. 30 seconds on the clock for Song. And yeah, I think we'll stick around here. The time control has pretty much been made everywhere else. a5 on the board here.
Okay, I think it might be time for your move, Fiona. Just king g2, keep the white king safe. Put it on a light square away from black's bishop potentially. How ambitious is Vachier-Lagrave feeling here? She knows she needs to win.
Or maybe even rook f3 immediately.
Rook f3 is a very committal move though, because
lips, skin for your skin, sin for your sin, eyes for your eyes, lips for your lips, skin for your skin, sin for your sin. Feel it down, 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 down. Think about it later. Feel it down, 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 down. Think about it later.
Hello and welcome back. Our apologies about leaving you so abruptly earlier. The time control has been reached and we are back with Magnus Carlsen. And David, you were just telling me during the break that Magnus might have a winning shot here.
I think so. We've jumped back in at a critical moment. Magnus doesn't look too energetic right now, but he has a really energetic move to finish this game. And I think just the fact as well that his opponent only has 4 minutes left on the clock, no more added time later on. We've reached the final time control. I think all of these factors combined should be decisive. And it's the only winning move, but it's clearly what Magnus has been setting up with his last few turns. Black's king a couple of moves ago came to h6. Black's bishop just parked itself back on e8. And this all adds up to the conclusion that the idea of g5 is what Magnus wants to do. White's last move, pawn to c4, looks like it attacks a pawn, but this can be ignored. And g5 here would be super strong with the idea of bishop to h5, attacking the white queen next. For example, if pawn takes pawn, the bishop comes out, and this is simply devastating. Not only do you attack the white queen, but when she moves, we will see checkmate very shortly. The two bishops, the black queen, all combined, and this is just game over. Fiona, for example, king back, queen takes pawn even, and a nice checkmating attack due to the pin.
Very nice. Maybe we can go back a few moves to see where things went wrong. Bojan was always under little pressure, but somewhere things seem to have taken a turn for the worse.
Yeah, we last kind of left this game at move 40, where white had just retreated the knight, and I was praising this move, giving the white bishop a escape square. The bishop looks a bit odd behind enemy lines here on a8, almost trapped. Magnus now played bishop to c5, and after the move bishop to b7, I think already a step in the wrong direction. Things started to get even worse for white. King to h6 set up this sneaky plan, and I'm not sure whether it's on Maximovich's radar, this g5, bishop e8, bishop h5 maneuver. He just continued to wait. Maybe he needed to take some action, and just the waiting game against the top players in the world just doesn't work now. Fiona, as mentioned, g5 would be decisive. The only way to stop it is g4. I think this is what Magnus is calculating. And now the only thing left to do is the Fiona attack. So how can Black set this up?
Bishop b.
Maybe.
Oh, yeah. That's a better way to do it. Queen f4. I wanted to bring the bishop back to c7, but bringing the queen to f4 is a lot more powerful.
Yeah, I mean, something like this. Either way, setting up a battery on this diagonal, and I think this should be game over. For example, we mentioned queen to f4 as the most powerful move. Big threat for if white gets distracted of playing bishop to d6. Okay, the evaluation bar says there's something even better, but this is decisive anyway. The black queen is about to come in via h2, and this white king will not survive for too much longer. You can't prevent this. And I'm just wondering what Magnus is calculating here. Is he maybe concerned about the white knight hitting this black queen? Where would the finishing blow be here? This is still, it's not entirely over.
Some work to be done.
Some work to be done. Oh, wow. Okay, I think I see it. And it's not actually to do with going for checkmate anymore. Now that the white knight has re-entered the center, it's taken away an escape square for white's bishop.
Oh my goodness, queen b8.
Oh, no. I eat my words. This looks like it just wins a piece, but maybe white has a counterattack on the black king. Oh, this is such an irrational position. This is why Magnus is pausing.
Yeah, I was gonna say we understand better now that even though g5, that move looks kind of natural, the follow-ups are not easy to calculate.
Far from easy. I think the only kind of saving grace for Maximovich is g5 can be met by g4, stopping bishop h5, and this is the position in Magnus's mind. This is maybe why he's getting a bit frustrated, and definitely calculating face on there for Magnus Carlsen.
Yes, plenty of time, still 45 minutes on the clock. I think we'll leave Magnus for now. We'll come back to see what he decides on. Let's check maybe the end of Pranav's game. It was such a masterpiece, and it looks like he kept it up until the end.
That's right. This was the final position. Let's just do a quick recap. We last left it with white taking this pawn on e5, pinning the black knight, hinting at a queen check from behind here. Black tried to centralize the rook. This knight not quite attacked yet due to a pin on the f-file. White simply dropped back a backwards knight move. Not the best according to the computer, but good enough to win this game, attacking the black queen, trying to dislodge her from the defense of this knight. She kept herself alive on d2 due to, again, this pin, meaning the queen is untouchable right now. But after the white king simply marched up the board, we saw a trade of pieces. The black king sidestepped, and white does have this extra knight, and he brought it into the game with full effect. We just see a few more moves, and as soon as the final white piece entered the action, I think this was pretty much the start of the end.
What a way to bounce back for Pranav, who lost yesterday, but today, I mean, one of the games of the tournament, if not the game of the tournament so far, an absolute attacking masterpiece. And well, we see that 2 games remain. Offerspiel only need 1 point out of the remaining 3 boards to secure the match. So let's check in with board 5, Peselj against Christiansen.
Yeah, any of these 3 players could clinch it, even if Magnus doesn't win, which we expect him probably to do now. Then Johann Sebastian Christiansen will fancy his chances. This was the last position we left it, actually, and a long, long time ago. Let's fast forward to the game position, which is actually an endgame. Here it's level pawns, looks very balanced to me, Fiona. Maybe black slightly for choice due to the active rook on the 3rd rank. But how to break through, how to go about trying to win this. H6 shows that black isn't entirely sure of a plan.
Yeah, I think Johann Sebastian maybe also just waiting a little bit to see what is happening on the 2 boards, the one right next to him, and maybe we just go there. I think this game might go on for a bit longer. How is Halldorsen getting on?
Yeah, that shows a good teammate when you sit there not making decisions, not bailing out with a draw, keeping your teammates company, and kind of waiting just in case things go wrong for your teammates to take a risk later. But Halldorsen should be winning this game. White does have 2 extra pawns. The black king has somehow ended up on d3, again behind enemy lines. It's done a bit of a zigzag. It came via, wow, it came via a4, a5 into the position, and it came in earlier. It got chased, but now 2 pawns should do it. Some counterplay though, Fiona.
With the rook behind the enemy lines, keeping an eye on the pawn on h4, maybe threatening some checks. There is some work to be done, but Halldorsen should be able to win this one. With Halldorsen pressing, Magnus pressing, this one looks very, very good for Offerspiel.
Yeah, just one trap before we move on to avoid here for white. Do not give a check. Do not check this black king, because suddenly, whoops, a fork. It's rare to see a king fork 2 pieces. Normally a king's pretty lazy trying to hide behind some shelter, but here it does.
Very sneaky king.
Yeah, sneaky king.
David, can you catch us up? Is that an expression, catch us up on what's been happening in the top match between Superchess and Vuga Gashimov?
Yeah, let's jump in there to the board 1 match in the open section. Here we see, wow, this is a really crazy endgame. Valuation bar, of course, says 0.0, but this is the clash between Richard Rapport and Ralph Mamedov that we mentioned earlier, where I quite like what Rapport was doing, but Mamedov, a fantastic player in his own right, and his last move is really, really clever. He's just brought the black rook from f6 over to c6, and this sets up a cunning threat of bringing the other rook up to the vacated square and picking off the white g-pawn. This black knight looks a bit clumsy, but it actually just defends the king so well right now, and it's level pawns. I don't expect black to really win this one, because these double c-pawns will likely not be too impressive in future, but I think he's found a nice defense, Fiona.
Yeah, very impressive by Ralph Mamedov, who we see is not at the board right now. We see the back of Richard Rapport's shirt, the ponytail. I think Graf will be able to hold this one. Actually, what is the score in the match so far here?
The score is 1-1. So the top seed Superchess not scoring any super wins yet, just 2 draws that we saw earlier.
Yeah, so let's move down the ranks on board 3. Bogdan Deák, we liked his position when we last saw it before the time control.
Yeah, and I think those final words are key, Fiona, before the time control, because Bogdan Daniel Deák, he's a time trouble addict, as we discussed earlier, and things did get a bit crazy in the build-up to move 40. This is the position once the dust has settled. It's level pawn still, but the black king at least safe for now, whose pieces are more active. Still feels like some threats. The black knight undefended, these pieces hanging in midair.
I'm shocked actually that the computer seems to think this is roughly balanced. With my naked human eye, I don't like black's position whatsoever. Where does black's, compensation lie for all these uncoordinated and loose pieces?
Good question. I am really surprised as well. The computer says that white has messed this one up somewhat, but it still looks so pleasant, and a big threat actually of pushing the pawn forward to d5, unleashing this white bishop against the black knight. If the black knight is ever removed, even at the cost of a pawn, then the black rook will be undefended. If the rook ever moves, the black bishop will be undefended. There must be something now. There must be a really clever move, and I think sadly has stopped at the right moment. And in the background of our picture, he has just made a move, and quick refresh there. He's pushed his pawn to b5, and the computer reacts. I think a bit of panic there actually, sadly. Let's just check what the best move.
Yeah, I was gonna say we have to check.
Was it? Okay, I'm gonna check the engine. To me, bishop d8 looked best, but it wasn't. Wow, the computer says only one move actually here to avoid losing on the spot, and that was king to f8.
Okay,
Bizarre.
that's very hard.
Yeah.
Close to impossible.
I think this was impossible to see. Maybe the king actually holds things together by protecting its rook. But okay, b5 on the board, and we have to figure out why this was a mistake. My first instinct was pawn to d5. Actually not. I think sadly would only have played b5 if he had calculated something here. Maybe the black knight simply recaptures, and queen takes rook is impossible due to a check, and the white queen is undefended. So d5 not quite working. How about something simple, Fiona? Rook takes h5. I say simple.
Simple?
I want to deflect the black
Yeah.
knight away from the defense of this
Okay,
rook.
let's take a look. Rook h5 looks very tempting.
Okay, computer again says no after a trade here.
But
Or at
now
least
we
the
get
bar
a
says
lot
no.
of checks, I guess, on the light squares.
Yeah.
This king might not be able to find a safe home.
No safe home here. And also black has ideas such as bishop takes g3, just because the white knight is being undermined. Okay, so in human terms, not simple,
No.
but Superchess, good news for them that there is a winning move here for white. We're yet to find it. Will we find it?
So what did we ruled out? Rook takes h5 and d5, right?
Mm-hmm. Those are two ways to try to get to this black knight immediately. I'm wondering if there are any other options. Patzer sees a check, Patzer plays a check.
I was wondering about that, but I thought, what could the idea possibly be?
So checking the black king, the bar does not drop. If the king is pushed to the h-file, maybe there are some tactics here. Again, I don't really see how we break through. I was going to say, if the king goes to g7, I could certainly imagine this being disastrous for black. Now, certainly there will be some clearance sacrifices. I'm not sure whether you start with d5 or bring the white queen back first and then try to push the pawn, open up this diagonal. Maybe.
I don't think this game is as easy as the bar indicates.
No, definitely not, definitely not. Maybe it's just bring the white queen back and
hit.
actually trying to go for the black king. But yeah, far from easy. And Bogdan Daniel Deák, we know him. He will spend a lot of time in this position trying to figure out the correct answer. But safer king, and that often helps.
What are we on? Move 42, so only 2 moves have been made past the time control, and already 10 of those additional 30 minutes gone. We'll come back here for now. Let's move to the bottom 2 boards, so the 2 boards closest to the camera right now, starting with board 5, Fedoseev there on the right-hand side with the white pieces playing against Samadov.
Yeah, Samadov keeps yawning.
I
It's
know.
contagious. He's making me want to yawn here. Not because of the position, but which is still in the balance. But just impressive calmness from the youngster there. And okay, Fiona, is he holding? There we see a result. In the meantime, Karina Sivka against Nagil Salamova.
It looks to me like the kings are in the middle, which is giving the team, the Hungarian team, Garuda Aika, a big win over Toita, so they continue their perfect run of 3 team wins so far.
Yeah, but for the local fans, Toyota going down to their first defeat, disappointing day. But well played to Salamova, holding a draw in that complicated position. And there we see the score sheets, the official confirmation of the results being signed. But let's go back to this game where Fedoseev has just made a move. White's knight landing in the center. I mean, this is so frustrating for Fedoseev, also for me, because I don't understand why this is level. Why is this equal?
We looked at this ending before the break. We couldn't understand. I mean, I have a feeling that White is going to win somehow.
It's only White who can win, surely, unless White starts a race at the wrong moment.
It reminds me a little bit of this last endgame we were looking at yesterday. Of course, it's very different. There was more material on the board, but it was this knight jumping around against the enemy bishop. So let's see how long are these guys, or do you think it's much easier to defend?
I don't know. I think it's just the fact there's such reduced material. Yeah. As soon as the White king starts going for this black pawn, then the black king will activate and maybe start going for the white pawns. Bishops are so good at giving themselves up, covering both sides of the board. Maybe the black bishop will later give itself up for the white a pawn if it ever crosses the board. And for example, now I'm expecting black's king to step forward to e7. Just simply see no other logical moves. And white's king also tied down to this e-pawn. I think Fedoseev's plan over the next few moves is to, I'm not sure whether you go for it immediately, but to bring the knight round to c4 to keep an eye on this pawn, to defend e5 and then unleash his king. But black as well, able to maybe trade pawns in the near future. Okay, I'm going to trust the engine here and agree it is a draw just because black's long-range piece, the bishop, will hold its own. But yeah, it's only really white who can win.
And that means that the last board game might still be hugely important here. How is Sadikov getting on against Shevchenko?
Yeah, most of the other games in the balance, meaning that Shevchenko as black for the top seeds will want to win, maybe even need to win. And he has an extra pawn.
Those pawns look pretty powerful, and the d-pawn only 3 squares away from becoming a new queen. Yeah. It is white to move. White also has a passer, of course, on b6.
Yeah, the problem is this pawn can step forward, but it will not go any further. This black rook is just doing its best Gandalf impression, saying you will not pass. And after b7, I mean, the black bishop can actually activate to try and hit this pawn already. And yeah, for example, if white's bishop is forced to go and defend, the bishop can sit on c8. Now I think Fiona, these pawns will simply roll forward. Not much to do to stop those right now. Surely it's about these passed pawns, but if you can hold them up, if you can reactivate the white knight somehow, maybe some chances. Yeah, I mean, you have to calculate variations here as white. You have to maybe try and undermine some of these pawns. It won't be easy though. Surely black is a big, big favorite in this game to win. Absolutely.
Sadikov also only 14 minutes on the clock. I think Shevchenko will find a way to win this one. It's been a very close match, but it looks like Superchess will get over the line just about in the end.
Yeah, they should, but still maybe some twists and turns ahead. And notice how in the background of your picture there, we see Asadli watching his teammates. That's the dynamic as we enter the 4th, 5th hours of any team match, in my experience. Watching your teammates play, kind of evaluating their positions, and your decisions on the board are often affected. He needs to take risks, maybe, sadly.
Absolutely. David, it's been very long since we last checked in with the title defenders. Let's go to the board 3 match between Borsheva and, did I say Bor? Borsheva and Novi Bor.
Yeah, and just to recap some of the results, Vincent Keimer did win. This was the final position. Black simply has an extra exchange, extra rook for bishop. And here with the remaining set of rooks about to be traded, Mikhailevsky resigned. So big win for Vincent Keimer, 3 out of 3 now in the tournament. And Nils Grandelius also taking a win.
Wow, we did not see that one coming. Last time we checked in, we thought Nils was under some pressure. Very good to see him bounce back after yesterday's loss. Shall we quickly see how he turned this one around?
Yeah, let's kind of rewind back a few moves. We saw actually a crazy position. We left it just 2-3 moves before this. Suddenly Black's bishop sneaking in from behind, trying to win a pawn. But I think it was just the looseness of Black's pieces that later caused the blunder. And here, knight takes d4, allowing White's rook to enter the 7th rank. A pawn sacrifice from Nils Grandelius here. Really well calculated, because after the black rook defends its bishop, rook takes pawn. Where is the mistake? Knight takes b3. Looks like a sneaky tactic. Rook takes knight, met by a winning pin. Okay, where is the blunder? It looks like a sneak attack maybe against the black king, and not well defended. Okay, bishop back to c5 was the big mistake, trying to block a check, but allowing White to create an attack. And
looks like time travel was in full effect there, with the bar just swinging back and forth. But in the end, Black was just, I think, probably too tied up there on the king side and the pieces to lose.
Yeah, you're right. I think this this idea of taking on a4 just too ambitious for Orikobo in general. Suddenly the bishop is hit, no time to come up with any good, strong discovered checks. And after the bishop drops back, no time to actually take on b3, or at least he didn't want to. Instead, g6, a capture. And unfortunately, Black's rook is lost. If you ever move it, then pawn to g7 crashes through on the back rank. So rook g7, a capture, and the knight drops off as well. Extra rook, and he won.
Nice conversion by Nils. In fact, this match is over. Novibor have a 4-0 lead. Let's take a quick look at the two remaining games in that match. So what is still on the way? Board 3, Steinberg against Navarra.
Yeah, he's got to channel his inner Steinitz. Steinberg here.
It's Steinberg and Nitzan, where this is where the confusion, I think,
yeah, I'll let you off.
From.
Your pronunciation far better than mine, don't worry, Fiona. And right now, unfortunately for Steinberg, he is slightly on the worst of this endgame, but should be able to hold, it feels like. Actually, this one earlier we said a 2-result position, and Navarra has been probing away for a long, long time. White has a choice. You have to capture one of these 2 pawns. Which one would you take?
Instinctively on e5.
Yeah, I think so too. Taking on e5. And the downside is you allow Black's king into the position, but it's only one weakness for now, maybe a second weakness. How to hold this one? Do we just
So
step
I'm just
back?
gonna get zugzwangt if I wait.
If you wait, Black drops back, and White suddenly tied down to this pawn. The White king now has to move, but it gives way, and the Black king will come in.
Maybe my instincts were just not very good.
Yeah, it feels like a draw in this position. I'm just not sure how.
Yeah.
Okay, what else could White try? I don't see it. So maybe the easier draw in terms of human chess would be to take the other pawn.
And not let the king.
Not let the black king even get close to coming in. And for example, maybe we just wait and meet a bishop attack on g2 with a block. King and pawn endgame is just so tough to calculate, Fiona. And I think here we can make a draw because black will wait, but white will create a second passed pawn, the h-pawn, and eventually things will fizzle out. We'll see the black king marching over to stop the h-pawn, white's king will go the other way, and this one should be a draw, but still calculation to be done. I mean, we're here with the benefit of the evaluation bar, and even now we are still kind of undecided about the result. But okay, he did take on g5, and I think that will signal this series of events.
Yeah, Novibor, who came so close to winning 6-0 today. Let's see the last remaining game in this. Oh no, this was the last. No.
There's one more.
Yeah, Bartel against Husman. Husman, who lost a pawn much earlier in this game, but it looks like he's working a miracle, and with the opposite color bishops here, despite being 2 pawns down, this should just be a draw.
Yeah, incredible defense here from Alexander Husman using all of his experience. This bishop just prevents any pawn advances. The black king will shoulder off the white king, And for example, if you just wait, white's king, the only way to try and win this one is to snake around. But black's king can actually just block it off, and the white king will not go any further. This is the definition of a fortress, with the bishop controlling all the light squares. This is why opposite color bishops are so tricky with this drawish tendency.
Yeah, and David, just before we go back to Magnus, I wanted to very quickly check in with Karina Zivka. That was the last game we were following. No, was it Vachier-Lagrave? Sorry.
Vachier-Lagrave, and this is the Superchess women's team this time, taking on Typhoon. And wow, we left this around move 40. They just made the time control. You can see the nerves again on both players, because this has got crazy. And
yeah, what happened here? The bar has shot all the way up. Let's go back to where we left it off. I think it was move 39.
yeah, we left it move 39. White did play king g2 as we were predicting earlier, just a safe, calm, time trouble type of move, not committing anything, getting to move 40, getting the extra 30 minutes. Black reacted with queen to f5, hitting white's rook. Looks very natural. The rook counterattacked against black's queen, queen to e6, and white came up with his pin, Fiona. I think it went wrong around here for black.
Yeah.
Pin, and black reacted, dropping back. King to h6. I said it went wrong, but maybe it's only the position we have on the board where instead of moving this bishop, you could maybe just retreat it safely to f6, covering this entry square for the white rook. She instead tried to counter against white's queen, and the computer's gone crazy.
The computer has gone crazy. I wonder what is the... I mean, everything in black's position feels so loose. I'm not surprised there's a winning shot here. The bishop is under attack. So if I just move the queen...
Where to? Because she ideally wants to protect her pawn.
Okay, if I take, then I allow you a check.
Yeah, takes allows this check, and suddenly black gets active, gets counterplay, and white's king probably can't hide from the checks forever. So this likely would lead to a perpetual check, a draw. So where else to go? Is there something really clever here?
Don't tell me we can take on e5 and give up the queen. No, that's too much.
Surely can't be this. I think black, if the knight didn't exist, maybe this would be winning for white, but black will be able to slow white down somewhat, and the knight will happily guard against some threats. Okay, it's really not obvious here. I'm wondering whether we try to go behind to try to get to the black king. Black's next move will be bishop takes pawn if the white queen allows that.
That looks sneaky. Let's try that. Queen c8.
Queen c8, bishop takes pawn, and now white needs a winning blow. Again, I'm wondering if the rook joins in, maybe. Queen check would be met by a block. Okay.
But
Computer
then maybe
says still.
queen d8. Ah, no, but yeah, queen d8.
Queen d8.
Attacking the bishop and threat. Ah, but it's not even a mate threat.
It might be, though. The bishop can't save itself. I think this is just really nice geometry, Fiona. Black, for example, if she drops her bishop back now, she would walk into all sorts of tactics. For example, a check, second check, and game over. The queen drops next.
And if the bishop keeps an eye on e7?
Yeah, if the bishop keeps an eye... The problem is how it's caught in two minds.
Ah, it is, of course.
And yeah, just one key detail, if black offers a queen trade, this time white can allow the exchange because the pieces are lined up, and one will drop. Wow, that's not 100% obvious. The queen to c8 in this position, winning for white. Maybe there are others that we haven't spotted so far, but Nino, with just over 10 minutes on the clock, needing to win to save the top seeds here.
Yeah, the second seeds. The top seeds actually did win the match today. I'm surprised they looked in some trouble, Monte Carlo. Maybe we can just very quickly recap what were the individual results.
Yeah, let's just quickly run through Monte Carlo. Sorry, yeah, the top seeds, their results here. White did win in the game between Anna Muzychuk and Ekaterina Atalik, because simply the white king is coming in to b7. The black rook will have to give its life for the white pawn. King to c8 would only slow things down slightly. White's rook would create this threat of a check. So white resigned here. Oh, sorry, black resigned here. Anna Muzychuk taking the win. Sara Kardem's game, we wrote this one off very early as a likely win for black. Big attack. In the end, white actually had to give up a whole piece to keep the game going. Here, white resigned. just down a whole bishop. So maybe one of the most predictable results. Okay, Pia Kramling, maybe seeing that her team were doing well, took a draw in a very pleasant position for white. Well,
Is it so? It looked so
it was
pleasant.
earlier,
The
yeah.
bar suddenly is changing its mind. I wonder why. Is it to do with the openness of the white king?
Yeah, I think it is to do with the king. Actually, the game ended with a repetition here. Black's queen moving to g4, maybe hinting at some sacrifices on g3 and a bit of a dance between the two queens. Yeah, earlier we loved Pia Kramling's position, but great defense there from Dorina Demeter from Hungary.
And Elizabeth Pate's on board 4 saved what looked like a tricky position, so also a draw there.
Wow, and this one is maybe one of the most surprising results because in the final position, white does have the extra exchange, the extra rook for knight, and agreeing a draw here pretty much eliminated all chances for her team. Aydin, the lower rated player, it's understandable taking a draw against a grandmaster, but maybe regretting not playing on. Team captain will have some stern words to say
For
to her
sure.
later.
For sure. So with those results out of the way, let's go back to the open section and check in with Magnus Carlsen. We were expecting him to play g5 when we last checked in. Wow, this has changed a lot.
This has totally evolved this position, but Magnus Carlsen still is winning, and we might even see a result in the near future. Let's do a quick recap. We last left the position here, and Magnus didn't actually go for the move g5 that we were expecting. We thought Black's bishop would come round, and this would have been a huge attack. Maybe just unsure what to do if white blocks the kingside with a move like g4. Magnus instead entered with the black queen. We saw white's bishop drop back. A mistake according to the computer, but a really tough position to defend for white with no time on the clock. Now g5 comes with added effect, and Magnus transitions into an endgame, typical grinder.
Yep.
Not going for checkmate, instead just trying to utilize the bishop pair, and when the queens came off, unfortunately the white king is the only piece that can come back in time to stop this pawn, but this allows another pawn to drop. White's bishop overworked, defending its knight, no time to take on c4. And yeah, if we whiz ahead, Fiona.
Yeah, a lot more moves have happened, but we're getting close to the conclusion of this game with Maksimovic not only having a lost position, but also no time on the clock.
Yeah, beautiful move. Bishop takes f2. Again, deflection tactic. The white king has to take this pawn. It has no time to take the bishop. White tries to save the king side first, but now it's actually everything dropping. This pawn running as well. And let's catch up with, whoa, Magnus Carlsen showing off here, flexing bishop to f7. Deflection yet again, asking this bishop a question. If bishop takes bishop, of course, black would make a new queen. So the white's bishop forced to retreat, and after a simple drop back, now the queenside falls as well. He's going to have pass pawns aplenty, and this one in its final stages.
Yeah, bishop c6 is on the board. I guess Magnus is just going to collect.
Where is the win though? After bishop takes pawn, suddenly white can maybe come back and take on a4.
And now we push the pawn.
Pushing the pawn, and the white king would be just in
Oh
time
my
to
goodness,
stop.
I've managed to mess it up already. That's impressive.
Yeah, Magnus though, he won't let this one slip, and he
No.
actually does the same idea just in a different order. After bishop to c6, he throws one of his two g pawns away. Now king f2 would not work because of a check. And really nice technique here. He gives this pawn up for the more valuable white a pawn, and now bishop c5 a winning threat. Two pass pawns. This one looks over, Fiona.
Yeah, I'm looking at the player camera, and we see Pranav there in the background after his masterpiece. He has stuck around. I imagine we might see a resignation in this situation with Maksimovic only seconds on the clock.
Yeah, and you can see on his body language, he knows this one is gone. All hope out the window after that nice last tactic from Magnus Carlsen. It's just incredible in the endgame, finding all these resources, utilizing the bishop pair. This is a really instructive example of how they're best use the bishops. And Magnus now, he'll just coordinate pushing the g-pawn with pushing the a-pawn. And, okay, playing on to the end. Give us entertainment, Maksimovic.
Funnily enough, we just saw the arbiter bring new score sheets. Is this move 60? One more move to go. If you're Maksimovic, do you do this sometimes? I must think, I don't really want to use a new score sheet if my position is lost. Do you do that? Or?
I have done that occasionally, tried to grind down an endgame, but My opponent's defense holds firm. Move 60. Save the trees, save the environment, save the paper, and offer a draw. But I think this will be a case of it being the appropriate time to resign. Black's a-pawn is just going to march.
Both players, so Magnus looks like he's ready to accept the hand, but another move was made here, bishop d5, maybe a last attempt, but Magnus just goes for the exchange, and the new score sheets will come out.
Oh, not respecting the environment here. The players, one black pawn will paralyze the white knight. I'm expecting Magnus to push the pawn to a3 now, and while the white knight is distracted, black's king will happily guide down its g-pawn. Yeah, this one is quite straightforward. Actually, you could pretty much just imagine that these three pieces aren't on the board, and black is simply winning this king and pawn endgame. The queenside irrelevant. It's all about the g-pawn now.
Yeah, and when and if this game ends, Magnus will actually be the one to bring the winning point for his team Offerspiel, who are currently in the lead 2.5, and there he goes. The a-pawn is running down the board, and this game now really in its very final instance.
Yeah, two moves here for white if you want to prolong this endgame. Knight back to b4 would have been one. We showed that was winning, and okay, we see a handshake. Magnus Carlsen.
On move 61.
Oh, on move 61, Magnus Carlsen takes the victory.
Congratulations, what a game by the world champion. He opened today meeting 1e4 with 1a6, but then turned it back into a French, and with his win, Team Offerspiel continue with their winning ways. The last two boards are now irrelevant, although both players, I think Halderson on board 6 pressing. We can come back there a bit later. I think we're going to focus now on the match Superchess against Gashimov that is currently tied 1.5, 1.5. So 3 games remain there. And the one game that has ended, let's start there.
Yeah, this game has finished, as you mentioned, Fiona, and we actually saw a repetition of moves in the position that we left this one at. We saw a really clever defense here just 2 moves ago from black, moving this rook out the way, getting out of the way of its counterpart, creating this really nasty threat of rook f6 and taking this pawn. And white played king to h6 and setting up maybe a small trap, I was going to say, of rook to f6. And maybe a check on the back rank, but at the very minimum, white can't just defend this g-pawn. Maybe this was actually what he had up his sleeve. Instead, we saw the rook return to f6, and the players agree to a draw because white was likely to retreat the king, defending his bishop, and the game would have ended with a very logical repetition. Just really well played, high quality game.
Absolutely, the match still in the balance, and we see the remaining 3 games on the screen there. Let's start with Bogdan Derek. Last we checked in here, he had a winning shot. Did he find it?
Wow, he's found some winning blow, and okay, there in the background we see the arbiters giving a set of score sheets to the 5th board. We are entering that stage of the day now where it's all about the end games. And actually, Fiona,
let's start with that, because I think it is about to conclude as we have a king and pawn ending on the board.
Yeah, and this has been really, really well calculated by Samadov as black. He's managed to give up a pawn just to trade off that bishop for knight that we saw a bit earlier today, and white's h-pawn alone will not win this game. Okay, a quick handshake. He doesn't even test him here, Fedoseev, just to show what would have happened.
Fedoseev knows about the environment. It is move 60.
He's a friend of the climate, friend of the people. Fedoseev here. This was move 60, so no need for second set of score sheets. Saving those for another game, just to show what would have happened if, for example, white had pushed the pawn, black's king would have retreated. We would have eventually seen positions such as this one, and black's king would have hid out in the corner, and a race would have begun, but he had calculated, both players actually had worked this out, that he is just in time to get back with the black king. The key square in these positions is always the c8 square, white's pawn, especially against a rook's pawn, and just in time to sneak into the corner or block off the white king. So, wow, he held it, but by the skin of his teeth.
Impressive calculation by Samadov. The match still in the balance. 4 games have ended, 4 of them were draws. Let's go back now to Deak, and this whole match might hinge on him in the end.
Yeah, they need him to win their third board. I was going to say first board, but that was only in the absence of Anand and Rapport. Deac now, he has found a nice breakthrough, finally playing the move d5. He first kicked back this black queen, and now the problem for black is you can capture, but are there consequences? Knight takes pawn would be the most natural move now, and black's knight struggles to hold the fort together any longer. Remember, it's needed to protect its rook. Knight takes knight now, met by a simple capture, and white's king, no significant checks against it. You can try a check with the black knight, but white can just sidestep. And this one is over, I think, if he takes on d5. I don't see any counterplay here, Fiona.
Yeah, impressive the way that Bogdan turned this one around. This was such a close match, but in the end, I think he showed his superiority there. Very tough to find a move for black after d5. All the pieces are loose. What can you even try apart from taking?
Yeah, if you take, this is disastrous as we mentioned, so looking for alternatives, Fiona. One natural move would be to block up the center, but this means that black has no counterplay on this diagonal. I'm wondering at the very minimum whether white just takes a pawn. I think there might be better than this, but at the very minimum you take a pawn and start throwing the b pawn forward. Reminiscent, actually, a mirror image of Bogdan Daniel Deac's game yesterday. So maybe actually it's going to go on for a while, and I think the only way to keep the game going, rather than allow the bishop dropping back and taking a knight, rather than allowing a wreckage of the black pawn structure, is to lock things up, pawn to e5, maybe put that pawn on e4 and pray.
Yeah, I think also the time situation, it feels like we just made the time control, but somehow black is already down to 6 minutes again. There is another game still going in this match. It's the one closest to the camera here. Let's check in with Kirill Shevchenko on the black side against Sylvie Sadikov.
Yeah, some real shaking of the head in the foreground of the camera from Shevchenko. He's lost control and the clocks are ticking. Right now, this position is a bit wild. We said that these pawns in the center should decide the game in black's favor, but the evaluation bar suddenly back in the middle.
I am shocked. A, that white managed to keep it in the balance, and B, that this position is still in the balance.
Wow, how can this be a draw? I think he's relying on the move d3 here, Shevchenko. He maybe assumed that the pawn was running through, and to the naked eye, it looks like this is just game over. How do you stop this pawn? I don't see it, unless you're maybe making the move knight to b1.
Oh my goodness.
The only way to stop the pawn crossing
And
over.
if I take?
And suddenly a capture, and white's king just in time to stop the pawns on the dart squares, a full blockade.
Unbelievable.
And suddenly black's rook is trapped. It's actually totally neutralized by white's pawn and bishop. You can pretty much count those off the board. If anything, it's favoring white that those still exist, and this could turn.
Kirill calculated this, so he did not push the pawn. Instead, he's trying knight d5. Does Kirill even have to be careful, do you think, depending on what happens here?
Yeah, I think his last move shows a bit of panic, but also him trying to pull the handbrake and trying to steer this game towards safety. White would love to, for example, go in and behind to eliminate the blockader, but this does fail to a knight fork, hitting the rook and hitting the bishop. Once black eliminates that bishop, simply 2 extra pawns up in the center. So I think he's just guarding against this threat, this plan of white's rook coming in and behind. But still, what to do next? I'm not sure, for example, if white's rook steps forward. Do you want to push pawns? Oof. If you do, it's either going to be very, very strong, or they might actually become weaker.
I don't know if
Crazy
I
position.
want to... Okay, what happens if I push the e-pawn?
Yeah, looks logical, looks strong. Or, to be honest, if I didn't see the bar, I would still think black is doing well. I would still think black is winning. Okay, let's say I don't really want to move my king closer while I allow a check.
The problem is either way, you're going to allow a check, right? King f1, maybe the knight can come in. But maybe that's not a problem.
Okay, king f1, the safer of the 2 moves. I mean, it still looks like great winning chances for black, but you are playing without a rook. Maybe that's why the head shaking started for Shevchenko. Looks like he's, okay, I was going to say he's leaning back or has left the board.
Also, look at Sadikov's time situation. I think it's going to be very challenging to defend it with so little time.
Yeah.
On the clock, both players visibly nervous.
Yeah, such a high stakes game for the top seed, Superchess. And okay, he's going to move his rook. Where's he going to bring it to? He retreats back to b2. And same question persists. What happens if black pushes the pawns? Fiona, would you say black's still a big favorite to win this?
Not a big favorite, but a favorite, I would say.
And that means the 2 remaining games, despite the scores being tied right now in the match, they are maybe going to head in Superchess's favor.
I think so too. I even think it's likely that both of them will win. Although, you know what, I revised that statement already, because I think if Deák wins, very likely he will make a draw to eliminate any risk.
He'll be aware, and okay, he's trying to eliminate any risk. I think you might have called it. I think he has taken a peek over at his teammate and realized Bogdan.
I mean, it would be impressive if he looked over and just understood that position is winning, because it's also not so clear.
He's an impressive player, Shevchenko.
Yeah, that is true.
He will be aware, but the nerves of the situation, it feels like he's taking some safe decisions, maybe just some very strong decisions as well. He's threatening knight takes bishop right now. And actually, if this bishop moves, he'll go pawn hunting for b7.
He will be so happy for that rook to rejoin the game after being stuck on b8 for a while.
Yeah, actually, the more I think it, I think the more I'm convinced you will be right with your prediction. Both games, Superchess should win now, especially with the clock situations.
The question is, if Kirill wins first, will Deák make a draw? Or I guess it depends on the position. Maybe we can very quickly go back to Deák to update his position.
What are your views on the role of the captain here, Fiona? If you were the captain, I do believe it's possible for them to tell their team to offer a draw. Do you think that rule should be allowed?
That should. Sorry, what?
The captains are allowed to.
They are allowed, so it's different to the Olympiad.
Yeah, I was told in this tournament captains are allowed to communicate with their players to offer a draw.
Well, in that case, I think Ivan will make use of that. Are you asking about this specific
Yeah, I mean, in general,
situation?
what do you think of that rule? And do you think a captain should step in? Should they trust their players?
It's very difficult to say, right? Because here the players are very strong. I do think in other situations, in other matches, when the captain is much stronger than the players, it can give a hint, absolutely. So it's, I think in terms of the regulations, it's tough. In this match situation, I think, yes, Ivan, if he's allowed to, should step in, because last year Superchess fell short of winning the tournament. And even though they might want to win, if the position is not completely winning, I think it makes sense to just put the team first.
Yeah, that's one rule that I have. I have a bit of an issue with, I must admit. Exactly what you described happened once. I was playing an opponent a few hundred points below me, and I literally just made a blunder. And the captain swooped in. He was about the same rating as myself. He swooped in, told his opponent, told his player, "You've got to offer a draw." And that was, I mean, basically a signal that I had blundered. And he, of course, realised at that very moment. It's basically like having access to an evaluation bar. And I've also been on the other end where my captain's told me, offer a draw. And I'm like, no, but my rating points, it secures it for the team. But
it's a tough balance to strike.
It cost me 15 rating points. My captain once did it 3 times in a row. And I was like, come on, man. Like, I know the team wants to win, but what about me? Anyway, team chess, it's a hard dynamic.
It is a hard dynamic. It is a hard balance to strike. It also really depends on just how winning or how unclear is the position. How winning do you think this is for Deák?
I think he'll know it's winning. He'll just do a quick count. White has this extra B pawn, but it's not immediate. I really like what Black's been doing here. Sadly, I think good practical player with the clocks ticking down, just locking up the centers we mentioned, and just kind of keeping control. Black will at some point maybe play a move such as E4. If Black ever gets the rook active, some counter-attacking chances. I'll say it's winning, but anything could still happen if the nerves kick in. Maybe this one is actually the one that has more potential to spiral out of control compared to the endgame that we were looking at.
Yeah, especially with Deák down to just 4 minutes there. I mean, this match is incredibly close. Superchess, they are the top-rated team, the top seeds. But they are facing a tough task here as early as round 3. I mean, I don't think this match is even won yet. I think they are big favorites to win it, but we are not there just yet. Maybe we have a moment to take a look elsewhere. Board match 4, we were looking at that a bit earlier. The French team, Anya, taking on the Turkish team, Göktürk.
Yeah, and surprisingly, this clash between Vachier-Lagrave and Vachier-Lagrave is still ongoing. We kind of wrote it off. If we backtrack the whole way to, whoa, I'm going to have to go a long way back in this game. But it was around here we thought, okay, white is going to win. The extra pawns on the king's side should decide this game. You can march forward now. And somehow the game is still alive. Black has had to part with a bishop to neutralize white's kingside pawns. But if we fast forward, things are falling. Pawns are disappearing fast off this board, and despite this still being a winning position for white, if you see 2 of your pawns disappear, you'll start to fret. You need to keep at least one of these 3 pawns alive. You need to keep a potential queen if you want to win this game. Rook and knight not sufficient to beat a rook.
Yeah, so if you're white here, what do? Do you start, you can't save the A pawn, so do you start bringing the king? Do you start going for some of the black pawns, maybe putting the rook either on f5 or on g8, just targeting that pawn? How do you go on about this?
I think you mix and match both of those ideas, Fiona. I think that's very logical. Actually, yeah, I was going to say rook g8, for example, rook takes pawn, and now you have to defend this c pawn. And it's just a question of whether these 4 can somehow trade off for white's remaining 2. I don't think they can. You can maybe give up a pawn or 2 along the process, but the c2 pawn, I can't imagine a world in which black is able to trade this one off. This should slowly but surely be winning for white, but maybe a long grind ahead for Vachier-Lagrave. He'll win this one. I think also the fact that the c5 pawn is a bit weak, a bit tender, will help white's cause here. And we're seeing something very similar in the game if we catch up with the live position. He's put his king on d2, maybe just to avoid any pawn to c4 checks, trading off, and he will gobble on g5 next. So big favourite to win, Vachier-Lagrave.
Yeah, in the match, Aniera leading 2-1, and the remaining positions do look good for them. So I think we can move away from here. We'll do a recap of the results afterwards, but I think we'll stick now with the top match, Superchess against Gashimov. I think that's the last intrigue really on the top 3 boards today in each section.
That's right, so let's jump back. First of all, okay, the Bogdan Daniel Dejic game hasn't changed too much, so let's jump to Shevchenko, whose clock is really ticking down now. We see just a couple of minutes for white and around 5.5 minutes for black. There's a massive threat on the board actually. Rook takes bishop, followed by a bishop check on e6. For example, black could contemplate getting greedy right now, but this would be tantamount to, I think, offering a draw, or at least going into a draw-ish type of position after a capture, a check. And, okay, why is the evaluation bar so far on black side still? Maybe
Those
it's just
pawns.
Yeah, maybe it's those pawns. The white knight is still struggling to get back.
Can we play d3 here?
D3 doesn't quite work because a capture and white's bishop.
Oh, the bishop's coming back. I'm completely blind today. Yeah, that doesn't work. So we have to save the rook, and the d pawn is advancing in the game. Actually, let's go back to the live position. D3
Wow.
is on the board.
I must admit, I'm a bit shocked that he didn't take this pawn in view of the fact that it was relatively risk-free, and we thought that his team needed him to play it a bit safe. But d3 shouldn't change too much. It just asks the question whether the white knight comes back to defend. We saw something similar earlier, or whether it's the white king's turn to charge into the center to keep this, keep some watchful gaze under this over this pawn.
Yeah, I think the times that you guys see just a tiny bit off, 1 minute and 20 for Ulvi Sadikov. Either way, not much time left, and such a critical decision here to make. Do you take on d5 or do you not take?
Oof. I mean, my first instinct was to at least calculate taking on d5, but it's such a tough decision with no time on the clock.
And there he goes.
There we go. He plays the kind of most logical follow-up, the most consistent move with his earlier plan. And okay, we see a capture on d5, takes, and a check.
And the stare, very brief stare.
Nice. You always got to throw in the death stare, especially when the clocks are ticking down. Mind games, psychological warfare here. Okay, the king sidesteps. This knight will be captured. There we go. And pawn to d2 played. This has to be stopped by white's bishop. I'm expecting it to drop back to f3. There we go. On the board. And black now does have the luxury of taking on b7 if desired.
Finally freeing this rook.
And there we go. Rook takes, after bishop to f3, rook takes bishop. Rook takes pawn, sorry. If the bishop captures, then black makes a new queen. So it must be time at some point to bring back the knight. Maybe first you need to, okay, there we go, blockade with white's bishop. You couldn't move the knight yet because there was been a check. Now he is ready to reroute his knight into the center. Still going this game, Fiona. Maybe good drawing chances for white.
Yeah, and that means that it might be Derek's game after all that will be decisive. Do we stick around here? Do we quickly check in with Derek?
Yeah, this game, the Derek game hasn't changed too much. Just a couple of moves. White drops the queen back to e2.
Seconds for Derek. He will need to have nerves of steel to wrap this one up.
Yeah, I've played Dejac myself so many times at Blitz Chess Online. I know he's capable. His reactions are really quick. Is he even at the board?
He's not at the board. I also just saw that.
He's got 35 seconds on the clock and he's not at the board. He's just chilling.
Yeah, I've seen him do that before. I always get stressed just watching him. But as you say, I mean, habits, you know, at the start of today's show, you said every player has his or her quirks, and that's a big one right there. And I think, no, that's Offerspiel, I think, that we spot there on the...
Blocking the camera?
Yeah.
There's a lot of matching outfits there, a lot of matching shirts.
No, it is Superchess, actually.
Yeah.
It looked like the Offerspiel white shirts, but it is, in fact, Superchess.
I mean, imagine now if he just plays some random, like, weird-looking move and... I mean, it will take 5 seconds to get back to the board. You have 30 seconds left to react. I mean, this is crazy.
If that is him, he's looking very relaxed. I think it might just be Bogdan.
I think it is. Just from the way he's standing, he often stands with his hands in his pockets. And, okay, there we get it confirmed. He gets back to the board. 30 seconds and counting for white to react to black's last move, which was a bishop retreat.
I think I would be, if I hadn't played Derek before, if this was the first time, I'd be thinking, what in the world is he doing?
What in the world is he doing indeed? And wow, it's a mistake from white. White actually had pretty much a knockout blow there. If he had more time on the clock, for sure he would have found it, but he's off again. No sitting at the board. He does not care at all. And yeah, he knows he's got things under control still. White's last move, getting out of the gaze of black's bishop. Black's bishop was kind of X-ray attacking this white rook. But white could, in the past, in the previous position, have played knight to c4 and taken this pawn with the knight. This would have been pretty much decisive, wrapping up the victory for Superchess. Okay, he's doing it the slow way, the safe way, though. And he's not caring about a check in the center. I guess that can just be blocked by a pawn. So right now, he's still in control. 47 seconds this time. He's gaining time.
He is gaining time. Meanwhile, black's time is ticking down as we see Asali about to make a move, and the king is just dropping out of that H file.
Yeah, I mean, I've actually been told off by captains in the past for walking around when low on time. I never did it with 30 seconds on the clock. I probably did it with 5-10 minutes on the clock, but either way, nerves of steel from the young Romanian player.
Yeah, I think it might just be his way of keeping his nerves in check. I think he's one of the only top players that I've seen do this, but it seems to have worked for him. You know, he is a 2700 player, and let's see what are the developments on board 4.
Yeah, let's go back to the bottom board here.
Yeah, board 6. Sorry.
Board 6, and again, hasn't changed too much. Black's rook did just sidestep to c7, trying to break through to the first rank, also hinting at a threat against the knight and the pawn on g3. So this was dealt with, a knight retreat, blocking the infiltration. White's king is coming though. This could turn if white is somehow able to pick off the d pawn. Remember that there are targets as well for White's bishop, but first and foremost, he has to deal with the might of Black's central pawns. I think the safe way, if you want to make a draw with Black, would be to kind of bring the king forward, maybe just trade off pawns on the king side, but he clearly wants to win. You can tell body language, Shevchenko,
Yes.
he's not relying on his teammate here.
And we haven't seen him. What's interesting to me is that we haven't seen Kirill look over too much, be too interested in what's happening in the X game. He might also be relying on, if something happens there, Ivan will tell me what to do. I'm just going to try to find the best way to play for a win if needed. That might be on his mind as well.
Yeah, we talked about captains. I'm not sure the captain of the Vugar Gashimov team, but he's lurking in the background there, I think, with the black shirt. And
yeah, might it even be Vugar Gashimov's brother? Let me take a quick look.
it might well be.
At the team composition.
And okay, developments. There've been a trade of knights in the other game just to show what's happened. Knight to g4 was played here, and a trade. This helps Black significantly.
And David, just sorry, while we have the camera on the captain, it is indeed Serkan Gashimov, the brother of Vugar Gashimov, who sadly passed away after illness. Such a talented, fantastic player.
He was phenomenal. He's defeated me at an Olympiad. He was just a really talented, really intuitive player and really popular as well.
Yes.
Yeah, he was already one of the world's best players when he unfortunately fell ill. So yeah, great to see his memory being upheld here by a really strong young team, and they're holding their own against the top seeds. Look at the nerves of the captain though. I mean, that must be the toughest job out there. Forget playing, just the stress of watching and kind of helplessly letting fate unfold.
I even feel the stress just watching from here, knowing that they are close to holding the top seeds. And I mean, I don't know, are things turning ever so slightly in the day game?
Yeah, definitely. I think he was maybe relying on tactic there, Dejac, just to show what happened after the knight trade. Maybe he was hoping to play bishop takes pawn, delivering checkmate, just maybe forgetting that pawn takes queen is a check. Otherwise, White would have time, of course, to deliver the killer blow. Instead, he was forced to retreat with the white queen. But now his pride and joy, the d pawn, might be falling off the board in the near future. I'm not sure whether Black takes this pawn first, or maybe it just shores up the e5 pawn by playing the move f6. Either way, White's king not entirely safe anymore. He takes this pawn on d5.
David, let me ask you, do you think Ivan Sokolov, the captain of Team Superchess right now, is regretting if it was his decision to tell Vishy and Jordan to keep it safe with the black pieces?
Yes. This game, I mean, it's come down to the wire when on paper you would expect Vishy Anand, you would expect Jordan Vachier-Lagrave to score heavily against their opponents, even with Black. And it's really kind of gambling. It's really putting pressure on your teammates after rook takes pawn. Now, wow, not even bishop takes pawn from Dejac. I thought this was the idea, to threaten checkmate with the white rook. Taking a pawn in the process. What would have been the downside here? Would there have been an immediate draw on the cards? Maybe rook takes bishop? Wow.
Oh my goodness.
He must have missed this, Bogdan Daniel Dejac here. Queen takes and perpetual check incoming. Look how the queen kind of...
Such nice geometry.
Yeah, using literally a triangle here. If the king drops back, you check. If the king drops to h2, you check. If the king steps across, you check. And using this...
That's beautiful.
Yeah. Triangle, you just force the draw. Nowhere to hide for the white king. Beautiful there. But with the match situation, Bogdan Daniel Dejac had to take a risk. He had to play on. And I'm starting to think Black's actually for choice here. Black has more control over the king side, and watch out for this king later becoming the weaker of the two. I'm
starting to think Vugar Gashimov are going to hold this match.
I think you might be right, Fiona. And let's check back in. This is the live position on this board. Let's check back in on the one at the forefront of your cameras. He's going to hold this, I think. Sadikov.
He's done such a tremendous job. I mean, these pawns, 3 hours ago, we were talking about the mighty central black pawns, and Black has done such a fantastic job, and he is inching so much closer because now the pawns have been stopped in their tracks.
Yeah, stopped in their tracks and ready to be picked off the board. Wow, knight f1, knight takes d2. I don't see how you stop this at all. And look at Kirill Shevchenko. He's devastated, looking away from the board there. He knows his winning chances are about to disappear.
I mean, what a tough moment. He might also now have looked over at Deak's game and realized that one isn't clear either. Sadikov, meanwhile, I think this is the most relaxed we've seen him in a little while. He must realize that the hardest part of the job is done. Of course, that doesn't mean you can relax. You have to stay focused until the very end. Kirill is throwing the pawns at you still, but can you just sit here?
I think you can sit. You've pretty much got a fortress, actually. You can just kind of improve the white bishop. Black's idea is that knight to f1 will most likely be met by the rook coming down, saying, okay, the white knight is pinned, pinned, I say tied down to the g3 pawn. Even an endgame like this might be holdable, but black here at least would be able to pick off h4 and create two connected passed pawns. So maybe white will try to finesse this, maybe starting with the bishop move first. He's going to try Kirill Shevchenko. He's got the clock on his side, but this one should now be a draw due to reduced material.
Let's go back to Deak against Sadli. I mean, I'm so impressed with the defense of the both Azeri players. Here, I think it's a little bit self-inflicted by Deak, who probably missed this very nice drawing idea. But still, full credit to the young Azeri players.
Yeah, just incredible defense, resourceful defense. Maybe self-inflicted by the fact he's walking around with 30 seconds on the clock. It's so hard to calculate these long variations, these tactics, when you're not sitting there focused. And of course, everyone plays individual, as we said earlier. But Deak, that was where he slipped up when he was walking. And now I'm expecting the black queen to centralize, protect everything, and maybe start even hinting at some checks against the white king. You've got to be careful of the white rook coming up to the 4th rank and grabbing a pawn on g4. You've got to be careful of some back rank checks, but this should still be under control now. This looks like a nice kind of centralization move.
Yeah, I like queen e6. So we see now that actually Sadikov got up from the board and some... Oh, is that a draw offer?
Wow, we saw in the forefront of the cameras that hand movement, just offering a draw like that across. I learned in junior chess when you don't speak the same language as your opponent. That's the kind of universal chess mother tongue.
The question is, was it directed at his opponent or was it directed at asking Ivan if he should make a draw? It was weird, no? What we saw.
Bit weird. He was directing it into the crowd, maybe.
Yeah, because
saying,
also you don't do that when your opponent is away from the board. I think what he was doing was asking Ivan, can I make a draw? Probably. Yeah. And Ivan clearly is saying no, because we have just seen a new move appear on the board. Wow, and
white playing on, if he was aware of that draw offer, I think he would have taken it there. Not too many winning chances for Sadikov here.
Yeah, I don't think it was a draw offer, probably. Because also it was Kirill's move.
It was Kirill's move, yeah.
So,
I mean, it's strange though, because as far as I'm aware, even though the kind of coaches, the captains, are able to talk to their players, kind of give them advice to offer a draw. They have to
talk in presence of the arbiter.
Exactly. The arbiter should be called and should be there. So slightly surprising that...
I think Kirill probably tremendously stressed. He doesn't have much time on the time on the clock. And the fact that he's even, if it was directed at his captain, must indicate he just doesn't see a way forward. Maybe hoping that Deak might be in a winning position if he hasn't had time to check. So I think tremendous stress here on the players. And one of the two pawns of black has dropped, and with that, black's winning chances are practically nil.
Yeah, practically nil. And I'm expecting black now to defend the pawn in the center. Maybe black's king can go on a bit of a journey to try and win. Either way, they're not respecting the environment. No. He could have agreed to draw just before move 60 there, saving a set of score
Kirill was
sheets.
trying.
Kirill was trying, maybe just aware, saving the trees. But they are on the second set of score sheets. We've just passed move 60, and the game continues.
Let's go back to Deak. This one seems very close now. Although, has the bar just... Sorry. Did the bar just shut up? No, sorry.
Whoa, it's really shot up Fiona, G5 has just been played.
Oh my goodness.
I think this might be a glitch in the matrix. I think this should still be a draw. Maybe the evaluation bar.
The bar doesn't understand the H-pawn.
Yeah, just not realizing that knight takes pawn can actually be met by a sacrifice, and here white is a pawn up, a bishop up even, but black's king will just chill out in the corner, and there's no way to make progress here, just to show the H-pawn will never be able to step past this black king without allowing stalemate. Oof, a silent draw offer.
Yeah, there is nothing white can do, I guess, other than this endgame.
No, now I think the bar has realized, corrected itself.
And we see this, I think we can stay here, we'll see a handshake in a second. As Kirill takes the knight, we see all of this come off, and with only the H-pawn left for white, but the bishop being of the wrong color, I expect to see a handshake here in a second.
Yeah, that would have been dramatic. And that's why we don't always trust the computer, at least not within the first second or two.
We'll keep the camera here, so we'll see the handshake. Let's pull up the X board as moves are coming in fast there.
Yeah, the moves are coming in fast, and maybe another turnaround in that game. Sorry, let's just catch up with the live position. Wow, we've seen a blunder of a pawn. I think Vuga, sadly, the tension is getting to him. Let's just backtrack to show what happened. It was this position I was advocating, just centralizing the queen. He did something similar, queen to f5, but now dropping his bishop back allowed white's rook to break in, and pure panic setting in now. Rook back to c8, simply dropping a pawn, a trade of rooks, and the e-pawn falls.
And that was a big pawn. Suddenly white with the outside passer, the b-pawn, black now offering a trade of bishops. What do you make of that decision?
Oh, again, I think this was a decision influenced by panic. The black king was a bit open. Bishop trade will ensure that it doesn't get checkmated, but now white's queen will most likely give a check, maybe even step into the center. I think this will be the key diagonal. And just as long as she sits here, preventing any checks against the white king, should be one-way traffic. The pawn is rolling and the black g-pawn is weak. Deac here now, time trouble not an issue anymore. You can give a bunch of checks with the queen with the 30-second increment. He should be winning.
I guess black's only chance will be to somehow get, but even if you get the queen to h3, actually, the king will step back to g1. Yeah,
a queen to h3 is easily met with a retreat. Okay, he does centralize the queen in a very similar way. Queen to e4, same idea, keeping an eye on the g4 pawn and advancing next with the b pawn.
What a close shave for the rating favorites from Team Superchess. It looks like they will get the job done in the end, but what a match.
What a match it's been, so close, down to the wire. And this is it, just one move might have decided this. Rook back to c8, let's just show that one last time. This was a panicked move, dropping a pawn. Black instead could have just, could have just walked out of the firing line, walked out of the pin on the back rank, and this game would have been really tense. Could have gone in any direction. Instead, he is saddled with this hopeless endgame now. Simply no counterplay.
Yeah, and I think we see it from the body language. From the player. I mean, these are the moments when you really realize chess is such a brutal, brutal game. Psychologically, this loss is going to be very tough to take. We talked earlier about the great team spirit of Team Gashimov. And here you've got to feel for Vuga. Sadly, on the other hand, in the end, after some ups and downs, looks like he will be the hero that Superchess needed today.
Yeah, Super Deac here. He's going to wrap up the win. I like black's last move, at least keeping an eye on the b4 square. But white can solve that issue by giving a check and then advancing the pawn once it's protected. Black's counterplay will be predicated on this move f4, but that would only loosen black's pawn chain, maybe even drop a pawn or two with some checks. And yeah, I'm surprised here, Deac. Again, the practical thing to do would be to give a few checks, gain a bit of time on the clock. He's now down to his last few seconds. As far as I could tell on the screen there, if my computer is correct, he made that move with about 1 second left on his clock.
That is just insanity.
There was no need to go down to 1 second. Sorry, to catch up with the live position is this one. Yeah, that is just brinksmanship of another level. Imagine his team captain. Imagine Ivan Sokolov. His face, it's stern at the best of times, but the expression there as his...
It's a shame we don't have a camera on him. I would have loved to see it. And he keeps doing it over and over again.
Another move made with 1 second left on the clock.
I mean, I think Ivan will have a word with him tonight.
And he gets up from the board. Wow.
This is a bit, I think you can take certain liberties, but in a team event, I mean, why not do what you said? Give a few checks, build up your clock a bit, and never ever play with 1 second. If anything happens, I mean, you don't just lose the game, you lose the whole match.
Yeah, and you don't have to be worried about, for example, the 50 move rule or anything. Wow, we see Magnus Carlsen there actually still in the tournament hall, watching his team, but watching this game as well with keen interest. But yeah, I was going to say the 50 move rule irrelevant. You can wait, you can give like 49 checks and then play B3. So why not gain a lot of time on your clock? Why not bank this victory? Magnus there walking off to the side. Still 1 game ongoing in the match next to this board.
I actually don't see Ivan Sokolov. I wonder.
He's had enough.
I wonder where he is. He can't be too far away, but today's match might have cost him in terms of nerves.
Life expectancy.
Yes.
Yeah, poor Ivan. I think, yeah, team captain, hardest job for everyone in there. And okay, we're going on an adventure with our camera. We're hunting for Ivan Sokolov, the Superchess team captain. Instead, we're going to see the Offerspiel team captain in the background there, Victor Hovik, also watching Superchess, and Magnus Carlsen focusing on this remaining game, board 5 of the Offerspiel match.
Yeah, and we see David Navarro also still trying to grind out a win against Nitzan Steinbeck. I'm loving this camera. For the people at home, we have of course seen the playing hall before. We see Sadikov there in the end. He probably went to the bathroom after the end of his game, now returning to the match where unfortunately his valiant effort probably are going to be in vain.
Yeah, we're just getting a nice view of the playing hall here, nice view of the column, the wall as well. But yeah, there's a lot of chess that's been happening. Most games have been concluded by now, as we see. It's just the arbiters left.
Just the arbiters. We see one of our main arbiters, Achel Drimstedt, keeping a close eye on the Novibor match. Then we see Johann Sebastian Christiansen still trying to grind out a win. We see Magnus Carlsen keeping a watchful eye on it, and let's return now to the Queen ending.
Magnus turning away and laughing. Maybe he can hear us. Magnus, why aren't you in here commentating with us? Your expertise in Queen endgames is needed right now. But yeah, maybe it's just enjoying the fact that Offerspiel has already wrapped up the victory. And back to frowning.
He must have, I mean, surely for them a draw by Superchess would have, it's a result they would have been happy to see. Any concurrent for the title, of course, would be happy to see a rival drop some points.
Yeah, you can't rely on favours, of course. But there we saw Ivan Sokolov in the background, making his way back towards his charge. Bogdan Daniel Deac. Wow, let's see if he walks away again. I don't think he wants to stick around for too long, as his heart is racing. It's still a winning position for White over there. Deac not at the board, still with 36 seconds on the clock, a luxury by his standards.
Is there anything that he needs to watch out for?
I do like the fact that the Black King has put itself in the corner in that game, in the Queen endgame. You see on the camera there, Black's King is all the way on h8 in the corner, because there's always stalemating ideas in Queen endgames, right? Actually, we'll delve into Queen endgame theory if and when it becomes appropriate, but right now it's just about the fact that this white pawn is marching and there are targets. I was going to say the only kind of hope in practical terms for Black here is maybe somehow to get the white b pawn, even if you drop your f and g pawns, because Queen endgames, even if White has 2 connected pass pawns, they're still tricky to win. I remember, I think it was an Anish Giri game against Rasmus Svana when he had King, Queen against King, Queen and 2 pawns, and he actually won as Black thanks to a checkmate.
I remember that one well.
Yeah, from a World Rapid Championship. And actually, if white's f-pawn were on the h-file, then that endgame with just 2 connected pass pawns, it's a theoretical draw.
Which is unbelievable. I've always struggled to wrap my head around that. Here we see...
A couple of moves, queen to a5, just been played. Again, it's preventing the advance of the white b-pawn for now, but you can push this pawn forward with a couple of checks. You can zigzag with a check, zigzag back with a check, and then push your pawn. Might be time to start pushing now. Yeah, a wide delay, but he's dropping down.
Again.
Again, we don't see the clock times on your screen at home, unfortunately, but I can see that he's down to 6 seconds now, 5 seconds, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Oh my goodness, made
Wow.
his move with 2 seconds spare. Maybe Ivan has just left the building.
He's just given up right now. What happens, happens.
After he made a move with 1 second to spare 3 times in a row, Ivan was like, I've seen enough of this, I'll watch the remainder in my room.
And that's the thing, as a team captain, even someone kind of with such authority as Ivan, someone so experienced, do you go to your young players and kind of risk their confidence by saying, kind of change those habits during a tournament? It's hard. Maybe you just got to let them do what they do.
Yeah, absolutely. Here, it's such a tough moment, really, for Vågar Asadli, who had done such a brilliant job defending this game, and then I think just crumbled under that pressure, that moment where we saw when he dropped an essential e-pawn. But time pressure, the match pressure, it is understandable, but it's going to be a loss that will be very hard to take.
Yeah, very hard to take. And yeah, right now, this is the main game we'll focus on. For the rest of today's action, we can soon start recapping the results in the other matches. It looks like in the women's section, which we looked at in quite a lot of detail earlier, everything has now pretty much wrapped up on the top boards. I think we have actually every individual result now on the top 7 boards or so. So we will be focusing on the open section by now.
It's resultception. I'm not sure what was going on there.
I thought I was hallucinating for a moment. Too many queen endgames in that graphic for a second. But still, Bogdan Daniel Deac.
By the way, big shout out to our tournament photographer there in the background, Nikki Riga. You can find her pictures on all our social media channels and also on the tournament website, so check them out. They are well worth looking at. Meanwhile, is Deac making some progress here? The pawn has started moving.
It started pushing up the board. Why not push it any further? Okay, of course he's going to tease us with the clock situation. He's got a eternity of time. He's got 12 seconds on the clock.
Oh, Ivan Sokolov has been spotted.
Okay.
He must be...
Oh, Ivan, look at him. He's peering. He's not even looking at the board. He's checking the clock situation. And wow, he made that move with just over 2 seconds left on his clock. Deac here. At this point, the only thing that can stop him, of course, he gets up yet again. And Sokolov.
What would you say to him if you were the captain?
I don't know. I think Ivan's a bit more honest and a bit more direct than myself. So I'll leave it to him to have words with Deac. But either way, it's so impractical what he's doing right now. And Magnus also really interested, of course, in the result of this game. Queen to b2, though, the last move makes a lot of sense. He's going to push this pawn forward. The queen will propel this pawn forward, and black will have to go passive.
So if I block the pawn now, I play queen b6.
I will just push.
And now I'll try to raid king h7.
Yeah, I mean, I don't, I don't see the winning plan, but okay, let me just guard. Oof,
Still some work to be done, actually.
Yeah, I want to guard my pawns with the king and release my queen to go active.
Can I now at some point play f5 and f4 and g3?
Yeah, this is what I was a bit worried about. You do give up a pawn, but wow, we would see a total switch in the evaluation.
Wow.
Wow, so actually some counterplay if white isn't careful. That one, in human terms, still looked very appealing, but yeah, where the breakthrough is, that is another question. At some point, you need to liberate your queen. You need to bring your queen, for example, to c6 somehow, to kick away the blockader.
I wonder if I was too relaxed about this all along. I thought the game would just sort of win itself.
Queen endgames never win
No.
themselves. That's the problem. There's always counterplay. There's always going to be tricks like that kind of triangle checks we saw a bit earlier with queen h6, queen c1, and okay, black's king is coming. I'm not sure where it's coming to, but it might hint at later grabbing this pawn. It might support pawn to f4. It's definitely the type of position you could lose control with white. You could choose a faulty plan, and suddenly the black king is in a really nice active square. This one, I still feel there's a few twists and turns ahead, not just because I can see that they're
time.
down to
6 seconds.
6 seconds, 5. Okay, 4 seconds left. Oops, there we go. Queen e2 check.
Now what do? Do you try and stay safe behind your pawns, or would you dare coming forward to d5?
I dare. I would try. King to d5. The problem is you won't go much further. White can give a check on d3 and force you to go back towards defending your pawns. So I think at some point the black king will be forced back, but I don't like this right now because white's queen might come forward and offer a queen trade at the right moment. So let's get back to the live position. It's a check. Sadly, he doesn't have too much time. He has 2 minutes.
Yeah, I think he's been doing the right thing, trying to play quickly. Yeah, and keeping that time pressure on there. There clearly, though, doesn't feel the pressure. I mean, we've talked about it plenty by now. It is his style. He doesn't just do it today. He always gets up, even just with 30 seconds on the clock. And king f6 is on the board. Magnus, as we can see, is still very interested in this endgame. And the question remains, if you're white, how do you make progress?
Yeah, it's really not easy. You can
So queen c4.
Yeah, you can set up this idea of queen c6, and you do have to calculate if you ever offer a queen trade, whether this endgame, here we see it's not winning for white. Black just simply picks up the pawn. White's king is just too far away from the magical f4 square. So still a lot of work to do. He looks so calm, so confident, despite everything. Fiona, I'm going to put you on the spot with a prediction. When do you think this game is going to end? It's moved 78 right now.
It'll go over 100, I think.
Yesterday we saw a 101 move game.
Yeah.
I think I won that that little.
So it's your chance. Were you going to pick over or under?
Over. I was going to pick over 150, but just because I'm a
Definitely. If it were you, maybe.
Yeah. Queen to e6. And now, does white give a check? Oh, sorry, the live board. He does give a check here. And the question is whether to push again. I don't see any reason not to right now. Maybe the black queen will try to guard from behind.
But it feels like he's making progress. Maybe it won't go to move 100 with the pawn now only three moves away from queening.
Yeah, I have a feeling he's going to play a move like queen c3, just guarding any checks. Okay, no, he does push forward. And the black queen does deliver a check. The black queen's going to go behind, actually. And white's king not entirely safe yet. It will be maybe parked on the h file in the near future, but then less control over f2.
And actually, Vachier has done a great job of keeping his clock time up, still 4.5 minutes. While at least with Derek, there's this consistency. Makes a move with like either 2 or 3 seconds left, gets up, comes back, makes the move again.
He made that move with one second again. This is going to be a theme of the rest of this broadcast, us having a heart attack here in the studio.
Imagine Ivan Sokolov.
Yeah.
If you'd have kept it, I would have a very serious conversation with the player. We have talked about this before. Why don't you, especially earlier in the endgame, why don't you just give a few checks, build up a little bit of time, and even if you don't do that, just don't play with 1 second, because an accident can always happen.
Yeah, it makes no sense to kind of push the pawn to b6 and still have 1 second on your clock. You could have literally given 40 checks and then, or 49 checks and then push the pawn. And you'd have 25 minutes on your clock to figure out what to do next. Okay, black's king now on h5. These are just small practical things. He's likely to still win this game. Okay, he slides his queen across.
So the pawn is ready now to advance.
And I think, sadly, at this point, he's not even trying to reply instantly because he knows his opponent's getting up from the board, and I think he knows his best bet is to win on the clock. And, okay, we will see a move. Black has to threaten the f2 square, threatening to take that pawn. And he's put his queen on f1 just to ensure that the white king cannot defend f2. But, of course, the queen can.
Mm. So what to expect? Queen?
A practical decision would be to give a few checks, play queen e8, check, 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 then drop back to defend. But he won't do this, of course. And he has just over 10 seconds. That's oceans of time.
The world. Okay. Oh, here comes a check. Queen e8.
Okay, black's king will move. Don't think it makes any difference where it moves to. Now the white queen can drop back with a check. Drop back to e3, give a check, push the white b pawn. Feels like this one should be in its final few moves now. It move 84.
Yeah, I don't think we'll actually make it.
I don't think so either. He's so close. Still a massive crowd. Oh, a nice little scratch in the background there from the spectator. And okay, another check on the board. He should just repeat now. Just gain a bit of time on the clock, surely. But will he be tempted to push Fiona? Will he push the white b pawn?
Let's take a look what happens if white plays. Apologies. So what happens if the pawn gets pushed to b7?
I think this would just be a game ender. Black can only stop this pawn in two ways. You have to defend it with your queen. Maybe this is the way just to prevent white from giving a check on the e8 square. But now that the black queen has had to go so passive, he doesn't go in for the kill yet. I was going to say that with white you can step forward. Black cannot create enough counterplay in time. It feels like with a series of checks, you will be able to get to the back rank with white and make a new queen. But let's catch up with the live board.
I think even from the body language, Vachier-Lagrave was fighting so valiantly, but I feel over the last couple of moves, it feels like we can almost see that the reality is now dawning on him that there is not much hope left here.
Yeah, it would have made sense to get the pawn to b7 if you could have kept it intact. Maybe you just didn't have the time to calculate there. 5 seconds, and he does play queen c6. Have we not been here before, though?
Look who's having a chat.
Oh, wow.
I think Ivan Sokolov is telling Magnus a few words of choice about what is happening. He's giving him the recap of the day game.
You can see on Magnus's face as well. He's slightly amused, to say the least, about the situation that's ongoing right now. Classic Ivan Sokolov, though, not one to hide his emotions. And that was actually his hand on the left. He's coming back. Wow, I think he wishes he was paid by the move at this point. Ivan Sokolov looking at the clock, not even caring about the position. This is actually the second time we've seen this position, so watch out for an accidental repetition.
3 seconds.
2 seconds. Okay, second time we've seen this position as well. He's got to be really careful not to repeat the moves. Bogdan Daniel Deac, king to g5 would be the second time we've seen that position as well. He's got to be careful not to go around in a circle. Ivan Sokolov just looks like a man possessed right now. He's off again.
Ivan is a good friend of ours. We know him well. And we know that he is not impressed right now.
And he's talking to himself right now. There's no game in progress on that side of the screen. Ivan Sokolov was just staring into the distance. Talking
into the mental abyss.
Yeah, into the void. Fighting with his own sanity. King h5. Second time we've seen this position too.
Between Ivan and Deac, they have racked up quite a lot of steps today. So at least there is that. Yeah.
Look at him, he's talking to himself. Ivan Sokolov, he's trying to persuade that pawn to go forward, and it has pawn to b7. And, oh wow, will we see a shake of the head here? Queen b5, only move to keep this game going. You still have to be a bit accurate to finish this off. But he's getting there. Actually, would queen to a7 just finish the game on the spot? Queen to a7 would keep this f2 pawn protected and would make a new queen next turn. He plays it with a flourish.
And there is the resignation. And did we see a fist pump there by Deac? So pumped to have won this incredibly close match for Superchess. The other 5 boards ended in a draw. And David, wow, what did we just see?
A roller coaster of emotions, Fiona. It's been an up and down game, an up and down match between these two great teams, and heartbreaking stuff, of course, for Fuga Asadli, who played so well. But in the end, Ivan Sokolov is vindicated. He gives his.
We talked about how he lost a bit of life expectancy
It was
in
worth
that
it
match
for the win.
today.
Anything for the win.
Absolutely. Yeah, disappointment, of course, heartbreak for team Vugar Gashimov, who fought so unbelievably well in this match. I wonder if we can keep the camera on Ivan and Bogdan as they walk away. Ivan does not look impressed, to say the least.
Wow, and the stroll out of the tournament hall, raising the eyebrows, and
it's almost hard to tell that they've won.
he needs a glass of wine, Ivan Sokolov.
He certainly does. David, I think all that's left for us to do as we see the players exit the playing hall there is to recap what happened on the other top matches, and then I think we also deserve to call it a night after that roller coaster of emotions.
Yeah, that's right, Fiona. It's been a long day, packed full of drama, of course. Let's start with the open section. We have been following those games for that last stage of round 3. Superchess, we saw won eventually by the narrowest of margins, 3.5 to 2.5. Dayach being the match winner. We saw...
Offerspiel, a big win.
Big win from them, 5.5 to half. Magnus Carlsen thrilled about the day's play. And Novi Bor, the reigning champions, winning 5-1 against Beersheva. That one looked really balanced early days, but in the end, the higher rated players triumphing. And Anier against Gokturk, Fiona.
Yeah, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, he worked his magic on board 1. I assume he won it in the end, slaying the Berlin yet again and helping his team on the way to a 4.5, 1.5 victory over Gokturk. Let's look at board 5 and then we'll move to the women's section. Board 5, Vienheim against Zurich.
Yeah, and it was the German team Vienheim that ended up winning. The score was 4-2, and they could thank their bottom 2 boards, Sebastian Mazet and Fabian Libasevsky.
Absolutely, the Frenchman helping their long-time team on the way to a big match win. And meanwhile, in the women's section, we already saw that on the top board, the local team Teuta fell to their first defeat in this tournament, going down 1.5, 2.5 against the Hungarian team from Garuda. Meanwhile, on board 2.
A bit of a shock. Superchess, their open team, will be thrilled with today's action, but Superchess women's team crashing to defeat against Typhoon, 2.5, 1.5, really narrow. We saw some must-win situations there, but not working out.
Which means that Nino didn't win her game, I guess.
Yeah, Nino Batsiashvili ending in a draw against Yutsing Song.
And then on board 3, Monte Carlo, the top seeds in the women's section, they won their match against Gokturk 3-1. We'll wrap this one up quickly. Team Ukraine winning their match against Schachgesellschaft Solingen 3-1 as well. And on board 5, a 2-2 draw between Center Asseco and the Serbian team Slovenia. With that said, guys, we are signing off from here. Thank you so much for watching. We'll see you tomorrow, same place, same time.